Hello, I'm Felicia Moore, President of the Atlanta City Council. Welcome to our July 6, 2020 Atlanta City Council meeting. Mr. Clerk, the roll call, please.
President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond.
Here.
Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Post 3 at large, Andre Dickens.
Here. I'm here.
Council District 1, Carla Smith.
I'm here.
Council District 2, Amir R. Faroki.
Here.
Council District 3, Antonio Brown.
Here.
Council District 4, Cleva Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Madeline Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6, Jennifer N. Hyde.
Here.
Council District 7, Howard Shook.
Aye.
Council District 8, J.P. Massacott.
Here.
Council District 9, Dustin Hillis.
Here.
Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Colley Overstreet. Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Quorum present, Madam President.
Overstreet present.
Duly noted.
Any other members join since we started the roll call? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I'm going to read the adoption of the agenda, which will be reordered, and I will ask Mr. Massacott if he would entertain the motion after I read it, and it's going to be lengthy. I want to be very clear to the members and the public how we will proceed. So I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with the following order, and that is that the Atlanta City Council will recess following the public comment of Monday's regularly scheduled meeting. This recess will end on Tuesday, July 7th at 10 a.m., at which time the council will consider the remainder of its posted agenda. The meeting will be held remotely due to the telework protocol activated for City Hall. The council has received 1,005 public comments for Monday's regularly scheduled meeting, which totals 13 hours, 31 minutes, and 8 seconds. The order of the agenda will be as follows. We will go to our invocation following the adoption of the agenda, Pledge of Allegiance, proclamations, commendations, and special awards will not be held. We will then go to our report of the journal, communications, consideration of vetoed legislation, unfinished business, consent agenda. Under standing committees, we will go into a committee of the whole for the zoning committee and committee on council, return into session to adopt those items in growth. We will then go to transportation committee, city utilities committee, and community development and human service committee. Following that standing committee, we will have our 13 plus hours of public comment. And on Tuesday, July the 7th at 10 a.m., we will continue our agenda, starting with the starting with finance executive, public safety, legal administration, and then items 14 through 17 on our agenda, which are personal papers for immediate consideration, personal papers to be referred, general remarks, and adjournment. The public comment section, which will follow CDHS, will include all comments received for the full council meeting, those received during zoning committee, and those received related to committee, well, not related to, but during the committee on council. So I will entertain that motion.
So moved, Massaquoi.
Second.
And everyone, second by Smith, moved by Massaquoi. But if everyone would please make sure, after you speak, of course, that you mute your phone, because someone I hear of the background. So, is there any objection from any member to that order of the agenda? Hearing none on unanimous consent, we have adopted the agenda with those amendments. And I will just read it real quickly one more time for the public. Today, after the adoption of the agenda, which we have done, we will next hear our invocation, followed by Pledge of Allegiance, then followed by the report of the journal, communications, consideration of vetoed legislation, unfinished business, the consent agenda, understanding committee. We will go into committee of the whole for zoning, committee on council, followed by transportation, city utilities, community development, human services committee. Following CDHS, we will then hear our public comment for zoning, COC, and full council. We will return back in session on Tuesday, the 7th, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Our agenda will be as follows. We'll continue on with Finance Executive Committee, Public Safety, Legal Administration, and then items 14 through 17 on our agenda, which include items for immediate consideration, items to be referred to committee, general remarks, and adjournment. So that is the order of our agenda. So before we go to that, I want to thank everyone for adopting the agenda. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks those from the public who are joining our meeting. I want the citizens of Atlanta to know that we thank you for your continued participation and input on the matters before us. I also want to thank our staff for their continued support and good work. The city, of course, you know, we're all dealing with issues of COVID-19, and we always want to remind people to be mindful of that, social distancing, wearing your mask, and other personal hygiene things that we need to do. We are certainly mindful of the fact that we're dealing with protests, crime, and policing issues in our city, and we understand that we all got to work on those things together. We're more than halfway through the year, and so we will continue our resolve to work together and keep our communications open so that we can get through these unprecedented times. We're now going to go into a moment of silence. I'd like to extend a moment of silence for the senseless killings of Mr. Clarence Knox, who's an 80-year-old Atlanta resident who was killed by gun violence while he was at home, in his home. And, of course, 8-year-old Sakura Turner killed on July 4th by gunfire near Pryor Road, and the countless others that have also been killed by gun violence in the recent days and weeks. We've also lost, I know many of us know very intimately, James Jimmy Allen Jr., who was had a nearly 30-year career with the Atlanta Housing Authority. He will be sorely missed, and his participation in service to the city was unparalleled, particularly as it related to housing for the least of these in our city. Judge Horace Johnson Jr., who made history as the first and only black Superior Court judge in the circuit covering Newton and Walton counties, he passed away on July 1st. We certainly want to extend our condolences to all of these families. Please indicate on your speaker button if there are other members who would like to add those to our moment of silence. Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you. I also want to add the tragic life of Sakura Turner, who was actually killed on Saturday night, 8-year-old. I also would like to add, because we've had a series of killings across our city in the last several weeks, a huge amount. And I just want to say that they're not by police officers. One of the things I heard from the Chorus family yesterday as I was at the press conference with them is that they stated Black Lives Matter. One of the things they said was that we are actually killing ourselves internally among ourselves, and that the Chorus death was not the police officers who killed her, but someone in our community. And they kept saying Black Lives, if Black Lives Matter, let's make sure that Black Lives Matter. So I pray today that we actually, that resonates in us across the city, that all lives matter. Black on black killing, any killing that's unnecessary, that they all matter. I want to say that also would like to give my condolences to Mr. Alfonso Ross. He was a community activist in our MPUX community, and he passed last week. Thank you all for signing on to the proclamation for him. But again, guys, let's pray that all lives matter. It's really important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrea Boone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask for the prayers and condolences for jazz legend Freddie Cole, brother of Nat King Cole, who was a longtime resident of the Cascade Road area and gave so much to the music industry all over this country. Secondly, I would like to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, and Councilmember Dickens for their love for a longtime resident, James Allen, who lived in the Hightower Manor community and walked arm in arm and shoulder to shoulder with many of the residents, and a member of the Martin Luther King Jr. Dry Merchants Association. His voice will truly be missed in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to uplift the name of Constance Curry, who was a former head of the City of Atlanta's Human Resources Department under Mayors Maynard Jackson and Andrew Young. She was a founding member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, a graduate of Agnes Scott, who assisted the African American students in developing their strategy and assisted in countless demonstrations, not only here in Atlanta, but around the South. This is the 60th anniversary of the student movement in Atlanta, and she was a pivotal part of that, as well as a well-serving bureaucrat here at the City of Atlanta. She passed a couple of weeks ago. And also need to add my condolences to the youngest Turner who lost her life senselessly on Saturday. It was an absolute tragedy. And, of course, Councilwoman Shepherd is absolutely right. If Black Lives Matter, has to matter all the time. We can't have in vitro racial self-hatred affecting us and killing us all. If we're going to uplift people as equals, then we have to see our own lives as precious. And of course, want to just add ditto to what Councilwoman Boone said about Mr. Allen, who's not only a phenomenal AHA commissioner, but a World War II veteran, and of course, Mr. Freddie Cole, who was just a impresario when it came to music and jazz, and an even greater human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archibald.
Thank you very much. I wanted to add condolences for the family of Dr. Edwin Jonas, longtime educator and mentor to many. He will be dearly missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, President Moore. I just want to, again, reiterate the condolences to all those all of our Black lives that have been lost due to police brutality and just a lot of the conditions in which our Black and brown communities suffer in every day, to ensure that we are lifting up these communities and we don't continue to perpetuate this idea of all lives matter, where we're racially dismissing and ignoring in denial the fact that our Black and brown communities have been targeted in the city of Atlanta and in this state and country for decades. So I would love for us to just acknowledge that Black lives are being lost right now. And whether those Black lives are being lost due to the unrest in this city and folks reacting to the unrest in this city, or they're being lost at the hands of police brutality. But Black lives right now are being lost. So while we recognize and understand that, I hope that we can come together and truly address this together as one. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other members? If not, let's go into a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we will move on to our invocation. Thank you to the Reverend Damon P. Williams of Providence Missionary Baptist Church, located at 2295 Benjamin E. Mays Jr., for giving our invocation. Reverend Williams.
Thank you so much. Friends, wherever you are, will you join me in a posture of prayer? We are grateful this day for all who are connected to this call this afternoon. And we ask for immense grace and blessings to be bestowed upon all who are under the sound of my voice. Prayers have been offered by our city council leaders, and we hold their prayers up to the light of your grace, asking that you will hear their prayers and bless accordingly. For all of our civic leaders, particularly our Atlanta City Council members, as well as our mayor, we are grateful for their leadership. Please keep them safe and secure during these difficult times. Provide them with the wisdom necessary to lead our city, encourage our city, and most importantly, to unite our city. We pray earnestly this afternoon for those in our city and our world who are suffering from this coronavirus pandemic. We pray for their recovery if they are sick, their healing if they are grieving, and their wholeness if they are depressed. We pray earnestly this afternoon for the senseless gun violence that is negatively impacting our community and harming our spirit. We honor specifically persons of our community who feel so profoundly frustrated at the systemic forces of oppression impacting persons of color that they cry out in protest. Please wipe all of their tears away and offer them restoration and reconciliation, and allow their stand for righteousness to bring true change and transformation to Atlanta and to the world. We additionally pray earnestly for the residents of our city as we hold in perfect tension a care and concern for the lives of persons of color, as well as a care and concern for our police force and the safety of those charged with protecting all lives in our city. On this day, another day that has been given to us to find and fulfill purpose, to care for one another, and to think of the needs of our neighbor, allow this meeting, this very meeting, and the business conducted herein to demonstrate a deep love for our city and the leadership therein. Keep us, and we shall be kept. Bless us, and we shall be blessed. And all who are connected with this call, who pray health, wholeness, and happiness over themselves and their neighbor, we all said together, amen.
Thank you so much. Now we will go to our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we'll now continue with our agenda. It would have normally been remarks by the public, but again, if you just joined us, the Zoning Committee on Council, and full council remarks from the public will be heard after our Community Development Human Services Committee meeting. At that time, they will play. We have 13 and a half hours or so of public comment, and then we will come back on Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. and finish our standing committees and the rest of our agenda. So now we will go to report of the journal. One other thing, Mr. Forrest. After the Pledge of Allegiance, there's usually accommodations, proclamations, and we do not have those during our remote meeting. And now we will go to the report of the journal.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the June 15th regular council meeting and the June 19th, 2020 special call virtual city council meeting are true and correct.
On unanimous consent of the members, if there's no objection, we will file the report of the journal. Accept and file the report of the journal. Communications?
Yes, Madam President. If I could sound items 1 and 2 as a block.
Please.
Also, additionally, unanimous consent currently is 15 yeas, 0 nays. The first item is 20-C-0053, a communication from Leona Barr Davenport, President and CEO of the Atlanta Business League, submitting the appointment of Ms. Shawn Graham to serve on the Small Business Advisory Council. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 20-C-0054, a communication from Council President Felicia Moore, submitting the appointment of Ms. Shirley Langley to serve as the Small Business Advisory Council. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Items 3 through 5, if I could sound those as a block, Madam President.
Proceed.
20-C-0055, a communication from Interim Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the June 15th, 2020 through June 19th, 2020 weekly contracts report. 20-C-0056, submitting the June 22nd, 2020 through June 26th, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council, pursuant to Code Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. 20-C-0057, a communication from Municipal Clerk and Election Superintendent Forrest Webb III, submitting the certification of official and complete statements of votes cast from Fulton County Board of Registration and Election for the City of Atlanta Municipal Option Sales Tax in conjunction with the presidential primary special election held June 19, 2020, postponed from March 24, 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff recommendation to accept and file all 3.
The staff recommendation is to accept and file. Is there any objection to accepting and filing? Hearing no objection, on unanimous consent, they are accepted and filed.
That concludes the communications, Madam President.
All right. Communications are complete. Now, consideration of vetoed legislation.
There is none, Madam President.
Unfinished business.
There is none, Madam President.
Thank you. We're now at the consent agenda. Members, if you have any items that need to be removed from the consent agenda, please indicate with your speaker button. Okay, first is Ms. Ide.
Yes, Madam President, I have one item. It is item number 10 on page 13, which is 20R4073, that I need to pull so that I can make an amendment.
Is that in your committee?
It's an FEC item that had been on the consent agenda that I need to, yes, it's an FEC item.
Yeah, I just want to know what committee, and so we'll remember that will be taken up tomorrow. But thank you. Any other items to be removed, members? Hearing none, let's vote on adopting the consent agenda minus the item that Ms. Ide just indicated.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Consent agenda, section 1 is adopted. The next we move is to consent agenda, section 2. All items will be referred to committees as indicated. All right. Now we will move to our report of the standing committees. Again, we reordered those. We will start with a motion by Mr. Massacide and hopefully a second by Ms. Smith to go into the committee of the whole.
So moved. Matsakite.
Ms. Smith? You may be muted, Ms. Smith. We need your second.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, second Smith.
Okay, motion by Massacide, second by Smith to enter into the committee of the whole. So we are ready for the vote.
The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Mr. Westmoreland?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We are in the committee of the whole. We will start with the Honorable Carla Smith, Chair of the Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I will first start by asking Mr. Clerk to please play the zoning public comments.
Madam Chair, I think all of the public comments are going to be played in the public comment section.
Well, we have one zoning public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Massenberg.
No, we do not. That one we determined was not related to zoning, Ms. Smith. So proceed with your agenda.
So there's no, okay, great. Okay, item number 1, if you'll please turn your agendas to page 27. Ordinances for first read. Madam President, I would like to take items number 1 and 2 together as a block.
Proceed.
Thank you. 20-0-1469, zoning Z-20-41. The location is 689 Boulevard and 513 Ponce de Leon Avenue. This is for a rezone from MRC2C Beltline for a change of conditions. And item number 2, 20-0-1470 U-20-08. The location is 530 Flat Shoals Avenue, and this is for a special use permit for a microbrewery. The motion on these 2 papers is to refer to zoning and ZRB.
Okay, motion to refer to zoning and ZRB. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The items are referred as indicated to ZRB and zoning.
Thank you, Madam President. Ordinances for second read. We have 1. It's item number 3, 20-0-1448. The location is the Ponce Highland Historic District, and this is to extend the interim zoning controls on the pending landmark designation through September the 20th, 2020. The motion is favorable.
Motion is favorable. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
Aye.
And everyone, please make sure you mute your phone if you're not talking. We hear some background noise, and all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Fifteen yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted.
Thank you.
Next item.
Thank you, Madam President. That ends my report.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we will go to our Committee on Council, Chair, the Honorable J.P. Massacott.
Thank you, Madam President. If you'll turn to page 36 of your agenda, we have 1 ordinance for second read. It's 20-0-1455, an ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith to ratify Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom's executive order ordering the implementation of a process by which City of Atlanta boards, authorities, commissions, committees, or other similar bodies subject to Section 3-401 of the City of Atlanta Charter may begin remote meetings in accordance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act, any other legal requirements following an objective assessment conducted by the Department of Atlanta Information Management and the Department of Law of each base to determine whether the city has the ability for it to meet remotely during the time City Hall and other city facilities remain closed to the public without the necessity of any further legislative or executive action and for other purposes. And the motion is to approve.
The motion is to adopt. I have Ms. Smith up as a speaker. Ms. Smith?
Yes, I just wanted to quickly let everyone know that since City Hall closed due to the pandemic, that all of the boards and commissions couldn't meet. So I dropped this legislation because, of course, I just did my zoning report. So ZRB, which is the Zoning Review Board, BZA, which is the Board of Zoning Adjustment, those are important to the zoning committee, but we've also got like License Review Board, which does all the alcohol licenses, the Urban Design Commission, which does all the historic. I mean, there's just so many boards and commissions. And so the mayor did an executive order right at the same time that I dropped this legislation so that we could get started, so that we can get our boards and commissions meeting remotely. Something that has already been done is Jerome Jordan, who is on the line ready to speak from the administration, but he sent out a survey to each staff person and some of the board members of all of the boards. They found out that everyone doesn't need the same thing. They found out each individual board has its own specific needs, so there was no one-size-fits-all, and this legislation will create to work a plan on all of those, and they will work with the AIM, the Information Technology Department, and then after they figure that out, then the law department will approve it, then it will go to the municipal court, so he will be able to advertise, and we should be trying to start getting the boards and commission meetings remotely. So I am asking, although Mr. Matsakite has already made the motion to approve, I will second that, and I will ask for y'all to please vote in favor of this.
Okay, we have Ms. Shepherd, the next speaker.
Ms. Smith, do you have any time frame at all? Are you saying a month? What do we think? It's going to be a month or less than a month? Do we have any idea when?
Ms. Shepherd, I have stopped trying to make any predictions. Seems like every time I do, I'm wrong. So a month would sound reasonable, but at this point, with everything that's going on, I'm just not going to make any predictions. I'm just going to send Godspeed to everyone that's working on this. So hopefully within a month, we will have the boards and commissions up and running. And I'm sure that everyone will be notified. The municipal clerk is going to help us with notifications. I'm sure Mr. Pace will help us, Mr. Jerome Jordan, who is on the phone with us. If you want to ask him, Mr. Jordan, are you there? Damon, can you unmute him?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Yes,
Do you have any kind of a timeline?
Okay, sorry. Hold on. Ms. Shepherd, I just want to make sure we know Ms. Shepherd has the floor, but I will let Mr. Jordan answer the question because Ms. Shepherd may be able to answer her question in terms of time frame. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, this is for the record. This is Jerome Jordan, Deputy Chief of Staff. To the Councilmember Smith's point, each board and commission has specific requirements. So this legislation and the executive order that was signed prior allows each one to begin meeting remotely once their plan is approved by law and AIM. Consequently, some boards and commissions will be able to start meeting sooner than others.
Mr. Jordan, hold on one second, because the public is interested in this topic. I would ask all members to please mute your phone until you get ready to talk so that you can hear him clearly. Could you start over, Mr. Jordan?
Will do, Madam President. So as Councilmember Smith alluded to, due to the closure of due to COVID-19 and the subsequent closure of City Hall, we had to postpone boards and commissions during that period as they were not able to meet in person. This plan allows each board and commission to develop a plan that can be approved and reviewed by AIM for technological requirements and for law to make sure they're meeting the requirements of the Georgia Open Meetings Act or any specific legal requirements for that specific board and commission. The purpose of this plan is to ensure that once the board is ready to start meeting, it can start meeting rather than having all boards and commissions be approved at the same time. So some boards and commissions whose plans are being approved should be able to meet this month. Others are going to take some more time. But there isn't a definitive timeline where they'll all meet by. Some will start meeting sooner than others. But this plan ensures that if a board and commission is ready to start meeting, it doesn't have to wait for all boards and commissions to be ready. The ones that are ready can meet as their plans are approved.
Okay, Ms. Shepherd?
That answers my questions, Madam President.
Okay, Ms. Archibald?
Yes, thank you. This may be for Mr. Jordan. For some of the boards and commissions, there, for example, ZRB or even BZA, there is a role that the neighbors play in at the MPU level. So will there be some efforts made or some support given to the MPUs to be able to actually see the documents that are supporting applications? I'm envisioning plans and drawings and that kind of thing.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Archibald. So for those boards and commissions that have requirements to deal with MPUs, the law department will work with them individually on what requirements can and need to be met with that. And in fact, Amber Robinson from the law department can speak to that a little bit more. But also the boards and commissions that have specific technological requirements that may be needed, for example, for sharing documents or evidence. That's where AIM will come in to that. But for the MPU point, I would defer to Amber Robinson from the law department to discuss some of the legal considerations that could be made on that front.
Okay, I'm not looking to debate it. I just wanted to, or to belabor the point. I just wanted to make sure that I know that that is important, and I know the law department is concerned about it. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the path. And so you're working with the law to make sure that we have whatever support is needed for the MPU to move this process forward. Is that a fair statement?
I think a fair statement would be that the law department, in part of the assessment, they'll assess what requirements will be needed at the MPU-wise as far as moving that board and commission forward. And then from there, they can make recommendations on how to actually address those concerns.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other members would like to speak? If not, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes the committee's business.
Thank you, Mr. Masakai. Would you please give us entertain a motion to return from the committee as a whole and go back to the regular session?
So moved, Matsukai.
Smith, second.
Motion by Masakai, second by Smith, to exit the committee as a whole. Let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have exited the committee as a whole. Now I will entertain a motion to adopt in gross all actions taken in the committee as a whole.
So moved, Matsukai.
Smith, second.
Motion by Masakai, second by Smith, to adopt all actions taken in gross, to adopt in gross all actions taken in the committee as a whole. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. All items adopted. We have adopted all items engrossed from the Committee of the Whole. Thank you. We will now move to Transportation Committee, the Honorable Andre Dickens, Chair.
Madam President, the Transportation Committee has no report.
Thank you. We will now move to City Utilities Committee, the Honorable Madeline Archibong, Chair.
Yes, we have one item for consideration. It is item number 1 on page 38. Let me read the caption. This is 26-0-1366, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir R. Faroki as substituted by City Utilities Committee, waiving for a period of 1 year the provisions of Chapter 138, Section 234, subsection A, subsection B, application fee for right-of-way dining permits, and waiving for a period of 1 year the special administrative fee included in Part 3, Part 6, Chapter 1, Section 6-1007, subsection S8 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes. This is favorable from the committee, the condition having been met of providing the actual process involved in applying for such a permit, and so the motion is to adopt.
Second, Faroki. There's no need for a second. It came out of committee, but thank you, Mr. Faroki. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right, that's all the votes.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted.
Thank you very much. That concludes the report of the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you so much. We now move to Community Development, Human Services Committee, the Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. We do not have a report.
Okay, thank you. Now, as I had stated earlier to the public, the only 2 standing committees that we have left to report out is the Finance Executive Committee, as well as the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Because many of the public comments relate to those committees, we are going to take up those committees tomorrow at 10 a.m. We are now going to play all of the public comment that has been received. It is a total of 13 hours, 31 minutes, and 8 seconds. This will include public comments left for the Zoning Committee, the Committee on Council, and for the full council meeting. Again, we will recess and take up items tomorrow at 10 a.m. So, Is there any unreadiness or any questions or comments from members before we get to starting to play our public comment? Mr. Brown.
Madam President, how do we ensure that, are we going to do check-ins just to ensure people are still on the line listening to the public comment?
Are we going to do what?
Are we going to do check-ins throughout, because the public comment is so long? Will there be points of check-in for council members to acknowledge that they're still on the call listening to the public comment?
No, we do not do that, because one time when we attempted to do that, it messed up the playback of the system. And so council members will do as they normally do. They will listen to the comments. I know the last time we had comments, many members were engaged because I saw them either on Facebook or texting each other. So, no, we will not be stopping the public comment, because we do not want to mess up the order by which the public comment is being held.
Okay, understood. Just wanted to put it out there.
All right. Any other member? If not, again, for the public, we are going to begin the public comment that was left for Committee on Council, Zoning Committee, and the full council. It will run approximately 13 hours, 31 minutes, and 8 seconds. We will reconvene and do our Finance Committee, Public Safety Committee, personal papers for immediate consideration, personal papers to be referred to committee, general remarks, and the adjourning roll call starting at 10 a.m. July 7th, tomorrow, Tuesday at 10 a.m. Okay, we are ready, Mr. Clerk. We can play the comments.
Madam President, prior to playing the comments, if I can make read the statement. The public may leave comments of their concerns by dialing 404-330-6001. Public comments for the full council agenda should not exceed 2 minutes and will end 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. In addition, the standing committees of zoning and the Committee on Council, which was previously held and stated, those voicemails will not be played because there were none. Messages, just for the record, for zoning, of course, those comments cannot be made during the full council meeting. And Madam President, if I could just take a moment of personal privilege just to make one announcement, if I could, Madam President.
Proceed.
I know it's highly unusual. The staff for the Office of Municipal Clerk and the staff for the research staff, we would like to dedicate today's council meeting our staffing efforts to Mr. Derek Dawkins, who passed a couple of weeks ago. He was the AIM project manager for the City of Atlanta for ELMS, and we could not be doing a lot of things that we're doing now remotely if not for his efforts when reassessing the ELMS project for the City of Atlanta. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and that is totally appropriate, and we certainly lift his name up and his family up and send our condolences. Thank you. We can now proceed with the public comment.
Ms. Mathenberg.
Hello, my name is Isabel Namnum, and I'm a resident of Buckhead here in Atlanta. I'm calling today to ask the Council to support the Rayshard Books Bill and Resolution 20R4068. I'm asking that $73 million are withheld from the APD while we see active work towards new models of community safety. I'm not sure if community violence will be referenced in this meeting as opposition to this resolution, but to be clear, the two are not in opposition of each other. We have systematically redlined, underfunded, and disenfranchised lower-income communities in Atlanta, primarily Black and Brown communities, and moreover, given APD's inflated budget and still the prevalence of community violence, it is clear that the system is not working. One must ask who the APD is really protecting and who it is continually criminalizing without restorative care. Also, the fact that healthcare workers are receiving budget cuts, furloughs, and being laid off while the APD is receiving an inflated budget raise is absurd, and one must ask why. Why are we acting like this? Who are we protecting, and who are we serving as a community? Thank you.
My name is Bruce Miller from Kirkwood. I'm calling to demand that the City Council amend the budget and fund Resolution 20R4068 and reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eliza Navnu. I'm a resident of District 7. I live in the 30319 zip code. I would like to demand that City Council members amend the budget and fund Resolution 20R4068 as well as reallocate $73 million in police funds in order to reimagine public safety. This is crucial. The time is now. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Studer of Fulton County in the South Park Place neighborhood. I'm calling to demand that there be an amendment to the budget and fund Resolution 20-R-4068 and reallocate $73 million of police funds to other assistance programs to help reimagine public safety. I support the Rayshard Brooks bill, and I hope that you guys will be doing the right thing today. Policing and public safety really needs to change in a major way here in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Namnam, and I'm a resident of Buckhead, Atlanta. I'm calling today to ask the City Council to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill and Resolution 20R4068. I believe that $73 million from the APD should be withheld while the Council works towards a new system of public safety. This really isn't that big of an ask, considering that during a global pandemic, while our healthcare systems and workers and teachers are being laid off and furloughed, the fact that the APD is getting a budgetary raise in the midst of all of the police brutality that we have witnessed is horrific, and more of a proof of how we're failing our community. And this is not something that can be cited as an illegal measure because various people on the team have proven otherwise. So I hope that this is put into action and we're not just shuffling our feet here, because we really can't afford to shuffle our feet for 1 minute longer. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Karen Ashida, calling to voice my support of the Rayshard Brooks bill and urging all council members to fund Resolution 20-R-4068. It will reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Atlanta is counting on you. Please support this bill.
Hi, my name is Sophia DeLuca, and my number is 4460833. I'm calling to please ask the council to amend the budget and fund Resolution 20R4068 and reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Zoe DeLuca, and I am calling to demand an amend to the budget and fund Resolution 20R4068 and reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. Again, my name is Zoe DeLuca, and my number is 470-298-5058. Thank you so much.
Jonathan Williams, Reynoldstown. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, as well as Resolution 20R4068. Amend the budget to withhold $73 million from the APD while a new system of public safety is created. This isn't a tall ask, and illegality cannot be cited in this instance. Healthcare systems are underfunded during a global pandemic while the police are getting raises.
My name is Alex Franco, and I am calling to demand that the council amend the budget and fund Resolution 20-R-4068 and that they reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety in Atlanta. It is imperative that the council take action now and effect real, meaningful change. Council members, people are dying. People are being murdered, and you must act. You serve at the pleasure and the will of the public. And you will soon be out of a job if you do not listen to the people that are speaking up and do the right thing today. Amend the budget.
Hello, hello. My name is Miriam Gollum. I'm calling again to leave another public comment, strongly urging everyone to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill and resolution 20R 4068 on Monday, July 6th. In addition, I still request that you withhold the $73 million from the APD. This is the very least you can do as the police department continues to kill and harass Black people in Atlanta. Police do not need to receive pay raises during a global pandemic. Half of the country has been either laid off, furloughed, or received a pay cut. The police do not need any more protection in this society. The City of Atlanta Department of Law has deemed this action and this ordinance perfectly legal. So please vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill 20R 4068 and withhold funds from the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Meininger, and I come from the Cabbagetown neighborhood. During the zoning committee meeting, I urge you to have increased affordable housing as your top priority. Atlanta City Planning could greatly benefit from defunding at least $73 million from the police. This could easily be done by supporting and voting yes on Resolution 20R 4068, aka the Rayshard Brooks bill. I demand you do the bare minimum to take care of Atlanta citizens.
Hello, my name is Abby Holland, and I live in the West End area of Atlanta. I'm just calling to say that I need you guys to please vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill and Resolution 20R 4068, as spearheaded by councilpersons Jennifer Ide and Antonio Brown. Also, please vote to withhold the $73 million from the APD while the community works towards a new system of public safety. What we have in place right now is not working. The public is not satisfied with the work that is being done. It is not keeping us safe at all. And it's not effective. It's not effective, especially if you think about all of the many ways that the APD has to respond, and the time, the wait times, everything in terms of when you have a car accident versus when you have a break-in. We need different things and different types of people, different skills within our police department, or whatever we want to call it. So it's really important that you withhold the $73 million from APD while we, as a city, can work out a system that looks better and keeps all of its citizens safe. Now, this is not a major ask, and is in fact the least you can do while our police department receives pay raises during a global pandemic, while healthcare workers, some are absolute frontline workers in healthcare systems, teachers, and most other people, especially people who are underfunded, especially people of color, especially people in poor areas, they're suffering layoffs. And we can't make rent. We can't make our mortgages. I and many of my peers remain unemployed and remain to be unemployed up till potentially 2021. With this CARES Act ending this month, it's insane to me to see $73 million going towards a system and a department that very few people are pleased with the work that is coming out of it right now. It's a duty to listen to what people spent hours and hours of time last council meeting telling you guys about what we need. It's not right to defend a police department that has mistreated, harassed, and killed Black people and people of color in Atlanta for years. Now, a few city council members cited the legality of the bill last time, and that's false. The City of Atlanta Department of Law has deemed it legal, so the claim is simply untrue. So I hope that will not come up again in this meeting. I just want to say that while we appreciate what you do, your seat is up next year, and the whole city is watching. If we're in a really, really important time where we need to be making some large changes, some large structural changes.
Hi, my name is Isabel Namnam, and I'm a resident of Buckhead, Atlanta. I'm calling today to voice my support for the Rayshard Brooks bill and Resolution 20R 4068. I'm demanding that the budget is amended and this bill is funded and the $73 million of police funds are reallocated. It's frankly absurd that in a pandemic, health care services and COVID-19 testing sites are being slashed. That is horrific to see as a citizen. And the fact that APD are receiving budgetary raises just goes to show how the people of the city are not being prioritized. And it's moreover demoralizing as a citizen to see this take place on many different levels. So I'm asking that City Council, as representatives for the constituents, act on the needs of the constituents and not on the power of being reelected. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Nam, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, specifically Buckhead. I'm calling today to ask the council to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill in Resolution 20R4068 as spearheaded by Jennifer Ide and Antonio Brown. I'm asking that $72 million from the APD is withheld while we work towards a new system of public safety, because this is not frankly working for the community, and I'm not sure that it ever has, especially in a time where healthcare workers and teachers are suffering layoffs and furloughs, and the APD, in the midst of everything that has gone down in terms of police brutality, are receiving a budgetary raise that is absurd and demoralizing and frankly feels like a slap in the face to the people of Atlanta. So I'm asking that in order to truly represent the council and truly represent the city and take care of the people, that this resolution is passed. Thank you. Hi, my name is Casey Serrano, and I'm a constituent here in the Edgewood neighborhood of Atlanta, and I'm calling to say that I think that the City Council should unequivocally support the Rayshard Brooks bill. This bill is a great first step towards creating more equity and justice within our city, and specifically within the relationship between our city and the communities within it and the police department. There's no need for us to continue to give the Atlanta Police Department millions of dollars without seeing real change from them to help them better serve and protect our communities instead of just instilling fear. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Shannon Duffy. I'm a resident of the 5th District here in Fulton County, and I'm calling to express and urge you to pass the Rayshard Brooks bill and reallocate $73 million of police funds with the overall goal of eventually defunding the police here in Atlanta. Right now, the police are not an institution that creates safety. They create order, and they use any force that they deem necessary to do so. This is why people are being killed on the street, and it's not people killing people in this instance, it's police killing people. And I demand that you reallocate these funds, because the police should not be given more money. They should not be given any money to murder residents, regardless if they've committed a crime or not. And it's disgusting that you're allowing and funding the police and supporting an institution that has been murdering Black people in Atlanta. And I demand that instead the $73 million go to the community and go to individuals and actually be used to talk to and to collaborate with members of the community and community organizers in order to figure out exactly how justice could look in Atlanta, and how justice can look without using violence. Using violence against violence doesn't make any sense. And as council people who represent me and who represent everyone that I'm sure is calling you, I hope that you do your job and actually serve the people and listen to our demands, because people are dying. This is very serious, and the police should not be allowed to continue doing this.
Hi, my name is Miriam Gollum. I live in Canada Park. I'm calling about Resolution 20R4068. I'm calling to demand that you amend the budget and fund this bill. Additionally, reallocate the $73 million of police funds to defund the police.
Council members, my name is Dallas Dean, and I'm a resident of Capitol View in District 12. I'm calling today to say that I really appreciate the council's recent motion to increase funding for outreach and awareness campaigns. Emphasize that this is not enough. Reform alone will not fix our city's issue of over-policing, and there are more effective ways to lower crime that will actively benefiting the community with local services like childcare and after-school programs. I ask that you read the story of the Tangelo Park neighborhood in Orlando, a neighborhood that transformed from having a 25% graduation rate to nearly 100%. A neighborhood where crime was literally cut in half simply because they had access to free childcare and free public college after graduating high school. Think about how Atlanta could thrive if we invested even a quarter of the Atlanta Police Department's budget into initiatives like these. This is why we, the people, are demanding that you withhold $73 million from the APD while the community works toward a new system of public safety. This is the kind of motion this council needs to be passing, not more motion to increase raises for code enforcement officers who are already getting a raise, nickel and dime our poor communities to death when we're on the brink of unemployment and on the brink of economic collapse and COVID-related unemployment. I understand that the idea of a world without police sounds scary, but the idea is to transition over time to a community where we don't need as many police because we've already reduced the crime. Please support Councilpersons Ide and Brown's resolution 20R4068 and commit to the people of Atlanta that we will not be a follower, but a leader, like Los Angeles and like Minneapolis, in designing a better future for us all. Thank you.
My name's John Berry, live in Northwest Atlanta. I want to put in my opinion that we should not defund the police. I think actually the opposite should be true. We should increase funds of the police. We cannot have this unlawfulness going around. We need real leaders to step up and state the real data, not this emotional video, random. It's all just BS. State the data. Get the data from the police. You have it. It does not reflect poorly on our police department. Overall, they do a great job. Justice is always served if they do something wrong. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Melissa Morfione, and I am a resident of Atlanta. I want to let it be known that I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Defunding the police is going to increase violent crime, as we're already seeing, decrease family safety, and our property values. Businesses are going to flee the city to reduce overall tax base and bring community investment to a halt, just to name a few. If you could please consider this message very heartfelt. Defunding the police is not the answer. Thank you.
Hi, I'm voting not to defund the police as crime in Atlanta has gone through the roof already, and no mayor is responding to anything. Over the last 2 days, we've had 75 people shot, 72 cars stolen, looters at the shops of Buckhead and all over Bar Road. This is insane if you think it's a good idea to defund the police.
Yes, this is Amber Bloomston. I live in Atlanta in District 8, and I'm calling regarding the City Council meeting about the amendment to defund the police. We feel strongly that we do not support this. We do support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. We think that defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease property value, and chase businesses out of the city, and it will dramatically decrease the tax base. We had an incident happen in our neighborhood just a couple of nights ago. We're very concerned about the new protocols that allowed the police officer, or that did not allow the police officer to pull over the suspect who had put a gun in the face of one of our neighbors. We are concerned, and we do not support defunding the police. Thank you.
Hello, this is Patricia Inman calling. I'm a resident of Zone 2 Police Department in Atlanta. I'm calling to voice my concerns about defunding the police. Crime in Atlanta is out of control already. Property values are dropping. There's
talk of people not paying their property taxes because we're not getting what we pay for. Please, 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 stay strong. Do not defund our police. Don't let our city go in the trash. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ross Pounders. I've lived in Atlanta for 23 years. And referring to the aspect of defunding the police, I do not agree with that whatsoever. I think that decreasing the funding for police department will decrease property value. Business owners will be very scared to do business, and will actually decrease the tax base. This aspect is very frightening coming from, we've heard a lot in government not to make quick reactions, to actually have studies and make full responses and accurate responses. And I think doing something out of a whim has never, ever, or rarely turned out to be great. And coming from something that's very fresh and new, we need to educate ourselves on this with reform, not with defunding. If not more funding, to be able to educate not only the officers, but also the public as well, of how to not only the officers' reactions, but ours as well. So I really do not agree with the aspect of defunding the police department. I am a 23-year-old individual. I'm 23 years old, and I cannot tell you the countless amount of times in my 23 years that an officer, either federal, state, and or a municipality have come into my aid, both needing to teach me a lesson and also to help me when I needed some help. So I really, really believe that we really need to stay funding this police force as a young citizen of the great city of Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you so much, and God bless.
My name is Andrew Craig, and I support the police, and I do not want to defund anything. If anything, we ought to increase funding for police. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Jay Ferguson. I live in District 3. I'm calling in support of the council members who also support law enforcement. My thought is that changes to law enforcement and funding for law enforcement should only be made after very extensive studies and thoughtful debate and discussions occur, as opposed to a very quick decision that's made without proper studies and research conducted. I am very, very concerned that defunding Atlanta's police will decrease public safety, decrease property values for those who live in the impacted area, and would have an adverse impact and effect on businesses in the city as well. Thank you for your consideration of my comments, and have a good afternoon. Bye.
This is Eric Schoenberg. Do not defund the police. Don't defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Kyle. I'm in District 8. I am very against defunding police. I'm very scared to have the defunding of the police. I feel unsafe. It will decrease our safety. We live in District 8. I'm worried about our property value and, in general, just afraid. We support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement and will continue to do so. Please do not allow them to defund the police. If they do so, I will leave Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rob Armstrong. I'm a City of Atlanta resident and taxpayer. I live in District 7, represented by Howard Shook. I understand that there's going to be another vote taken on an amended resolution for the reimagination of the police department, otherwise known as defunding the APD. This is being pushed through by Antonio Brown and Jennifer Ide, I understand. It was voted down once before by 8 very brave council members, in my opinion, who have the wisdom and common sense to understand that Atlanta is already in a very tough position with staffing at very much of a low and morale being a low point as well. Defunding the police is a terrible idea. Crime is not going to take a vacation while all these social programs are figured out. Atlanta is not Mayberry. I want you to understand that. Atlanta is a very complex city and can be a very dangerous place, as we see on the nightly news daily. And I think really all you have to do is watch the news and watch the escalations in violence and shootings that have occurred. I find it ironic that Antonio Brown was the councilman calling the APD to ask for a dead body to be removed from his district street. A police officer had not showed up yet, and that's with the funding that we already have. How do you think that's going to work when you go to defund the APD? Hope that the same ache stands strong and defeat this amendment. Thank you.
This is Kendrick Williams. I just wanted to say that I definitely support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I strongly believe that we should not defund the police. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease property value. It's actually very, very concerning and very, very scary. I highly support our Atlanta policemen. They have put themselves in harm's way repeatedly, and I am a very concerned citizen that would think that we would not back the police up, for protecting our citizens. So I just wanted to say that. And if any, decisions need to be made, I think they need to have thoughtful consideration and extensive study before making them. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
1, 3, 7, 8. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www.
My name is Suzanne Purcell, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta in District 9. I'm calling to say that I stand with and support our great law enforcement in the city of Atlanta. I also support and appreciate the 8 council members, including mine, who are fighting to keep our city safe, support our law enforcement, and voted against the ordinance to withhold $73 million of the Atlanta Police Department's budget. Defunding police will increase violent crime, which we're already seeing, decrease safety in the community, which we're already seeing, decrease our property values, cause businesses and residents to flee the city, and reduce our overall tax base. Many of the 7 who supported this ordinance to defund the police are the youngest and most inexperienced on the city council. Any changes to funding need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion. We don't need knee-jerk reactions. Again, I support and appreciate the 8 council members who voted against this ordinance. Stay strong. Don't let the threats and bullying by many who don't even live in the state sway your vote. Thank you.
This is Michael Delaney, citizen of Atlanta, with a message to the City Council, imploring you to not remove funding from the police department at a time where we need to keep peace.
Hi, my name is Amanda Coleman. I'm part of District 8. I want to call and express my great support for the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I do not want to defund the police. I think any changes that you would make need to be done after there have been extensive studies and thoughtful discussion, and that has not yet been done. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are not wise, and they usually have lots of unintended consequences. If you defund the police, that will decrease public safety, decrease property value, decrease income to the city of Atlanta. It'll cause businesses to leave, and you will just have a much lower tax base. I stand in support of Stacey Malzahite, my representative, and all those who voted to keep the police. They are an intricate part. Since they have not been allowed to do their job, there's been lots of horrible crime in our city, and I've heard lots of people, wanting to move their businesses away from Atlanta and leave the city. And I know you don't want that. Thank you so much.
I'm encouraging the council to please continue to fund the police department at full budget. I am not in favor of the defund the police at all. I think in the name of public safety, we need the police that we do have, if not more. So I favor funding the police. My name is Arnold Dill, 1304 Bowler Court, Northwest Atlanta, 30327. Lived in the city for almost 50 years.
Hello, my name is Annelle Barnett, and I am a resident of Atlanta. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Reducing the funding of our police force is a horrible idea, as we've seen crime, including shootings and murders, skyrocket over the past few weeks, with officers calling in sick because they're scared for their lives. I want my taxpayer dollars to go to protecting our city, and the key to that is maintaining police funding. Thank you.
Hello, Richard Morgan, resident of the city of Atlanta and the Buckhead community. Hoping that City Council does not vote to defund the police. We need to spend more time and study this action before it's put to a vote. Would highly recommend to put more time and effort into studying the repercussions of defunding and would support more time, but defunding anytime in the near future is not the right answer. Thank you.
Hi, this is Melinda Wilson. I'm calling from 650 Peachtree Battle Avenue, Northwest, Atlanta, 30327. That's District 8, and I am calling in support of the Atlanta Police Department and in support of those 8 council members who voted against defunding the police. I don't believe that any changes should be made at this point until there's been enough study and discussion. Defunding the police is going to do nothing but increase crime and increase the vulnerability of the good citizens of Atlanta, as well as property value, and chasing businesses away. So I am not in favor of defunding the police. I appreciate those council members who voted against this. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Patrick King, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I wanted to implore the council not to defund the police, to stand with law enforcement and the council members who are fighting to keep our city safe. And I fear that if the police are defunded, not only will we have businesses and talented people no longer willing to support our city, but in fact that we will have existing businesses and people who could have prospects other cities leave our city. So again, I ask the council, please do not defund our police department. Thank you.
Hi, this is Mary Elizabeth Ellenberg. I'm in District 6, and I'm calling to let you know that I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I support our law enforcement, and any changes made in our law enforcement need to be done after extensive studies and certainly thoughtful discussion. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have many unintended consequences. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, will decrease property value, will chase businesses out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. I'm also a licensed real estate broker in the state of Georgia and have been for over the last 15 years, and I've seen over 122 houses hit the market for sale in my district in the last 14 days. I live in District 6, and I would like to strongly encourage you to support our law enforcement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Matthews. I am calling in support of the 8 city council members who chose to vote not to defund the Atlanta Police Department. I'm in in full support of our police officers that put their necks on the line every day. I respect the city council. I respect the police officers. And I ask that we all respect one another. The anarchy that would ensue from not having police is not the kind of city that I want to live in. And I've lived my whole entire life here. I appreciate getting the opportunity to state my opinion that I, again, am in support of the 8 community council members who have voted to keep the police and keep their funding. Thank you.
This is Mildred Smith. I live in District 8 in Fulton County, and I am calling to express my concerns and why we should definitely not defund the police. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our wonderful law enforcement, and any changes made need to be done only after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion have been completed, because last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have many unintended consequences. If you defund the police, it will decrease our public safety, it will decrease property values, it will chase businesses out of the city, and it will dramatically decrease the tax base. Please do not do this. Thank you.
My name is Penny LeClaire. I'm a proud Atlantan. I've always loved Atlanta. We moved here 10 years ago to this area. I want to ask support. I do not want the bill passed to defund the police. I want to call in support of the members of the council that are trying to block defunding the police. And I do not want our city to look like Minneapolis or to be unsafe for us to come in to visit, as we do frequently. Thank you very much.
James Richter, R-I-C-H-T-E-R. I live in District 8. I'm calling regarding the amendment to defund police. I want to say that I think we should not defund. I think that I support the council members who have already stood in support of our law enforcement. I think if we do make changes, it needs to be very well thought out as opposed to a quick reaction. I think that our police are honorable and provide safety, and that safety provides not only an environment that I want to live in, but also improves our property values and provides for businesses. And anything that we do to defund the police and to order them not to do their jobs is short-sighted and a bad choice. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Pulford, and I am calling. I understand that you guys voted for, and I'm assuming that you guys did not put together a meeting where the public can come in to defund the police. I think this is absolutely ludicrous to be able to withhold money from the police department and then somehow try to figure out how the other citizens are going to be protected. I think it's absolutely ludicrous, and I'm angry as hell that you did this vote without going to having a public hearing on it, more importantly, and that you're giving into the people that are riding out there and all that stuff, and not paying attention to the folks that pay the taxes to the city.
Hi, this is Sarah Hildyard. I'm living in the city limits of Atlanta in historic Brookhaven. I am very concerned about the defunding of the police in the Atlanta city or even Fulton County area. This is all but ridiculous. It would cause mayhem. I am very much so against defunding the police department. I never thought I would even think this would even be a subject to anybody. We need our police. Yes, there's some things that need to be changed, but that's in anything. Please do not vote to defund the Atlanta police. I am a high-paying taxpayer, and I am very concerned about our not having the proper police protection. Again, this is Sarah Hildyard.
I live in historic Brookhaven in the city limits of Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
Hi, this is Tom Pritchard. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta and would like to encourage the council under no circumstances to defund the police. It's a crazy idea, and all it's going to do is result in the most vulnerable people in Atlanta being the victims of more crime. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Maria Chandler. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to urge City Council to support the police and not to defund our police, to back the blue. I believe you can fix the abuses that are maybe within the police department. By defunding the police, you are really changing Atlanta into a city like Detroit, not the beautiful, wonderful city that it is. We need to keep working hard to continue to make everything good in our city. So please back the police. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Garvin, and I serve on the advisory board of 8 Atlanta, which is one of the largest HOPWA providers in the city. We provide access to stable housing for hundreds of people living with HIV. And as of today, the city of Atlanta owes our agency over $500,000 for January through April of 2020. We also have not received executed contracts for the 2020 to 2022 grant year, which were promised to be provided by June. We're hoping that we can either receive our contracts or our executed budget extensions before July 31st in order to avoid a major housing catastrophe for our 150 members. If we do not receive updated contracts, we'll be unable to pay rent for our clients on the TDRA program after July 31st. We're calling on the City Council to ensure that the Department of Grants and Community Development at the City of Atlanta reimburses 8 Atlanta and all HOPWA funded agencies for past due invoices and provide contracts or approved extension requests for agencies immediately to avoid a homelessness crisis in the city. 8 Atlanta and countless other providers continue to face delays in contracts and payment reimbursements. It is causing significant hardships on the financial stability of our organizations and constantly threatens service interruption to hundreds of HIV-positive people who are in need. The contracting and reimbursement process must once and for all be rectified and improved. The contracting and reimbursement process must be rectified and improved so that the needed funds can be used to assist those in our community most at risk for homelessness and poor health outcomes as a result of unstable housing. Thank you. So,
my name is Karen Hudson. I'm calling as a concerned citizen of the city of Atlanta, where I've lived for almost 5 decades, and I am very concerned about the possibility of defunding our police department, and I am calling to voice my opinion about that. I would hope that you would highly reconsider and not defund the police department. I know there's many council members that are leaning that way. Ridiculous, stupid, and absolutely unbelievable. Thank you. This is Denise Nyberg. Please, please, please show me that you are in fact honored to serve me by not voting to defund the police. Please do not defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jane Reed Tidwell at 4620 Club Valley Drive, Atlanta 30319. I'm calling in concern about upcoming votes to defund the Atlanta police. I think we can all get behind studies on the use of police force and how it should thus be structured, but we can't do an automatic defunding of the police without understanding what are the better options and so forth. So please consider this for the upcoming vote. We need to keep law and order and our citizens safe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alice, and I'm a resident of Atlanta. I want you
to know that I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. We are in a real crisis in Atlanta, and our police have never felt so demoralized, and I am very concerned. I am a Grady-trained doctor who is taking care of some of the poorest in our city. And I feel like I'm in a unique position to understand that the poorest in our city suffer more than anyone. And if you continue with this push to defund the police, it's going to be the poorest in our city that suffer. It's always that way, and they are the ones that are not protected. Yes, we in Buckhead, I live in Buckhead, we are definitely overrun with crime right now. The police are not able to respond to 911 calls. Most of the time, the 911 calls are not even being answered. I know this myself because my car was attacked at the intersection of Peachtree and Lenox Road. The young children running just in and out of traffic. It's a tremendous danger. I'm a pediatrician, and I'm so concerned about those children and who is behind putting them out there. I don't think it's just some entrepreneurial spirit. I believe that there are more evil motivations behind what those kids are doing, and I think it's adults that are pulling the strings there. Nevertheless, the police tell me that they are not allowed to respond. I appreciate you listening. And please don't defund the police.
My name is Mitzi Lau. I am a 30-year resident of Atlanta, and I stand with law enforcement and 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. I do not want the city of Atlanta and the city council to vote to defund police. It will only increase violent crime, as we've already seen. It will decrease every family's safety in our city. It will decrease our property values, cause businesses to leave, and reduce our overall tax base. We need to keep the police in force, and we need to back them up and protect them because they are the ones that protect us in the end. So please do not defund the police department. It would be absurd, and it will cost the city invaluable resources. So again, please do not defund the police. And again, my name is Mitzi Lau, and I'm a 30-year resident of the city of Atlanta. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Mark Rushi. I live in District 8. I'm calling to emphasize how strongly I feel that we should not defund our police department. I support the 8 council members who support our law enforcement efforts. Any changes that need to be made ought to occur only after extensive studies and lengthy discussions. Quick, knee-jerk decisions and reactions are not wise at all and will often have unintended consequences. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, property values, and threaten businesses in our city. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is James Grace, and just like to make a few comments about the vote to be taken on July 6th about defunding the police. I mean, there are a lot of positive things that we can do in the city, but we don't need to be voting this soon on defunding the police. Maybe we can vote on a study and have some dialogue on the matter involving everybody, and then make a decision. Let's just not go off and make decisions that we might be sorry we made. I just don't see why we would want to do something like that. Anyway, my advice would be to support the council members who currently stand in support of our law enforcement officers. Thanks for listening. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Scott Akers. I live in the Buckhead section of Atlanta, and I was calling to ask the commission to please not defund the police department. I'm afraid that it would be very unwise to do so, and I can assure you that many of the people in Buckhead would not feel good about paying their real estate taxes if they're not getting the security of the police. And we would appreciate you not defunding the police department and not encourage the commission to reject that idea. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Sheila Cavett. I was wondering if my daughter is going out of town and she needs to park her vehicle at my location here in Midtown. Will her car get towed? I don't want it to get towed, so that's my concern. My number is 470-505-7144. Thank you, and I'll wait for someone to call me back, I guess, or keep digging for more information so I can speak to a human. God bless. Be safe during the holidays.
Hi, my name is Kevin Williams. I live in Pine Hills in Buckhead, zip code 30324. Calling to voice my support for the 8 city council members who voted against defunding the police. I would encourage you all to take your time before you're taking any such drastic actions. Any actions that need to be taken need to be thoughtful, well thought out actions to reform anything to do with our police. Defunding our police in the city alone will do nothing besides create chaos, decrease our safety, drive businesses out of our city, drive people out of our city, decreasing our property values. We need our police. And for any of you to make a decision so quickly without thought, look at what's going on in New York. We need our police. So I would encourage you all to think about that. Without a police, I just purchased a nice home in Buckhead. Without police, I'm moving. My tax dollars are gone. I pay $10,000 a year in taxes, property taxes. I'm out of here. So I would very much encourage you all to think about what these 8 city council members that have voted against it, standing up for our rights as citizens. We are the silent majority. We support the blue line. We support our police. Thank you for considering my thoughts. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew Dolan. I'm a resident of Atlanta, and I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. I do not feel that this is the time to defund the police. It is a dangerous slope, and I think that if we go down that road and we take away their ability to do their job, we will all be the poorer for it, and we'll be wondering about the chaos that we live. Please, please do not do this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lynn Riddle, R-I-D-D-L-E. My husband John and I want to support the 8 council members who support law enforcement and do not want to defund the police. This should not be done hastily. A decision like this needs to have extensive studies. I think it'll decrease safety, property value, businesses will lead, and people will move, decreasing the tax base. Please do not defund the police. Thank you. We're in 8 district, council 8 district. Bye.
My name is Susan Burton, and I'm calling to support the 8 council members who voted in favor of law and order in Atlanta. This is why we should not defund the police department. And I repeat, not defund the police department. Defunding police will decrease public safety. It will decrease property values. It will chase businesses out of the city and keep businesses from coming. And it will decrease the tax base. Please do not defund the police department. Thank you for your service, and thank you for considering my message. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Reggie Provo. I am a resident of Atlanta. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Pointing out that only 500 people out of 500,000 voted the youngest, most inexperienced, loudest member of the council into this position, Antonio Brown. We need the wisdom and leadership, not emotional inexperience.
The serving council members ignoring the safety of $500,000 for the screens of $500 will be voted out because there is complete disregard for public safety. Defunding the police will increase violent crime, as we already are seeing, decrease our family safety, decrease our property values, cause businesses to flee the city, reduce our overall tax base, and bring communities and investments to a halt, just to name a few. I definitely will support the police and stand with them. It is a safety issue with our community and with our neighborhoods, as we're already seeing. Black on black crimes, white on white crimes, black on black crimes, black on white. It's all over. We need to support our police. Defunding is going to do nothing good for the city. Thank you.
Hello, this is Chris Mullen. I'm a resident of Zone 2, and I'm appalled to think that the council is thinking of defunding $1 of the police budget. That's nonsense. It's idiotic. We cannot be following this radical communities, such as being done in New York, Seattle, and the like. We're better than that, and we cannot, I repeat, not defund the police who are obviously providing an invaluable service. Bad apple doesn't spoil the entirety of the police department. Let's be sensible.
Hello, my name is Eva Whitaker, and I am calling to voice my opinion about defunding the police. I absolutely do not believe that the police should be defunded. I do believe we need major structural changes, and I do understand the rage, the outrage, and the pain that a lot of incidents have caused in our community. However, to not have police protecting us, looking out for us, is crazy in my opinion. And I will not feel comfortable going outside, shopping, or walking, or anything if I don't feel like I would be able to call on a police officer in a time of need. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Lisa Loudermilk Begolian. I am District 8, and I am calling to please ask that the council do not vote to defund the police. I feel this will make our city very unsafe. People will move out of the city. Businesses will leave. Our tax base will go down. This could be completely tragic for the whole city, and everybody will feel very unsafe. It's dangerous. People are taking up arms and defending themselves and their homes, and it will turn the city into a war zone. Please do not vote to defund our police. We can do a very careful study and root out any police that are not worthy of the office. But so many policemen are nice, wonderful people, and they have no other option but to leave the city and go to other places. This would be a tragedy. So please vote to keep our policemen funded. Thank you.
This is Richard Maddox, M-A-D-D-O-X, and I'm calling with a comment regarding the defunding of the police force. That is a very bad idea. I am not for it, and I want the council to not take the action to defund the police. Defunding will decrease safety, not increase it. It will have adverse effect on property values. It will chase businesses out of our city, and in the long run, decrease our tax base, where the criminals will even take more effect. I live in District 8, and I strongly oppose the idea of defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Please record this message with Mr. Mazzoli and other city council representatives. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Tyrone John. I live in the Sweet Auburn area of downtown Atlanta. I've been here for about 3 years, and I'm definitely against defunding the police. I believe that defunding the police is really bad in the sense that it won't provide. Hey there. Hey, how you doing? Yes, yeah, just on East Side Street.
My name is John Walter. I would like
strongly recommend to the council that they do not defund or reduce the budget of the Atlanta Police Force. Thanks for your consideration. John Walton.
Susan Hodson. And I would like to say that I believe the police officers deserve more money than they make, and they deserve the respect of this city. Thank you.
I'm an Atlanta resident, and I just felt it was very important to call in and just be heard on this issue. I feel as though there's a lot of divisive things going on right now, and what we really need to be doing instead of just talking about defunding outright is to actually put things in place where officers, council members, the general public can come together and actually have meaningful dialogue. Deciding to try to defund the police and trying to hide away money in some secret account or separate account is all that's doing is taxing one half of the problem. That while we're trying to actually talk about doing this, how about we actually think about the reforms instead of just arguing about where money is placed? So please bring us all together so we can all talk and all have our voices heard, so we can understand each other and everyone's position. Being a public servant, we're supposed to be neutral and detached. Let us all just be neutral and detached and come together as one so we can make this city a better place. Thank you.
My name is David Burke. I'm calling in reference to defunding the police. Why are we defunding the police? We need the police. Why don't we do something even better and defund the city council, which is overinflated? Why do we have 15 council members and one council president does absolutely nothing except referee a meeting? Why do we have 3 at-large posts? How come other cities the same size, for example, Sacramento, California, only has 7 council people and we have 16 total? Why do we have such an inflated budget with these council members? It's very annoying to spend all that money to get nothing. I mean, Bankhead Highway, it looks like Bankhead Highway for the last 30 years that I've lived here. It looks like a war zone. The rest of Bankhead Highway and Joseph Lowry and English Avenue and Kennedy, they're still selling heroin 40 years down the road. I mean, why are we paying council members? Nothing's getting done. The major achievement over there has been the bridge that goes over Northside Drive, from Northside Drive to Mercedes-Benz. You call that a $15 or $16 million achievement? I call that garbage. Thank you.
My name is Roland Jones. I'm calling for you guys not to defund the Atlanta Police Department.
Hi, yes, my name is Summer Benton. I actually work and I live both in the city of Atlanta. I actually live in District 1. I just wanted to leave a message saying that I do not believe that the police should be defunded at all. If you look at the crime stats now, they're off the charts. And that's because the officers don't feel that the citizens and the government have their back. And 99% of these officers work very, very hard to do an amazing job for us as a citizen. And I support them 100%. In any profession, you're going to have some bad apples. But I have had nothing but amazing dealings with the Atlanta Police Department, and I am 100% against defunding them. I truly believe that if we do defund them, our crime will go up, businesses and tourism will go down, and I urge you to please do not defund the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Councilman. I am Blanche Holmes. I am the City of Atlanta employee. I'm calling because I think it would be a very drastic move to defund the police department. Yes, a lot of mistakes have been made on both the police as well as the civilians, but overall we have some very good, professional, God-fearing police officers. Please think hard and long if you choose to defund the police department at this time, because it will have long-range difficulty and very bad precedents being set. Again, think it over real strongly, and may God bless you all with this most terrible time we're going through. Keep your minds focused and be as objective as you can. I know it's subjective to subject matter, and that is also affecting us emotionally because we have people's lives taken. Please think it over thoroughly and just implement guidelines that will help keep everybody in check, as well as be able to see what's going on in a more transparent way. Have a blessed day, and thank you.
My name is Evelyn Shields. I live and work in the city of Atlanta, and I want to say that defunding the police would be the most counterproductive thing the city council can do for the city, as well as the surrounding areas, as well as the Black population. Defunding the police will take away businesses, which will harm jobs, which will hurt livelihoods. Even for the police officers that you guys want to defund, it will hurt them as well. With no law enforcement, there will be no structure. Crime is already high in the city, and crime will only continue to go up once there is a public display of defunding the police campaign. Defunding the police is not what we should do. Instead, we should require better training for our officers, more community policing, more Black and brown officers that want to do the right thing. So do not defund the police.
My name is, I'm in Atlanta, so it's been going on Northside Drive. My name is Hugh Inman Allen, and I'm calling about in support of the 8 council members who stand in support of our law enforcement. They're not insane. Anybody that wants to decrease the funding law officers, they just are out of touch with reality. Decreasing law enforcement will do nothing but cause more damage, and it's very significant that making a big issue about the defunding. So I support the 8 council members who stand in support of our law enforcement, and please don't make any quick decisions just because it's a politically proper thing to do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Marissa Hubley. I work at Atlanta Airport at Columbus. I've been there for 3 years. To lose health care insurance, to lose the $600 for unemployment is not fair. A lot of families will go hungry. Some people will not be able to feed their family. Some families will not be able to pay their rent. Keisha Lance Bobby, we know you have the power to help us because the city of Atlanta has given millions of dollars to rent relief and to the other companies of airports. We invite you to come conversate with us, the Atlanta workers, on July the 10th and on Zoom. Thank you. Have a great day.
Jason Trombley. I live and work in Atlanta. I think it is crazy to defund the police. Sometimes my neighborhood sounds like a war zone with the guns being shot off. We need more funding for more police, not less. Please stand your ground and do not give in to the naive, misguided, and inexperienced proposal of Councilman Brown. Thank you for your service and have a safe day.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne Edwin. I'm a host at the Atlanta International Airport for a company called HMS Hope. I've been with the airport for about 4 years now. I'd like to express my concerns when the $600 federal unemployment ends on July 31st. The first sacrifice for me is something simple as a cell phone bill. I'm here, of course, here in Atlanta. I have a grown son that's in Florida, working, and something simple as keeping my cell phone bill on, or groceries for myself, among other bills that I have to keep on and pay for to keep me going. Ms. Bottoms, we know you have the power to help us because the city of Atlanta has given millions of dollars for rent relief for the companies at the airport. And we would like to invite you to come conversate with us on July 10th. Thank you, and you have a great day.
Hi, my name is Linda Harris. I work at the Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson Airport for Aries. I've been there 5 years working at specialty stores as a clerk. To me, losing my health insurance right now means my immediate issues as far as high blood pressure and arthritis. I'm going to lose my medication on a daily basis. Those illnesses do not go away because my insurance is stopped. When the $600 federal unemployment money ends on July 31st, the first sacrifice I will have to make is my medication. Mayor Bottom, you know you have the power to help us. Because of City Council, the City of Atlanta has given millions of dollars of rent relief to the companies at the airport. You are invited to come to a conversation with your airport workers on July 10th at around 2:30. Thank you and have a great day. Linda Harris, area code 678-663-5072.
Yes, my name is Thomas Marnell. My councilwoman representative is Madeline Archibald, and I'm calling to express my concern and my support for not defunding police or making radical changes in police funding at this time. And my primary reason for that is I think that any decision like this should be more thought out and more opportunities for debate and understanding provided. I know that we have a lot of issues facing us in social change. I totally disagree with the idea of scapegoating the police as far as funding issues. I think that we are all working together to find other solutions. So I am in favor of not defunding the police. Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jabria Turner. I work at Echo in Atlanta Airport. I worked there for 5 years. Losing my insurance during a pandemic is very frustrating, especially if I get sick. I have to come out of my pocket with my own funds. Mayor Bottoms, we know you have the power to help us. I'm inviting you to come to a conversation with your airport workers on July 10th. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Sherry Lizendy. Howard Shook is our representative. And I'm calling to state my absolute support for funding our police department. Our family is horrified by the amount of crime, the way it has escalated in the past few weeks. We are very invested in this community. We have 3 children in 3 different schools. I'm a teacher. We're members of a church in the area. But we are considering leaving because we are so discouraged by how violent and horrible the crime has been recently, and no one's even addressing it. I don't see Mayor, Bottoms addressing this on the news anywhere. The last thing we need is to defund our police. Now, y'all want to do something to help the homeless with a different program? I think that's fantastic. But our police need absolutely the best training, the best pay, so we can have the best candidates. Otherwise, you're going to lose your tax-paying, everyday citizens who are just trying to go about their business. They're law-abiding. Again, I absolutely support the 8 councilmen who voted to keep our police funded. Please, can you please do so as you voted originally? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janicia Marbury, and I'm in fear of losing the $600 federal unemployment. My money ends in July 31st of this year. And the first sacrifice I will have to make is I may not be able to pay my rent next month. I'll be able to buy groceries for me and my 2 children. So, Mayor Bottoms, we know you have all the power in your hands for this city to help us. Atlanta has given millions of dollars in rent relief to these companies, big corporations, and specifically at the airport. And we are inviting you to come and have a conversation with us airport workers on July 10th. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hello, my name is Stanley Thompson, and I am calling about the City Council meeting July the 6th that is going to have a vote on an amendment to defund the police. And I want to say that I'm opposed to that. I think that I want to support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes that need to be made, they need extensive studies and thoughtful discussion before any actions are taken. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have many unintended consequences. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease property value, chase business out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. We're already substantially burdened by taxes, as in the area of District 7, where I live, pays a disproportionate amount of the cost of operating the city, but we do not get the support that we pay for from the city. So I would appreciate if we would take this into consideration and vote and vote to oppose defunding the police. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Michael Kleinfeld. I'm an employee at the Atlanta Airport with arms. I've been there for 4 years, and at this time, I'm afraid about losing my health insurance. I'm a physio guy that needs my insurance. So, Mayor Baldwin, if you would please, you have the power to help us. Because the city of Atlanta gets millions of dollars for the lease to the airport. So we're going to invite you for an open conversation with the airport employees on July 10th. So please join us. Thank you, and you have a good day.
Yes, my name is Marie McAdams, and I live in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County. And please, please do not vote to defund the police. This is just out of the question. I'm all for retraining, trying some new things, but please do not take away funding from our police force. I beg you. Thank you. That's my comment.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Tisha Lance. My name is Rodney Watts. I work for Hartsfield-Jackson Airport with Unite Here. I've been at the airport for 10 years. This pandemic is very scary. But as of June 4th, this bottom, we have no insurance. And the company, one of the company, HMS Host, that got the bailout money for the relief, they doing nothing for the employees, and I'm a type 2 diabetic, and I apologize for calling you, you know what I'm saying? But this is very urgent, because right now they're not helping us with the insurance. So a lot of workers that work at Hartsfield-Jackson, one of the biggest airports around, is suffering with no health insurance. This Keisha Lance Bottom, on July the 10th, we're going to have a town hall meeting on Zoom. And we're asking you, we're begging you to hear us, because we really need you. Because you have the power to make these companies that took that rent money rent-free to help the employees, because we made Hartsfield-Jackson what it is. It was the employee, it was the associate, it wasn't the company, it was the people that work for the company. We're asking you at July the 10th at 2:30, would you please be on the line with us? Just hear us, Ms. Bottom. We love you, I support you, but you have that power to make these companies help the employees. Thank you. You have a blessed day.
Hi, my name is Michael Stickwick. I am calling in regards to defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I've been a 20-year resident of the Atlanta city, and for you to talk about defunding our police department, which is in dire need of training, they need equipment, and they need additional resources, to get into this mob mentality, to try to defund our officers who put their lives on the line working apart. Please do not defund the police department. Please work with the police department and stop listening to this mob mentality. It's sickening, it's dividing, and it is not helping us. Thank you. Y'all have a blessed day. And please back our officers.
How you doing, Mayor Bob? My name is Anthony Simon. I'm a cook at the airport. I've been there for 5 years. So I was losing my health care insurance right now. It means I have to make sacrifices. And it's either my health care or my bills. And once this $600 a weekend, I'm really going to have to sacrifice. And we're asking you to sit back and talk about it and work this thing out. Thank you once again. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Herbert Matthews. I am a Atlanta resident of 26 years, and I'm calling to voice my support for the 8 city council members that voted not to defund the Atlanta City Police Department. Any idea of defunding this police department will do nothing but lower the standard of living, quality of life, and pursuit of happiness for all citizens within the city of Atlanta. It also has the potential to lower property values and bring those into our city who do nothing but create harm, do damage to business, and ruin lives. Any idea or any explanation of defunding the police department or handcuffing them in any way that they cannot do their job not only risks lives, it also risks the pursuit of happiness and the ability to live comfortably and safely within the city of Atlanta. I implore all city commissioners, city council members, and anyone within a position of power within the city to rethink any idea of defunding or allowing our police department to not be supported in any way that they cannot do their job. I also implore the city council members to take under consideration a vote of no confidence under the City of Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom due to her complete disregard and abandonment of our city police officers and anyone in a position of power that thought otherwise to keep them supported. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration on these matters.
My name is Ted Cobb, and I work and live in the city of Atlanta, and I do not stand with law enforcement. I really feel like there should be a fund of police so we can distribute those funds to the appropriate departments. Again, I do not believe in police brutality or inequality for any citizen of the United States. I do not stand with law enforcement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Fasina. I work in the airport as a cook. And now I don't have any health care. I'm confused. And I'm afraid. I don't know what to do. But I'd like to ask your assistance in standing up to these companies. We need our health care. There's so many of us that are in a whole lot worse off shape than I am. And I don't even know how they're going to make it without their health care. Some are on dialysis, some are on chemo, some have sickle cell. How are they going to even maintain?
Hey, Miss Mayor. This is Rick Van James. I work at the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson, and I would love for you to come to our town hall meeting because we want to talk about our having our health insurance, keeping our health insurance, and also the $600. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Bottoms. My name is April Williams. I work for HMS Host, at the airport. I've been there for 17 years, and I'm calling on behalf of me losing my health insurance benefit. Also, I'm calling about wanting to invite you to have a conversation with the airport workers on July the 10th. And thank you, and you have a great day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Victoria Mayfield. I work at HMS Host in Atlanta Airport. To me, losing my health insurance right now means me not being able to go to the doctor when I need to, me not being able to get my medication because I have that asthma and I need to go to the doctor regularly. And also, the $600 unemployment money is on July the 1st. Sacrifice I would have to make is I would not be able to pay my rent because I would be only making so much. I have 2 kids, meaning I would not be able to provide for them the way that I can. Mayor Bottoms, we know you have the power to help us because the city of Atlanta has given millions of dollars of rent relief to pay companies at the airport. You are invited to come to a conversation with your airport workers on July 10th. Thank you and have a great day.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bottoms. This is Ashley Williams. I have worked at your Atlanta airport for over 9 years. I'm calling because when the $600 federal unemployment money ends on July 31st, the first sacrifice I will have to make is deciding which essential bill will get paid and which one will not. Mayor Bottoms, we know you have the power to help us because the city of Atlanta has given millions of dollars of rent relief to the companies at the airport. You are invited to come to a conversation with your airport workers on July 10th. Hope to see you there. Thank you and have a great day.
This is Tim. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Make no mistake, those council members who are in support of this funding are ignoring the safety of the citizens of Atlanta and may be voted out of office once the citizens of Atlanta realize that they are no longer safe in the city they work and live in. Defunding the police will undoubtedly increase violent crimes. Property values will drop and the spread of crime throughout the city will drive businesses to close and move outside of the city. Tourism in the city will also decrease. Let's face it, no one wants to invest in a city that is overrun with crime and a demoralized police department. Officers will be ill-equipped to deal with these challenges due to the lack of funding and the lack of support from our elected officials. Let's not be swayed into making a knee-jerk reaction because people are yelling to defund the police. They want the city to cave into their demands so that the city can fall into one. They don't want to live by the rules that were put in place to protect our citizens, children, and property. This became very clear in the recent weeks of looting and destruction of businesses and lives. Is this how you want to live? Is this how you want our children to live? Not knowing when they will become a victim because you reduce the number of officers on the streets due to defunding. The message that defunding sends to people is that the law and order do not matter. Funding is not the answer. It is the creation of a problem that will grow over time. When the police and the communities work as one, great things can be accomplished.
Hello, my name is Debbie Hall, and I've been working for HMS Host for almost 2 years. I have recently lost my health care insurance, and I'm very worried that when I get sick, I will not know what to do. I know that you have the power to help me and the airport workers because the City Hall has given millions of dollars for rent for airport companies' lease. I think that you should make them pay for their workers' health care. And also inviting to join us in this conversation on a Zoom town hall meeting that we are having July the 10th at 2:30. Thank you.
My name is Tanya Alejandro Ussery. I work in D.C. However, I was a City of Atlanta police officer for 6.5 years. This is a great department. It does not need to be defunded. This department has worked miracles for the Atlanta Police Department and the whole city as one. Please do not defund them. They're great officers. One person does not mean that you have to get rid of everybody. Please do not.
I'm David Cannab. I'm an Atlanta resident, and I work mostly in the city. I'm outraged at the mere thought of defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Every day I see the news, I see robberies, carjackings, shootings, etc. Approximately 80 people have been shot in the city within the last month, not by police. Actions of city leaders, to include the mayor and the DA, have been completely disgusting and cowardice. The police department has already been beaten down for political gain, and now we have to discuss whether or not to defund it. You continually use the police in your political games, but for once we would like to see you truly support the police and support a safe environment. Even if you don't agree with current laws or policies, that doesn't mean these officers that are being persecuted have done anything wrong. If you believe they need to be trained better or differently, that costs money. If you need new or better equipment, that costs money. If you need more or better personnel, that costs money. Taking away from an organization that you want to perform under what is already an almost hostile environment is not the answer. Why do you think officers are leaving at an alarming rate, and other areas are gladly hiring them? In most cases, those other jurisdictions hiring our officers are already safer than Atlanta. If you're okay with this, if you think defunding the police is the answer, then you obviously prioritize your political gains ahead of the safety of the people in Atlanta. And for that, there will be no forgiveness. Businesses and people will leave for a safer environment, and people like me will devote their time to making sure you are all voted out of office to be replaced by people who actually care about the safety of Atlanta.
Hello, my name is Shirley Lewis. I've been with HMSO for 6 years. As the pandemic has made an effect with the whole company, I have lost my healthcare insurance on June 4th. I am also a sickle cell patient, and I have different needs, and I have different medications that I don't get, I cannot afford. And with the company has been giving very much, I would say, money for the company to stay afloat, we're still not able to keep our health insurance. With other companies are keeping their health insurance and being extended to December. If they can please see if they can do something about this, I would really, really appreciate it. Because it's hard out here right now to keep insurance and paying out the pocket with unemployment money that we don't use for everything.
Hello, my name is Robert Sims, and I live in the city of Atlanta. I want to make a comment for us defunding the police. I think it's a bad idea. I appreciate the members of council that actually stood and fought for this. I've been living in the city of Atlanta for about 14 years. I moved here because of the progressive matter that Atlanta has been in the last 20 plus years. I think it's going to be a very difficult city if somehow we don't have as many the law enforcement that we have, or the amount of officers. I heard about officers quitting and all that stuff. So I just want to support these guys. I know it's a hard job. I couldn't do it. So all you guys couldn't do it. You have to be a certain type of person to run towards bullets when you're flying, or even going into certain situations. So I just support these guys, and I know it's a tough job. So I figured my first and only time to voice my opinion. But hello, my name is John Seprin. I live in Atlanta, in Buckhead, and I stand with law enforcement. I feel extremely strongly about supporting the 8 council members who are fighting to keep the city safe, and by giving the well-deserved raises to police officers. We want more green for more blue. I feel so strongly about this. I want to be sure everyone knows that I'm prepared to spend time, energy, and money getting unelected anyone who votes to take away the very well-deserved
and of our city. I stand with 8 council members who are fighting to battle to keep our city safe. I have no choice but to up and keep funding the police department if you want to be voted back in. There are over 1 million people in the city that you are accounted for and you are protected, as well as my family and yours. I do not agree with Antonio Brown. He is against the police department, and so it means he's against my family. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Finch. I live in High Point Estates. I've been a resident of the city of Atlanta for over 22 years. I was directly impacted by the violence and protests that occurred at the Wendy's, burning of the Wendy's on University. And I've been made aware that council is considering defunding the police department. That would be a foolish mistake. Without law enforcement, we'll be left hanging without protection. I strongly support the Atlanta Police Department and all the efforts that they make to maintain order and to stop any disruptive activities. I'm glad to see that things have settled down in that area, and anything that needs to be done to strongly support the police department, council needs to vote on. Defunding is not an option. I repeat, not an option. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Lynn Thomason at 91 Putnam Drive, and we feel like the defunding of the police will decrease public safety and decrease public value. We paid a lot of money for our house, and we feel like it is getting vandalized and full of businesses getting chased out of the city. Dramatic decrease in tax bases. Please limit the decision and the knee-jerk reactions and otherwise have unintended consequences. We support Council 8 members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laverne McCoy. I'm a cook, and I went for hosting in the airport. I called because we have lost our insurance, health insurance, and the $600 will be ending end of this month, 31st. And I would like to know, you're a great person that can help us, Ms. Keisha Bottoms. Mayor, I'm sorry. We need your help. And I would like to invite you to this town meeting, July the 10th. I would like for you to join us so you'll know what's going on with us. The issue that I'm having right now is with the health insurance. I needed to, because I needed for my medication, a doctor appointment. Also, the $600 will be running out. We are still not working right now, and we need it, so we have to pay rent, food, and utilities. We need this to live off. Please join us come July the 10th. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deb Robinson. I'm a new resident to the city of Atlanta. I live in High Point Estates. I have been there about 2 years now. I have come to love the community and my neighbors, but I am seriously concerned with the safety that is going on in the area. I drive from out of state 2 days a week, and I come into that area late in the evening. I have had incidents where I had a lady jump onto the hood of my car, and that is very concerning for me. As a resident of this area, I would greatly appreciate it if we backed law enforcement. I understand there have been issues, but I also understand I have concerns, and the law enforcement will deal with those issues. I feel that there are many things we could do to make things better, but defunding law enforcement would be a disaster. If you need to reach me, I do have an Alabama phone, but I do live, as I said, in High Point Estates. My number is 413-0514. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
How you doing? My name is James Card. I work for the airport. I work for ARM, Airport Retail Management. I am one of the furloughs that been laid off with COVID-19. I'm with United here also. That's the union that we have at the airport and that's around the country. We're having problems with our health care, and some of our health care is going out, which means at a certain time, people are not going to have health care. But we're not going to have health care and we're out of work. And it's not fair for us that we're not going to have health care anymore. This is for the mayor, and we've invited you to a live chat, a Zoom chat with us. And I know you already got it. And I want to let you know personally that the fact that business has gotten free rent at the airport, but your workers who make the airport run, make the airport go, are sitting here trying to fight for their lives because medication costs. And we're not working right now. So we definitely need our health care. And you've been on Oprah, you've been up places and whatnot, and you talk about the people, but you got black people right here in Atlanta that need you to step up to the plate and do what you should have been doing a long time ago. So, I support you and whatnot, but that goes so far. We need your help. And we need you to stand up for what's right and do the people of Atlanta proud and do what you need to do for Atlanta to help us out better. Because right now, it's not a good situation for us. You're going to cause COVID. You're going to cause a lot of death by people not being able to afford their health care or afford their medicine. Thank you. James Card, ARM Airport Retail Management.
This is Phyllis Sawyer. I am a member of the Atlanta Police Department. I'm the Community Affairs Liaison. And I want to express my opinion about defunding the police, which I please ask you not to do, simply because even in these COVID times, as well as in protesting times, the emails that I still receive are endless from people in the community needing police officers to come to their area to patrol for various problems where people are setting up camps, drug camps, etc. on their streets, or even trespassing on private property. Well, who's going to answer those calls if we have the police defunded? I can't send a social worker out there. All I have to do is have to reroute that information to the zone, and so to see what that limited staff can do to help our citizens. So my job as Community Affairs Liaison is to help citizens, and I don't know any other recourse but to call our outstanding APD officers. So to defund them would be criminal. Thank you.
Lieutenant Michael Lewis, Atlanta Police Department. I'd just like to say I retired last week, and I think it'll be a travesty to defund the police department funding. You have a lot of hard-working officers. You got a lot of millennials. A lot of them did something I would have done sick out because I think the oath speaks to an oath to the citizens of Atlanta, not the mayor, the chief, or Gary Howard. So I'll just leave that at that. But defunding the police, you got a lot of hard-working young officers that aren't making what their counterparts in other cities across the U.S. are making. What you're doing is writing a check that the poor people in Zone 1, 3, and 4 will have to cash at their butts. The upper end of Cascade and the right parts of Zone 4, Zone 5, Zone 2, they're going to be taken care of like they always do. They get the majority of the people when they come, they go to Zone 2, Zone 5, Zone 6, they're always fully staffed. Zone 1 is always understaffed. Now you're not going to pay people and expect them to perform to the same level. It's not going to happen. Instead of some of these council people should get out on the forefront and say, hey, look, we support y'all. Let's just let it play out in court, but you didn't do that. Some of y'all went behind and tried to defund something that you had already okayed, which makes it retaliatory. You're going to make it so officers don't think they're being backed. There's a lot of liability. Officers were let go without any due process. What do you think that's going to do to the officers? What would they do if I just came in all of a sudden, say, hey, half y'all are gone, out, and you didn't have nothing. You followed everything you're supposed to do. That's going to cause a backlash. And the only people that are going to suffer for it are the people. 911 calls are going to be answered. People go out and being proactive won't happen. Don't do it.
Hello, I'm calling from Amanda and Knox Thompson. We live in District 8, and we are calling to support the council members who are opposing defunding the police. We feel like it will decrease public safety. We feel like this is not the way to solve the problems in the police force nationally, and it's a quick decision based on events of the past month or two. Please note that we do not support defunding the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ben Jeter. I'm a baker at Atlanta Hospital, Jackson Airport, and I've been working there almost 3 years now. And when the $600 federal unemployment money ends on July 31st, it will be hard for my home myself to pay their bills and support our kids. Mayor Farben, we know we have the power to wrestle because the city of Atlanta has given millions of dollars as rent relief to the companies at the airport. You're invited to come to a conversation with the airport workers on July 10th. And I want to thank you, and you have a great day.
My name is Shannon D'Antonio. I live in the city of Atlanta. I stand behind our law enforcement.
Marlo Collum of Collum Properties. Please do not defund the police department. Thank you.
My name is Susan Cryer. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, living in far northwest Atlanta. I'm calling to please implore the city council to abandon any future efforts to defund the Atlanta Police Department. We need to live in a civil society predicated upon laws, and the enforcement of those laws in the police department is the arm of our society that has been entrusted to do so. Abandoning the notion of having a fully funded police department could lead to mayhem, enhanced crime, decrease in property values, the loss of jobs, businesses fleeing the city, reducing the tax base. There's no upside to defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I implore you to please keep the APD funded and working on the behalf of citizens here in the city of Atlanta. We depend upon them, we trust them, and we want to see them continue to serve as a valuable and integral part of our community. I thank you for your time, and I implore you, please do not defund the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you very much for your time.
Y'all talking about defunding the police. Look, I live in a community. That would be a foolish move. I'm speaking as a black man. It's insane. Don't let the goddamn, don't let the madmen run the asylum, man. All right? Please use your wisdom. We voted y'all to be wise counsel for us. Don't let the media wag you people. I'm a Democrat. I'm voting all blue up and down the ticket just to get Trump out of there.
My name is Jeff Shipman. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I believe in this message to let you know I stand with law enforcement, the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. 7 council members that obviously don't care about the businesses, the citizens of our once great city. We need at this time wisdom and leadership on our council. The 7 council members ignoring safety of 500,000 people due to 500 be voted out because of their complete disregard citizens and police officers and the businesses of Atlanta. Defunding our police department is ridiculous.
Hello, I hope I reached the right number. My name is Amanda Francis. I work and live in Atlanta. I'm a 48-year-old black single female who rely on law enforcement to keep my children safe as they attend school, parks, and events. Without the presence of law enforcement, I feel unsafe, even in my own neighborhood, even in my own home, with all the crime around my neighborhood. I sincerely support the, 8 councilmen, members who's fighting that battle for us to keep law enforcement and to keep the safety of us in our neighborhood. Please don't take that away. I beg you, please don't take that away. Don't defund them. They assist us. They help us. We want to feel safe in Atlanta again.
Hello, my name is Clay Gorton. I live in the Midtown community of Atlanta, particularly at 95 H Street in the heart of Midtown. I was calling just to voice my concern about the recent agenda put out there by council members to defund the police. I think with the recent uptick in violent crime, with an individual being shot on par with almost every other day, and then the recent uptick in murders, that we need to keep a police presence, and to keep a police presence to deter those certain things, we need to keep our funding on par with what has been given to the Atlanta Police Department prior. I think there needs to be a conversation, but that conversation doesn't involve cutting funding, because at the end of the day, if you can't pay people a good salary, then we're going to be left with the bottom of the barrel, and we don't need that here in the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, this is Karen Wilmer, July 2nd. It's Thursday morning. I'm calling about defunding the police. It sounds pretty egregious because it sounds like eliminating the police force. It's been proven that reform is far more economical for a city than incarceration. So I would like to find out what is exactly meant by defund the police. If we eliminate them, we know it'll be ad hoc mass confusion and chaos, and those most vulnerable and in the poorest areas will be the most abused by their absence. Could you please contact my email, Karen Wilmer, WILMER @Hotmail, and clarify this, please? To eliminate the police would be devastating. To reallocate funding might be another story. So that definitely needs to be done with more de-escalation training and that type of thing. But I'd like to find out more. Thank you so much. Again, clarifying defund the police at KarenWilmer @Hotmail.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning. My name is Kelvin Darby, and I'm actually a probation officer out in Henry County, but my wife, she works at Grady in Fulton County, and I do not agree with different policies having the opportunity to be approved to defund the police or defund law enforcement agencies in the city of Atlanta due to her safety. Also, I stand with the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe, not just our city, but one of those busiest counties and areas of our city, which is Atlanta. Also, I'd like to say that we need the wisdom and leadership of actual Atlanta Police Department officials as well as council members. So I do not agree with defunding the police. Thank you. Bye.
This is Tina Maddox. I am in District 8. I support
support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Defunding police will decrease public safety, decrease property value, chase business out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Please vote for do not defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Chris Mello. I live at 1542 Park Road, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30315. I want to call and just leave a comment about the recent police budget vote that went 8-7 forward with it and the efforts to defund the police. So I've lived in Atlanta for 15 years now, downtown for 10 years of that. Absolutely am opposed to defunding of the police. I understand to make some changes. I understand that we need to focus on community policing. I understand that there are inequities in the system. But the way to solve these, in my opinion, is with better and more consistent training, and not by giving less resources to the police. So I think we should be looking at all options in terms of which types of calls need which types of support, how the police can support those in a leading role, how the police can support those in a supporting role, making sure police are getting trained on de-escalation and training that is happening on an ongoing, consistent basis, probably 20-25% of the time. But I don't think any of that equals defunding the police. If you have any questions or if there's any additional information I can provide or opinion I can provide, please feel free to call me. Again, my name is Chris Mello, 404-354-0194. Thanks.
This is Joseph Geitema, Atlanta resident. Please do not defund the Atlanta Police Department. They work very hard and do an outstanding job of keeping every citizen in this city safe. They love us. They're a part of us. Let's support them, continue to fund them, and continue to work together to make this city a better place. Not divided, but united. And we need the Atlanta PD to do that for the team. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Seffrin. I live in Atlanta. My zip code is 30305, and I definitely stand with the law enforcement. Good morning. My name is Carol Seffrin. I live in Atlanta. My zip code is 30305, and I definitely stand with our law enforcement. I stand with the 8 council members who voted to give our police officers a well-deserved salary raise. They deserve and need your support. Please do the right thing. God bless. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Barbara Strozier. I'm leaving this message to say that I do stand with law enforcement. I stand with the 8 council members who are fighting for the battle to keep our city safe. I ask you guys to please not defund the police department and to continue fighting for the rights of your citizens to make sure that we are safe. I know, and I've been watching the news and I've been seeing that the crime rate has been going up because the police officers are stepping back a little bit. So we need to make sure that we are backing them up and providing what they need so that we can stay protected.
My name is Danny Padron, and it is my concern that the council wants to defund the police department. I'm completely against that. I don't think that's the right path and idea that Atlanta should take. It's extremely concerning. We need police. We need the department here to protect us. I mean, that's what they're here for. And I think it's absurd that the council is willing to risk our safety to follow a trend that is ultimately going to be dangerous for communities everywhere. I'm completely against the council and its members to support any idea to abolish or defund the police department. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Jeff Terry. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I've lived on the west side for 15 years now, grew up in this town. I just wanted to strongly voice my disapproval of any effort to defund our police department and how disappointing it is that our leadership even thinks that is a decent idea. And I don't know what else I need to say, but I'm discouraged. I'm worried about property values in terms of our public safety and the crime crime rates going up. It's really disheartening, and I just want to make sure that my voice is heard concerning supporting our police officers. I have been friends within the department. They've done incredible work, and I really hope that any idea of defunding or taking money away from our police department is voted against. And I strongly support our Atlanta Police Department. And like I said, I can't believe there's even thoughts of defunding it the way the crime rates are going up in this city. Jeff Terry, I'm sure you can reach out to me if you want to talk more about it. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Janice Clifton. I live here in Fulton County in Atlanta, Georgia, and I would like to voice my support for the Atlanta Police Department and all funds available to support their efforts to protect myself and my family and the community that I live in. I would not support any efforts to defund or reduce pay to the Atlanta Police Department or Fire Department for that matter. I believe it's good and right for you all to support their cause and defend them and their job, which is very dangerous and is something that should be valued and not devalued. Thank you.
This is Elizabeth Davis. I am a homeowner in Atlanta. I have lived my entire life in Atlanta, and I'm calling about my public concern is defunding the police. I know that City Council represents the Atlanta constituents, of which I am one, and so I am voicing my opinion. I was appalled to learn that the City Council came one vote from discontinuing or defunding the police. And we do have the names of everyone who voted in favor of defunding the police. And I promise you, when it comes election time, those people will not be on my list to vote for. The crime, since Paul Howard did not back the Brookses shooting, and the crime has gone up. The morale of our officers are greatly in jeopardy. Officers have left the force, are going to leave the force, or planning to leave the force. We were already greatly understaffed and underpaid. So to even consider defunding the police, to me, is absolutely something that should not be considered. Businesses, homeowners are not going to want to come into our city. The lawlessness that exists right now is absolutely unlike anything I ever thought could happen to my city. The mayor has completely abandoned our city. She has no interest but in trying to become a vice presidential candidate, and Atlanta is suffering greatly with the crime. So the future with this continuing, the future for this is property values are going to decrease. There's going to be less funding for city council, and it is in the works if this continues along that path. So I encourage city council members to please hear the plea.
Yes, I am calling regarding the rumor of the defunding of the police department. I feel that the police department is very well needed in our community. With crime that's spiking ever since Mayor Bottoms has been in office, we definitely need the police. Without the police, you would notice that more crime would spike higher, violent crime would go high, as it is doing now. Also, in certain neighborhoods, such in the predominant black communities, the lack of some kind of positive role models for the community. The police department, defunding the police department would take away the ability to do extra stuff to combat these crimes. If you defund the police department, you will take away the equipment from the police department. If you defund the police department, you would take away the lack of training for the police department. The lack of training for the police department will also create more officers involved shootings with unarmed black men. So I feel that the defunding of the police department is not a good idea at all. If you do commit this and allow this to happen, you'll lose a lot of residents. Taxpayers will leave. People will not want to visit this wonderful city.
and therefore you'll lose your own city. So it's a common sense. It shouldn't even happen. Imagine if we had to bring the National Guard in because crime is so high because the police officers can't control it. But I thank you for your time, and I pray that we all make the right decision. Thank you.
This is Michael Levi. I live in the old 4th Ward District. I'm calling in reference to information that we in the community are hearing in regards to potentially defunding our Atlanta Police Department. In the 4th Ward area, we are concerned, seriously concerned, because we've seen an uptick in crime in the last month, specifically related to violent crime. And we are concerned that with any defunding of our police department, we will continue to see.
My name's Greg Cryer. I'm a city resident of the city of Atlanta. This message is to the city members, city council members, and especially Antonio Brown and Dickens and any of those that are calling for the defunding of our Atlanta Police Department. I want you to please know one thing, and I'm sure that you've read this through your education and experience. No vacuum goes unfilled. If you defund or marginalize our police enforcement, without any question, there will be somebody somewhere to fill that vacuum, and it will be criminal forces. Every society worldwide throughout history has a very small but devastating criminal element. That has nothing to do with race, religion, or political ideology. Do not marginalize our police in any way. We need to protect our citizens, and if you don't, there'll be people like myself who will just pick up and leave Atlanta. We are taxpayers. We pay over $30,000 a year in taxes to the city and to Fulton County. So I am telling you, don't mess with our police department. Protection is vital for any civilized community. And when you take that away, and there's not going to be any rent-a-cops or community workers or social workers that'll be able to do the job of a professionally organized police force. You may want to retrain and develop the police in better ways, but by no means do you defund them. If you do, you will be watching the beginning of your city's demise. It'll take a little time. It won't take 5 to 10 years. You will lose tax base. You will be losing good tax-paying citizens. And when you lose those people that can afford to move, you're going to have a worse situation on your hands than you can ever dream of. You'll end up ultimately with a South Chicago. Please.
My name is David Giovanesso. My wife and I are recently retired in our 70s. And 20 years ago, we lived in a beautiful home in Virginia Highland, very near Piedmont Park. We now live just outside the city and still go in and enjoy the theater, museums, and dining. If the Atlanta City Council radicals succeed in their ridiculous idea to defund APD, we will immediately change our habits and begin spending our entertainment dollars on some of the many flourishing venues outside the city of Atlanta. I no longer get my too high tax dollars for real estate as a result of my move. Make this new mistake and you will see my entertainment money and sales tax dollars being spent in my own neighborhood. Thank you very much.
My name is Paul Merritt. I both work and live in the city of Atlanta, and I just wanted to comment about the effort to defund the police. Doing this will result in catastrophic effects that are not, I don't think a lot of people are screaming this, but if we do this, it will reduce the amount of quality of officers that are in the city. It will take away from the budget that needs to be used to improve the police department, as well as the communities, as we're seeing now with the high increase in crime, the communities that will both be affected by this are inner city communities. So we need to do everything we can to not go down this path. And in addition to increasing crime, it'll cause everyone's property values to go down. It'll affect everybody's safety. It'll affect tax base as well as the convention income, because people are not going to want to come to the city when they see the crime levels that are going to go up. So once again, I strongly oppose the effort to defund the police. It's NPU meeting in any of the inner city neighborhoods, and they'll be calling for more police, not less qualified police. Thank you.
My name is Anita Germanetto, RN, retired Emory nurse of 30 years and former Virginia Highlands homeowner for 20 years. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep Atlanta safe. I am appalled that Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has not supported APD and has demonstrated poor leadership for the city of Atlanta. If the police are defunded and remain unsupported, I will no longer feel safe on Atlanta city streets. I will take all my medical, dental, social, and entertainment dollars to other areas of the state where the police are respected and supported. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Campbell. I live and work in the city of Atlanta. I'm in Zone 4. I just wanted to reinforce that policing at its most generous is a Band-Aid fix for our city's problems. It's really time we start fixing on long-term solutions. A police officer responds to domestic dispute and informs parties involved that it's a civil issue that they can't assist with. What if we had a domestic crisis worker who responded to separate parties, kept victims informed of their options for alternative housing, safe extraction, counseling, legal options, and then followed up with them twice more that month to check back in? A police officer shoots a homeless person off private property. What does that ultimately do? What if we gave resources to people trying to end homelessness? What if we had a team of guidance counselors in every school working with every single kid, partnering with local businesses to provide work-study opportunities, set up kids with summer programs, just make sure every kid knows about college application processes, SAT guidelines. There's so many options. Police don't have the resources to fix these things. All they can do is arrest it or get it off one property until it goes to the next one. I believe in Atlanta. I believe we have the tools to be the forefront of change. I'm just asking you to please be a part of this. Help us just be leaders for the entire nation. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Duncan, and I was calling to let the council know that I am not in favor of defunding our police department. I feel like that crime in Atlanta is worse than it's ever been, and we need our policemen and even more to take care of the incidents we're having. Crime is up quite a bit in my neighborhood, and it's frightening. Thank you.
821-378. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www.acibillpay.com. Have your reference number available with you when logging in. Again, refer to reference number 13821-378. And the number to call is 855-224-5187. Thank you. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www.acibillpay.com. Have your reference number available with you when logging in.
Hi, my name is Lisa Diorio, and I live right off of Peachtree. Clearly, I'm a resident of Atlanta, and I am begging you to please stand with law enforcement. We need them. They're good cops. The good cops don't like the bad cops as much as all of us don't like the bad cops, but we desperately need them. I live on the Duck Pond, right around the corner from the intersection of Grandview and Farr, where there have been multiple shootings. My friend was mugged at the BP station across from Houston's on Peachtree 2 weeks ago. They attempted to steal her Range Rover and made away with her purse instead after pulling it off of her shoulder. Beyond that, there's just a couple of examples. But I just really, really want you guys to please hear us and to support us. And that's all I have to say. My number is 404-307-9468. And I live at 107 Lakeview Avenue, 30305. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Johnson. I'm calling on behalf of my concerns for defunding the police department. As a resident of the city, I am terrified of what this will do. It will cripple the economy and further endanger innocent people. Please, I beg of you to use common sense and understand that we are in a moral issue and rather than a police brutality issue. We have the actions of a very small group of people trying to control a great city. We do not want people without a police force. We do not want to have any more issues about defunding the state and have more officers resigning. The state of police is very important to our security and our safety, and removing funds from them would be very, very disastrous for the city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Myrna. I'm a hostess at a restaurant in the Atlanta airport. I've been working there for almost a little over a year and a half. The reason why I'm calling is because when our 600 unemployment ends at the end of July, there's going to be no way to pay for my insurance. And this is the worst time to not have insurance, especially being that we're going through a pandemic right now. Mayor Bottoms, I know that you care about the citizens of Atlanta. You've shown that when Governor Kemp wanted to reopen the city early, you were against that. We applaud you for that. When that young man got shot at the Wendy's, we made sure that, there was justice, that man would be, the police officer would be arrested. So we know that you truly care, Mayor Bottoms, about the citizens of Atlanta. So we just wanted you to be there for us like you always are. We so appreciate it. We thank you for everything that you do for the city of Atlanta. And we just wanted to invite you to this meeting for next Friday, July 10th, so that we can discuss or come up with options of not losing our health insurance for when we lose that employment. And yes, so we just wanted to invite you to that meeting. And thank you so much for being there. Thank you for everything that you've done for the city of Atlanta. We really appreciate you and much gratitude. Thank you, Mayor Bob.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Black. I'm a lifelong Atlantan, and I'm calling about the vote next Monday to defund the police department. And I want to strongly discourage you from voting to defund the police department. I'm concerned about public safety. I'm concerned about my property values. I am concerned about people leaving the city of Atlanta while our taxes continue to go up. I find all of this completely unacceptable, all that's going on in our city, and we're thinking about defunding the police department. I'm going to ask all of you council members that voted to defund it to strongly reconsider your vote and be concerned about all citizens, not just the ones who have made it in the news recently. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Will Arsenal, and I currently on furlough. I work for Delaware North, which is in the Atlanta airport. I've been with this company a little over 3 years. I would like to invite Mayor Bottoms to a town hall meeting with other airport workers to discuss some of the issues we feel that no one's talking about on July the 10th. Again, that July the 10th for an invite, and any other council members that would like to attend this meeting to talk with their constituents about issues we're having that nobody wants to talk about. And like Mayor Bottoms went on Oprah and said to reach out to her, I would like to reach out to her and invite her to this conference call and talk about our health care and our unemployment and when can we go back to work? When can we get those reliefs that she gave to all these companies and things like that? Thanks, and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Kyla Canaris, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I live in Buckhead. I'm calling on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department's funding. I believe that we need to continue to fund the police department. We have had issues in the past where we haven't had enough police officers to keep our city safe, and we need that more than ever. We also need to ensure that we have great salaries for police officers because we have lost police officers due to lower salaries and the risk of the job that they do. So I really think that we need to be able to fund having more officers and having better salaries for those officers. And I do think they need equipment such as body cameras. So I believe that we should continue to fund the police department and that they should have an adequate budget in order to do their job. I stand with the law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. I hope that you'll listen to my words, and I hope that you'll continue to give adequate, if not improved, funding to our police department. Thank you very much.
My name is Jason Smith. I am a voter and a resident in District 9. And I wanted to leave a comment about the proposal that you're going to be voting on, which is the defunding of police, which is absolutely insane. I fully support the police, as you should. If anything, we need more police. What you were seeing on social media is not, repeat, not what I am talking to all my neighbors about. People are worried about this. People are watching, and people want the police, and they want the police fully funded. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Eric Ferrara. I live in the city of Atlanta. I work in the city of Atlanta, and own a business in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling about the meeting on July 6th. I proposed do not defund police. We need a strong police force. Lawlessness is unacceptable. We need better education for the officers. We need support for the officers. We need protection for the citizens. It's ridiculous to defund the police force when crime goes up. Statistics show it's worse. My support is for the council members that vote do not to defund the police. I hope this goes that way. We need leadership at this time. We need education at this time. We need experience at this time. And defunding the police would do all negative to all of those aspects by getting rid of good police officers, not providing educational resources they need. It's time for a change, but the change is a time for educating the police officers to understand what the public wants and how they can be better citizens in the public, as well as we can be better citizens for the police. Thank you. Eric Ferrara. I live in Rivermead Drive in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
This is Patricia Ross calling, and I live in the city of Atlanta on Laurel Drive by Chastain Park. My comment is that we should not defund the police. Maybe reorganize, of course, but not defund. 404-841-7276. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Christine Reese. I've been a resident of Atlanta for 60 years. I do live in Brookhaven, but I'm very concerned. I understand the Atlanta City Council has another meeting on July the 6th about an amendment to defund the police. I want to say I stand in support of the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes, I feel, need to have an extensive study and thoughtful discussion before completed. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease property value, chase businesses, and Atlanta is pro-business out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Please pay attention to this call, and I hope you pass this information on before the July the 6th meeting. Again, my name is Christine Reese, and if you want to call me back, I'm happy to discuss it further. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
My name is Andrea Edwards, and I stand against defunding the police in my city. Simply, statistics do not support that there has been an increase in unjustified police shootings, and particularly not in the African-American community. Citing from the Census databases of police shootings, in 2019, the vast majority of suspects killed were armed, and there were actually more white suspects than black suspects killed, 371 versus 236. Last year, there were 14 cases in which unarmed African-Americans were fatally shot by the police, and in fact, in most of the cases, the police was attacked prior to the shooting. This is a very small number in a country of 325 million people. In fact, the number of police shootings is dropping. In 2015, 50 unarmed Black Americans, 32 white Americans were killed by the police. That means that we must be doing something right. The last year was the safest for unarmed suspects of all residents since the Washington Post began tracking police shootings. At the same time, this country has remained a dangerous place for police officers. 48 police officers were killed last year. That's more than the number of unarmed suspects killed with all races. Not to mention the number of police that have been killed or injured during the recent protests. We need to support our police in Atlanta, not defund them. I support increasing de-escalation and increasing funding by the surveillance cameras. We need more police force out on our streets. Defunding the police will increase violent crime, as we already see. Atlanta is a city we've all been proud to live in, full of culture and tourist attractions. The increasing lack of safety will continue to be a detriment to our city. I support the council members voting against defunding the police, and I support our City of Atlanta Police Department. I'm extremely grateful for police putting their life at risk.
This is Donna Vogel. I live in Atlanta, and I want to express my opinion about the amendments that some of the council members want to add on to the bills. I think that we should continue on with the bills and get that settled. This is such an important thing for our police department. And adding on more to the bill itself, we can only confuse people that would like to vote for it as is, but to the point that they may say, now I won't vote. I just want to express my opinion. I hope that you will continue on with what you've come up with and do the best for the citizens of Atlanta and for the police department. They need some guidance. And I hope that you will show it by the way you vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Jackson, and I live in Southwest Atlanta, which would be Zone 4 of the Atlanta PD. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are battling to keep our city safe. We have a city who needs the protection of the police force. I was a public servant for 30 years on the fire department and worked with PD officers many times on scenes, accidents, domestic disputes, suicide, the whole 9 yards. And they were always there to make us feel safe when we were going in to help to save lives. Defunding the police would be a big mistake in a city like Atlanta or anywhere. We have approximately 500,000 people in this city, and all of them are not law-abiding. And I would venture to say that less than a percentage that I would like to think would be willing to put on that badge and uniform and go out and actually fight crime on a daily basis, like the folks who are part of our police force. I truly think that you guys will be making a big mistake, and I implore you to not defund the police department simply because you will be taking please don't remove the barrier between us and the criminals. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
My name is Gary Reinhardt.
Yes, this is Catherine Miller. I just wanted to say it is embarrassing for the city of Atlanta to there are many, many residents who want to have police that help. Of course, there can be improvements, but we need the police, and we're losing the numbers in the police department. It is really embarrassing that no one will stand up for what is good, what is better for the city.
My name is Gary Reinhardt, and I've been a resident of the city of Atlanta for over 20 years. And I beg you, please do not defund the police. In my opinion, they have done a great job. They are vitally needed in our city. And I encourage you, please do not defund the police. We need them, especially at this point in time. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, this is Brandon Crummell. I am asking you to not, I repeat, not defund the police. They are a vital piece of the community in ensuring everyone's safety, along with response times when emergencies are needed. We cannot allow people to dictate the security of the community by defunding the people that are protecting it. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Paul Green, and I've been a homeowner in Atlanta since 1985, and I'm calling to voice my displeasure at the City Council's attempt to defund the police in Atlanta. You can't really have change unless you have peace and order and protection from criminals, and I strongly protest the efforts by the Atlanta City Council to defund the police. It makes no sense for our businesses and for our homeowners and for the least of us who need to be protected where most of the crime takes place in Atlanta. It would be a huge, huge mistake for the city of Atlanta to do this. So please consider my comments, and hopefully this will positively resolve itself with complete support for the Atlanta police. You can't defund the whole system with one or two bad police actions. Nobody is perfect. No segment of the country is perfect. No segment of the city, business, society is perfect. Everybody makes mistakes, and you've got to reform them from within. I'd be in favor of spending more money for training police and better practices, but to defund the police is ridiculous. I vote no. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Lee Caswell. I live inside the city limits of Atlanta, and I'm outraged that anyone would consider defunding the APD. It's outrageous. It's scary. It's concerning. I beg you not to do it. Thank you.
Yes, this is Nancy Caswell, a Buckhead resident for over 30 years. I would strongly encourage the Atlanta City Council to back the blue, to support our policemen, and not vote for anything that defunds them. I strongly encourage you to think through this decision. Thank you.
This is Barbara Westbrook. I live in District 5. I also have a business in District 5, Westbrook Interiors. It is absolutely ludicrous to defund the police department. It makes no sense at all. If anything, we need more policing in Atlanta. As we hear lots of speeding cars through the night in Atlanta going up and down Peachtree. I'm completely against defunding the police department, and I hope council members stand strong against that. I've already thought about moving out of the Atlanta area into one of the suburbs because of crime, and if the police department is defunded, this is something that I will consider strongly. I'll sell both my house and the business I own and move. And we've talked about that within the walls of our our business if the police department is defunded. It makes no sense. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dr. Marion Stafford, taxpayer of the City of Atlanta. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes may need to be done after extensive studies and a thorough discussion has been completed. These last-minute decisions are unwise and will have many bad effects. Defunding the police will decrease our public safety, decrease property values, and businesses will leave the city, and your tax base will altered, unfortunately. I firmly believe that we should not do anything to defund the police, but should change the way they're doing things without doing that. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rebecca Arnold. I am a resident of Georgia, and I visit family in the Atlanta area, including Fulton County. I understand that I have this opportunity to leave a 2-minute message concerning the City Council's consideration of defunding the police department. I have seen a couple of videos that were said to be done in the Atlanta area. It could happen anywhere, but anything that's going on these days has got to be addressed with authority of the police department and other law enforcement personnel. It is ridiculous to consider defunding any police department. The morale of these men and women, and their skill, their training, all of it needs to be encouraged, increased training, and increasing their morale, increased support by any local, state, and federal government, increased support from these entities needs to be a primary increased support, increased backing, increased giving of authority to increased support of the authority of these police and law enforcement agents for the public safety, for the good of the community.
My name is Martha Shepard. I live in Vidalia, Georgia, but I have a daughter and a precious family who live in Atlanta in Fulton County. And I am very disturbed that you would even consider the fact that you would defund the police in the city. You would have blood on your hands of thousands and thousands of people that need your help, and then you're just ignoring them because you don't have the manpower. In fact, you don't have the manpower now. We know that because some little hoodlums several years ago were in my daughter's neighborhood, and they were caught on their video running through their yard. They had broken into a car, looked like they were getting ready to break into my son-in-law's car, and the police said they couldn't respond to that kind of misdemeanor, that they had too many other important calls to answer. So you need to think long and hard and pray about your decision, and consider the people of your community before you make such a dire, reckless decision to defund your police. I know it's been a hard time in Atlanta, but even considering this would even make it much more dangerous and out of control. In fact, I don't think you're doing enough. Thank you very much for your consideration.
My name is William Reinscheld. I'm a resident of Georgia, and a former resident of Atlanta. I vigorously oppose the notion of defunding the police. This is the opposite of what should be done. The City Council's responsibility is to help guarantee security and safety for the residents of Atlanta. If you vote to defund the police, you are neglecting your duty.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Page Mitz, and I am a resident of the City of Atlanta, and I am in District 8, JP Mike Street's section, and I'm calling to voice my support for the council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I am calling in to voice my concern with the council members who are considering or who have put forth the position that to defund the police, and I am highly against this. And any changes that need to be made to the police department should be done only after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion, not a knee-jerk reaction, not any last-minute decisions. Those are unwise. They will have many unintended consequences. As a resident of the City of Atlanta, I'm very concerned that defunding police will decrease public safety, decrease property value, chase businesses out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Again, I'm in District 8. My name is Cynthia Page Mitz, a resident of the City of Atlanta for the past 33 years, and I appreciate your taking this information into consideration. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful July 4th holiday weekend. Bye-bye.
Yes, this is Brenda Copeland, and I am calling in support of the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement, and just hope that people stand firm and would not defund our police, and that any changes that might be made to be after much consideration is made and studied with thoughtful discussion. And I am in District 8. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amy Matre, M-A-T-R-E. I am calling about the report that just came out today, where they have updated crime statistics, 28 days of the last month versus last year. 133% increase in murder, 104 increase in shooting victims, 94% increase in shooting incidences. And you guys are on the brink of defunding the police, but I heard one vote is all that kept that from happening. I'm sorry. We did not put you in City Council to defund the police. Training, yes, but defunding, no. Get it together, City Council. You won't be there much longer. There are more citizens than you know that are upset about this. This is murders. We're also upset about these water boys, and you know what I'm talking about. They are in the middle of the street. One was murdered this week over a $10 bill. They're not out there selling water, as a lot of the community would like to claim. They're out there to cause chaos, to be obnoxious, to get a rise out of legal, law-abiding citizens, and we, the citizens, are tired of it. Defund the police, and you guys will not be sitting on that City Council any longer. I guarantee you. Amy Matre, you can call me and you can email me. Please call me, email me, whatever you would like to do. 404-326-3546. I am a voter. I vote every time. Primary, general, you got it. And you guys are on the brink of making huge.
Yes, this is Teresa Gibson. I am 75 years old. I was born off of Lenox Road in Peachtree Park. I have lived within a 5-mile square radius of this address my entire life, and I have never seen Buckhead and surrounding area that I live in so up in arms about what's going on in our city. To think that you are even considering defunding the police is an abomination. They are the only people that stand between us and the thuggery that is going on, hence Lenox Square, that's Plaza, all the way down Peachtree to town. If we did not have police to stop this, they would be rampaging not only through our business district, but into our neighborhoods. And we are not armed people, and even if we were, we would be blamed if anything were to happen, if we tried to protect ourselves and our family and our property. So this is an absolutely unacceptable position for you to take. And for the American people, and particularly right now, the people of Atlanta, Buckhead, surrounding areas, downtown, everywhere in Atlanta that you have jurisdiction over, is totally against what needs to be done. We need more police. We need more funding. We need more protection. Please do not fall prey to the stupidity of this Black Lives Matter, which Black lives do matter. My life matters. I'm white. My housekeepers, please do not defund our police.
Yes, I'm a resident of Atlanta. My name is Deborah Zivilette. I've been at the same address for 32 years, and I am totally against defunding of the police. We'd like you all to think very seriously about the crime that we've all been experiencing, and this is not the time to take this action, and actually we should be doing more for our police officers, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Terry Mullen, and I've been a resident of the city of Atlanta for the past 20 years. I've lived in District 2 for the entire time. I'm against defunding the police. I support the 8 council members. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes that need to be made need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion. Last-minute decisions based on emotional knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have long-term unintended consequences. Defunding police will decrease public safety, decrease property values, chase businesses out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Who will we call if we need help? So I hope everyone will stand with the police and not defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Lozado, and I have lived in the city of Atlanta for 13 years. I am against defunding the police. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes that need to be made need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussions. Last-minute decisions based on emotional knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have long-term unintended consequences. Defunding police will decrease public safety, decrease property values, chase our businesses out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Please reconsider. Thank you. And again, Lizaso, Chrissy. Bye.
Hello. I am calling on behalf of my wife and I to strongly support continued funding and increased funding of law enforcement and law enforcement training in the city of Atlanta. We stand against any ordinance that withholds, reduces, or sequesters law enforcement funding. The city of Atlanta is our home, and we have lived in the same house in District 7 since 1995, raising our 2 children, who also live in Atlanta. Love Atlanta, and we love the people of Atlanta regardless of race. Atlanta has endured increased crime over the years, and for us, it has primarily been break-ins, damage, and stolen property. Then, horrifically, one morning in broad daylight, our son was robbed at gunpoint in our driveway. The authorities determined the assailants were gang members using a stolen car, and our experience followed an existing counter that has not yet been resolved. For us, no one was found. No justice was served. We considered moving out of Atlanta, but we did not want to make a decision based on fear. So we are here, at least for now. While every city in our country have had historical issues, Atlanta has been exemplary in handling some of the biggest issues
time for this Atlanta City Council to stand for the protection of all constituents across all districts. We ask you to uphold your oath of office to the public good and the interest of the city, and to not permit your vote to be influenced by fear, favor, affection, reward, or the mayor. Thank you. God bless America. God bless Atlanta. Happy Independence Day. Mark Schultz.
Mark Dodson, DODSON, Peachtree Hills, been in Atlanta for 31 years. Do not defund the police. I mean, what can be more ridiculous? Murders are up 84%, crimes up, and you're looking at defunding the police, whose morale in the pits now. 60 applications from the Atlanta Police Department's already in Cobb County. We've had over 20-something resign, and you're going to defund them. If you do that at the risk of the safety of your citizens. So act responsibly. Don't get caught up in the political climate. Do what's right. Do not defund the police. Thank you.
My name is David Halpern, and I moved to Atlanta some years ago from Cleveland, Ohio. I came here because I liked what Atlanta was building towards, but now Atlanta is at a crossroads like Cleveland was when I left. Violent crime is on the rise with more shootings and murders every day. And from what I can tell, it is starting the same way Cleveland did, by the lack of policing the streets, which was brought on by cutting the police. I would ask all council members to listen to, if they haven't already, the remarks given by Reverend Darrell Scott when he testified before the congressional hearing about police reform in America. His thoughts resonated strongly with me, and I hope they will be met by all of you with understanding. If the City Council truly believes that defunding the police is the best option, then I challenge the mayor and all public figures to give up their police protection details. Go out to the streets plagued by gang violence, talk with the criminal elements that are there on a regular basis, but you have to do this without all the police protection. I say this because you can't stop funding the police for the taxpayers, but keep your own police protection as a safety net. That is extremely hypocritical and will not go unnoticed by the voters. I don't believe it'll come to this. I believe the right thing will be done. I love this city and I never want to move, but I will if things aren't properly handled. I need you all to please send a strong message of safety for all Atlanta. Please continue to fund the police department, make knowledgeable and factual decisions for change, and invite officers from the front lines to the meeting to discuss real reforms that will actually work within the community. Emotional, one-sided reform decisions made without factual research and based on mob rule will never work and ultimately lead to chaos in the streets, which we are already witnessing. We cannot leave the police out of the discussion because the police will never feel confident in performing their duties. We need the police and they need us for the community. We need the police and they need us for the community to grow and prosper. Please keep Atlanta safe and keep funding the police before the problems we have get out of hand. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a constituent. My name is Judith Moen, M-O-E-N, and any efforts to defund the police are very foolish. We can have programs to help educate them and workshops to help improve the quality of police and hiring of police, but to defund them is nothing short of catastrophic. And indeed, it will result in more. My name is Judith Moen, M-O-E-N. I'm a constituent. Any effort to defund the Atlanta police will result in the death of more Black people within our community. So if you really care about Black Lives Matter, you will make sure that our police are effective and community-oriented. Spend your money on programs that make our police more integrated into our communities, but do not defund our police, or there will be widespread violence and our Black communities will be hurt the most. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, excuse me. My name is Mary Gibson, and I have lived in the 8th District for 37 years. So Excuse me, my name is Mary Gibson, and I have lived in the 8th District for 37 years. So, City of Atlanta taxpayer. Up until about 2 years ago, I used to shop in the City of Atlanta. I wouldn't go near Lenox Mall if you paid me because the crime is so bad. And I just wanted to express my opinion on this defunding the police. This is a knee-jerk reaction. It is so apparent this is not what the taxpayers want. And last I looked, that's who you're representing. This isn't about your own wishes. It's about the taxpayers' wishes. If y'all want to regroup and do a well-thought-out plan, when everything cools down, I wouldn't be opposed to some sort of modification. But the crime rate, and for Mayor Bottoms to say this is going on all over the country, that's not an acceptable answer. An acceptable answer is how are we going to fix the City of Atlanta? And defunding the police is not the way. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Elliott. I live in District 6, and I've lived in the City of Atlanta for over 30 years. I've been in the Atlanta metro area for over 40 years. And anyway, I'm just calling about the defund police vote that I think is going to happen on Monday again. And I just wanted to leave my comment. I absolutely think that there needs to be some changes made with regard to how police deal with human beings in the City of Atlanta, specifically with Black individuals. But I don't think defunding the police is the answer. We need our police. We need them, and we need to try to make things better, not worse, for our city. I love this city, and I want to stay here so much, but I just need to be able to be sure that we are safe and that life is good for all people, all members, all residents of the City of Atlanta. We need that because we need to not defund the police department, because I think that would be harmful to public safety, property values. It'll keep businesses out of the city. I mean, we just need to maintain our city and be proud of it. Thank you so much for listening. Robin Elliott, District 6. Thanks, bye.
This is Gail and Bob O'Leary on West Conway Drive, closest to Northside, right behind the firehouse of number 30327. Please back the blue. We need the policemen. We have an extra policeman in the Mount Perrin Northside area who goes around in his car and checks on us and helps us tremendously. We need the police department. Please do not defund them. Please, to God, this is not the time to do that. We need help. The robberies that go around up here, they steal cars, they break in the middle of the day. It is absolutely terrible. We need the police, not less police. We need more police. Thank you. Please consider that. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Erin Judd, and I am a citizen of the City of Atlanta, and I reside in Zone 1, and I'm calling to express my opposition to defunding the police. We need our men and women in blue now more than ever to protect and serve the community, and so I am calling to encourage you to continue to support our police department. Please do not defund the police. We need our officers again, now more than ever. So calling again to express as a citizen of the City of Atlanta that it's important for my family, for the community, that we need our police and that we need to continue to support them financially as well as emotionally. So again, encouraging my city council members to continue to support them. Do not defund the police. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
My name is Ann Carson. I am a lifelong resident of Atlanta and have always lived in the city limits. I vigorously oppose the thought of defunding the police and am shocked that our city council would even consider such a dangerous move for our wonderful city. Please reconsider this terrible idea and keep us protected as we move forward to cure the ills that are claiming our city at this time. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Mindy Berenson. I am calling as a member of the community to voice my objections, my very, 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 very strong objections to defunding the police. If anything, they should be getting more money to deal with the abuse and violence they are having to deal with. Any money taken away from them will make our communities less safe. It will drive businesses away. It'll drive homeowners away. There's enough chaos going on, and God bless these men in blue, women and men in blue who go out and defend us every day. We hope that this council does not cower to the mob. It is not the right thing to do. Defunding the police is not the right thing to do. We hope this is taken into consideration and that the community is kept safe as it should be. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Graves. I live here in Atlanta, and I'm calling in support of the police. We need police in our city to keep us safe. I should not have to say that. It's obvious. The idea of defunding the police is extremely dangerous and disturbing. My family owns a business here in Atlanta, and we cannot afford to hire private security, and we also don't want to have to move outside of the city because it's become so dangerous. If you want to create reforms with the police force, with police officials, okay. But defunding the police is not the answer. We already have a lot of police officers who are calling out sick and quitting because they cannot do their jobs. It's not safe for them because government officials like the mayor and the corrupt DA have been actively working against the police. This is not okay. You guys need to do better and use wisdom. We need police. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Gail Allison, and my entire family, we live in Atlanta, and I'm calling about the police agency and the attempt to maybe defund it. We totally think that is a horrible idea. We've already got crime going up. What we need to do is get some order back and get our town back, and everyone needs to work together. We are very much against defunding the police, and I think it's going to be more utter chaos and crime going around. We have history of law enforcement in the past families, and I do not think defunding police is any answer. So all of us agree, and we'll all call, but just want you to know, please do not defund the police. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Patrick Pickens, and I serve on the advisory board for AID Atlanta, which is one of the largest HOPWA providers in the city. We provide access to stable housing for hundreds of people living with HIV. As of today, the city of Atlanta owes our agency over $500,000 for January through April. We have not received executed contracts for the 2020 through 2022 grant year, which were promised to be provided by June. We are hoping that we can either receive our contract or an executed approved budget extension before July 31st in order to avoid a major housing catastrophe for our 150 members. If we do not receive updated contracts, we will be unable to pay rent for our clients on the TVRA program after July 31st. We are calling on the City Council to ensure that the Department of Grants and Community Development at the City of Atlanta reimburses AID Atlanta and all HOPWA-funded agencies for past due invoices and provide contracts or approved extension requests for agencies immediately to avoid a homelessness crisis. AID Atlanta and countless other HOPWA providers continue to face delays in contract and payment reimbursements, which cause significant hardship on the financial stability of the organizations and constantly threaten service interruption to hundreds of HIV-positive people in need. The contracting and reimbursement process must once and for all be rectified and improved so that we set up the funds and be used to assist those in the community at most for homelessness and poor. We need your interventions now. Thank you so much.
3, 8, 2, 1, 3, 7, 8. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www.3823778.
Yes, my name is Sandra. I am a caretaker here at 2049 Tuxedo Road, Avenue or Road. And Mr. Lindsay Crawley's been living here for 60 years. I helped him with his yard last week, and I loaded up 6 bags and put them here in front of the house. They've always been gone when I get back here today, but they're still sitting here. They've been rained on. It looks horrible. There's 6 bags that I worked really hard to get set out there so you guys could pick them up Wednesday, which I'll always pick them up on Wednesday. But they're still sitting there. And this is my question to you guys. When will you guys pick up these bags, please, here at 2049 Tuxedo Road? We would really appreciate getting this stuff picked up. This man's been here forever, and it just looks bad. And I see a couple of things around the neighborhood that nobody's picked up Wednesday. So if you can please just remember this address. The day is Friday, okay? Thanks a lot. We sure would love to get these bags picked up. Anyway, thank you. Bye-bye.
3, 8, 2, 1, 3, 7, 8. For your convenience, you can now visit us on the web at www. Following a water main break on a 30. The Department of Water.
Dorothy Gatwood. I do not believe that you should defund the police. We need our safety, and this should not happen. Please, please keep the police. We need the funds for the police. Thank you. Dorothy Gatwood, Chastain Park. Please, you shouldn't fund the police. We need to help our community out, not destroy it.
My name is Patricia Allman from District 3, calling against defunding the police. I think it's up for a vote in July. I am against it, along with my 8 council people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Bellew. I live in Zone 2. I can't believe defunding the police is a topic of discussion, but the police put their lives on the line for strangers every single day. And I believe, if anything, they need more funding. And they're notoriously underpaid for the work that they do. And I would definitely move out of Atlanta if the police were defunded. I already don't feel safe, and I can't imagine living in a city with a defunded police department. I also realize you want to keep the peace, but this is just not the way. And I truly appreciate everyone who has voted against defunding the police. Thank you.
This is Christian Schwartz calling from 976 Peachtree Battle Circle, Northwest Atlanta, JP Mazagai's district, and I wanted to call to express my absolute concern for any attempt to defund the Atlanta police. It's clear we need the police more than ever. I'm looking at how many shootings have we had, reading from the AJC. It's clear that we're clearly really turning into the next Chicago. How many ATVs have been racing up and down Peachtree yesterday? What are the police doing? Nothing. Children throwing fireworks into the street on Peachtree Street. What are the police doing? Nothing, because the police have been neutered and they don't have the ability to do their job because you are not supporting them. And I have to say it's absolutely reprehensible what you're doing, placating identity politics, and quite frankly, not serving the people that need the police the most, which is South Atlanta, in that it's just unbelievable. And I will say, if you do decide to defund the APD, I will make it my life's mission to absolutely haunt every one of you for that decision and make sure that information becomes public. And if you have any questions, 1043, a disgruntled citizen.
Hi, this is Heather Edmiston. I'm a resident in District 8 of the City of Atlanta. There have been a lot of raw feelings since George Floyd's death in police custody on May 25th. The reflexive call to defund the police is not a warranted response. As angry as we are at the problems within our system of law enforcement, we must be careful to preserve what is good in the profession while rooting out all that is bad. While reducing funding is intended to force changes in police practices and redirect funds to community development, there is also an underlying element of retribution. Those who call for it are asking for money to be divested from the police and put into community initiatives like education and mental health services. While these are important, we must not fail to acknowledge the reality and the impracticality and risk, namely the fact that we would still need a reliable system that can prevent and investigate crimes. While people with considerable means tend to reside in gated homes with private security or in other less threatening environments, the most vulnerable among us, many inner city and at-risk communities, continue to endure high crime rates. Defunding will have an adverse effect on citizens most in need of police protection. Reforms like this must not be knee-jerk or reactionary. Please take time to make the changes following extensive study and thoughtful discussion. Passing a hastily assembled budget in the wake of the Floyd tragedy, though well-intended, only gives the hollow appearance of police reform and does not serve anyone's best interest. Only thoughtful votes will begin to mend the growing divide between the police and the communities they serve. If we want to reduce incidents of police misconduct, improve community relations, and make neighborhoods safer, we should professionalize the police, ensuring our officers are what...
Hi, my name is John Smith, and I'm calling to let the City Council know that it is imperative that you do not defund the Atlanta Police Department. As a tax-paying citizen that is a law-abiding citizen with family members, small children, a wife, and a successful business in Atlanta, specifically in Buckhead, it is imperative that you do not defund the police. We need the police. We need them to have the ability to take the gloves off when it comes to dealing with criminals. You forget that if our businesses and our homes fail and suffer, that you will be out of jobs and you will no longer have the power that you so desperately cling to and attempt to wield. You represent our interests, not the interests of criminals. You represent the interests of law-abiding citizens, and it is imperative that you support the police and give them the tools necessary to do their jobs. Previous actions of the City Council and the current administration are wrong to try to tie the hands of the police. Please consider what you would want if criminals were breaking into your own home, carjacking you, rioting, or looting your businesses. Please be a decent human being. Otherwise, we will vote you out of office.
Dear council members, my name is Ellen Whitney, and I live in the city of Atlanta. Please continue to fund our police department. I support funding the police as well as funding police reform. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Miskey, M-I-S-K-E, again, Melissa Miskey, and I'm a resident of Atlanta. I stand with our law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Please hear the voices and hear what we're saying. We support our law enforcement. They need our support. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amanda Coleman. I was just calling to express my deep concern for the lawlessness that's going on in our city. Our police don't have any support. They're not allowed to prosecute criminals who are murdering each other, who are holding people up, just innocent citizens at gunpoint. ATVs that are just driving down Peachtree Road at 7 o'clock on a Sunday night, disturbing the peace. Protests that have been in my neighborhood after 12:30 at night where they're screaming cuss words and my children are up and being terrorized. We pay a lot of property taxes, and I just don't understand why we live in chaos. It's just horrifying. Please, please, please allow the police to do their job and support them. We do not need to defund the police. That will just result in more murders. This weekend there were so many murders and shootings. It's just unbelievable. Thank you for not defunding the police and for supporting them.
My name is Allison Dixon, and I'm calling to encourage you emphatically not to vote to defund our Atlanta police. I work for a major employer in the city of Atlanta. I spend much of my time in the city of Atlanta and my resources, my money, and I implore you to vote in support of fully funding brave men and women of the Atlanta Police Department. They are understaffed. They need your support. They have no leadership. And I do not see how, if you vote to defund the Atlanta police, how you will attract the world-class police chief and leader that we so desperately need to see us into the future as a residential community, as an arts and culture community, as a business community, where, again, I choose to spend my time and my resources in the city of Atlanta, and I want to do so safely. You are seeing the results of the leadership void in the Atlanta Police Department. You are seeing the skyrocketing murder and crime rates. The shootings are unprecedented for this time period. Please do not vote to defund the Atlanta police. They need your investment in training and recruiting. We need the best and the brightest to see us into our beautiful future. Vote to defund the police. Thank you so much for listening.
Hi, my name is Janelle Presley, and I live in Atlanta, and I also work in Atlanta, and I understand that there is a call and a vote on the next council meeting to defund the police. I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and if that happens, then I know that my business as well as my residency will have to be terminated in the city of Atlanta because I will not feel safe. I work late hours, I go in early hours, and having to go through the city in the middle of the night or even during the day, it's just ridiculous to not have any safety for the residents and the people who work there and the businesses. So I'm hoping that this is not going to be voted into effect. And if you have any questions or if you wish to contact me, my number is 678-468-9115. Again, my name is Janelle Presley, and I do not I vote down on the defund the police action. Thank you.
My name is Beth Hornsby. I'm a resident of Atlanta, and I stand with the law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting to battle to keep our city safe. I'm 65 years old, and I had never, ever had a gun, but I'm happy to get a gun just to protect myself. I am a widow. I live in a house by myself, and I am scared. I am really scared of what y'all might do to these police departments. We need our police very bad. We need more police because y'all are just letting our streets run wild. I am totally against everything going on right now. Thank you.
Atlanta City Council members, I am calling in support of the Atlanta Police Force and funding them appropriately. I want to thank the 8 members of council who voted yes to continue to fund the department because it speaks to your integrity and promise to keep your word. I especially want to thank Councilmember Bond. You really were wonderful in your support of police officers. I urge and implore the city council members to also familiarize yourselves with the rigorous training that officers go through.
In doing this, I urge you to go on a ride-along with different officers in different shifts and different zones. Take the time to see how many calls an officer responds to in 1 hour. In addition to that, I urge you to go through the use of force simulator and document your own results so that we as the public can see how you yourselves react in split-second decisions. It is mind-boggling to me how Councilmember Brown feels that he, the youngest, most inexperienced, and also the loudest member of council, feels that he represents so many people in Atlanta, when data clearly shows that he only received 500 votes in a city of 500,000 people. We need wisdom, not emotional inexperience, Mr. Brown. Defunding police will increase crime. It already has. From May 31st to June 20th, 75 people have been shot in the city of Atlanta. Last year, during this exact time span, there were 35. If this isn't a wake-up call that we need police, then I don't know what is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Scott Shelton, and I'm a resident in the city of Atlanta. I would like to explain that I do not support defunding the police. We have so many problems in the city, and I think this is a bad move. I hope everyone will take this into consideration because we're fighting an alarming rate of crime, and we need to support our police officers.
My name is Eric Shumwell. 404-434-1854 is my cell. We live in the suburbs, but we historically have enjoyed going into Midtown and Buckhead and downtown, and we also put on two rather large conferences a year, and in Atlanta. We don't go anywhere else. However, if you defund the police, we won't be coming there to spend money on food and shopping or seeing sights, and we'll have to take our conferences elsewhere, probably Cobb County. So, all right. The murder rate has quadrupled in the last 3 weeks. What's up with that?
My name is Allison Owens. I live in Georgia. I've lived in Atlanta, Georgia all my life. I back the police 100%. The 2 that are there, don't be bullied by the 8. It's not fair. It's not fair. Take back our country. Get your backbone back. Trump, 2020, stand up for Atlanta. Stand up for who's protecting you guys. It's not fair. You're leaving them hanging. You're leaving them hanging. Back the blue. They don't get paid near what they deserve, nor do they get the respect they deserve. And I'm sick and tired of hearing about Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, and especially cops' lives matter. Thank you. My phone number is 770-710-2224. Come on, council members. The ones of y'all that got it right, stand up to the ones that don't. Stand for something or you'll fall for anything. God bless you and have a great day. And I'm proud to be an American that Donald Trump runs and Jesus Christ. Thank you. Please get a backbone and fund the police. Because when they come for your kids and your family, you're going to be calling the police. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Kristen Stockdale, and I wanted to talk on the defund of the police. I just want whomever is taking notes to make my voice. I am a event coordinator that does 2 large events in the city of Atlanta, and I will not be doing them if we are defunded any further. I respect our mayor very much, and I understand her points of view. However, on this, I do not
think this is a wise choice, and I do not stand with her for allowing our police chief to step down. Our police officers need, if anything, more training, and if you defund them, you cannot hire enough, and they will all be overworked. And if you think that now is an issue, wait until we do not have any police that are, and the police we do have are tired and angry and so on. This is just a perpetuating, this just continues the cycle. And it is not, in my opinion, a smart move at all. Training would be a better option, which requires money. More staff and proper hiring requires more money. That is where more money needs to be put, perhaps instead of defunding. Maybe reallocate funds that are currently there. But I will be moving my events from Atlanta. Atlanta is one of the most dangerous places to be, and quite.
Sharon Grahades, please do not vote to defund the police. We need the police badly. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Genova. I live on Normandy Drive in Buckhead, and I just wanted to express my opinion on defunding the police. I am not in favor of defunding the police. They are here to protect us. They need more resources, not fewer. How they handle specific criminal situations is a different story. That's about training. But the police need money. They have a very hard job, a very dangerous job, and the less money they get, the more criminals take advantage of the citizens of Atlanta. So please do not defund the police. Increase their funding and make their pay higher so that they won't leave and go to Cobb County and elsewhere where they get paid more and have less dangerous work. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Nancy Drummond. I have lived in the city of Atlanta for 3 years. Not too long after I moved into the city limits, I was attacked in my driveway by what we think was a gang member who was trying to steal my card. It's a wonder they didn't kill me. And so the police were responsive, but of course no one was ever found. I do not understand why we think we should defund the police when that's the only thing standing in the way of the majority of these criminals thinking that they can get away with things. We've seen things go from bad to worse in the last, 2 weeks, and we want to have a knee-jerk reaction and just defund the police. That is the most asinine thing that I can think of. It would be what needs to be done. Think about it, review what we're doing. It's not just the police. It goes all the way back to how children are taught. If we want to do that, let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to increasing parental programs, something that defunding the police is the wrong thing to do. And what I think you're going to see is the people that are supporting this city and this county move, because I'm about to put my house on the market and move back to Florida. Thank you.
Hi, this is Patrick Holder. I'm a resident of Fulton County, city of Atlanta, and I was just calling to voice my opinion about regard the funding of the police department. I'm totally against it, and I think most people in the city of Atlanta are against it. So I'm just one voice, but hopefully you'll take that as an against defunding the police. It's not a good idea, and any rational person in this city does not want less policing. So we want bad cops off the force, of course, and good cops to remain on, and good policing. And we want to continue to have those brave men service, and we appreciate all the work they do. So please do not defund the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Lisa Sandusky, born in 1966 here in Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised here. This is my city that I love, and I hate to see the direction we're going in. I stand behind the black and blue. I stand behind the police. I stand for Atlanta, and I really hope you do as well. We elected you into these positions. Please stand up for us. This is not okay. The riots are not okay. If I went anywhere and I was destructive to any personal property or person, I would fully anticipate being arrested. This is not okay that they're getting away with this. The crime is getting out of hand. Lennox is getting out of hand with their crime there before this even broke out. So we need a stronger police presence. We need to not defund them. We need to not dismantle them. What we need is to stand behind them. We need to stand up for what's right and what's wrong. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter. We all know right from wrong, and we need to stand up for what's right. This is out of hand. It's election year, so let's all get crazy. Let's not. Let's use our brains. Let's use our common sense. Please stand behind our black and blue. I have a 23-year-old daughter who works near Lennox. Probably will end up having to find a new position somewhere outside the city if we continue in this direction. I have a son who goes to Georgia Tech, working on his master's. If he continues, if it opens back up, right now he's online, but if it continues, he'll have to stay online. Please stand behind our black and blue. Please stand up for America. Please stand up for us. Hi, this is Lisa Sandusky, born in 1966 here in Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised. This is a city I love, and I'm sickened to see that it's going in the direction it's going. Our crime rate is getting out of hand, the violence. Hi, this is Lisa Sandusky. I was born in 1966 here in Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised. This is the city I love. I hate to see what's happening to it. We're heading into a very...
Yes, good afternoon. This is Kristen Stockdale. And I wanted to make sure that my voice is heard against the defunding of our police. I do several events within the downtown Atlanta area, inside of the perimeter, and I will discontinue going. As this time I do not go into downtown because I am scared for my life, because the city is not taking good care of me and protecting me as a citizen. I will therefore move my events outside of the city of Atlanta if this defunding nonsense is not halted. There are several solutions that do not require my safety to be at risk. I do believe that you all are intelligent folks. I hire Atlanta PD for additional safety, especially in the deeper downtown part of Atlanta, because the city is not able to provide enough safety that I have to, as a citizen, hire my own safety attendants. So, as you know, I am against the defunding of the police, and I do believe in more training and better hiring tactics as a solution. Taking money away from public safety is not intelligent. It is just perpetuating a terrible circle of violence and creating anarchy. And if you allow that to happen, if you allow the enemy to win, that is what you are doing right now. Sorry, that's a little clunky.
My name is Lisa Schnock. I live at 250 Far Road in the city of Atlanta, and I'm highly concerned with the safety inside the city limits. We need more money for more police and better education of the police, not defunding of the police. Please keep the safety of all citizens in mind. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Robert Davis, and I'm a resident of Fulton County, Georgia. First, I want to comment on the Fulton County DA, Paul Howard's press conference, where he charged police officer Garrett Roth with murder. 2 weeks prior, he was on record saying that a taser is a death weapon. At his press conference, he accused the police officers of shooting Rayshard Brooks in the back, verbally slurring him, kicking him, standing on him, and delaying medical treatment. He provided a still photo, but no video clip to support his absurd claims. I have watched all the videos, and there is no evidence of these accusations. Yes, he shot Brooks in the back. When you're running from and firing on the police with a deadly weapon, you do not run backward. Officer Rolfe returned fire when fired upon, and he was well within his rights in doing so. In addition, he also said that Brooks was calm and respectful, for over 41 minutes and that he was even jovial, as if somehow this excused his behavior of punching police officers, stealing their weapons, and firing at a police officer. This is a travesty of justice, and DA Paul Howard should be removed from office. I also want to comment on the patently absurd idea of defunding the police. It is hard to believe that I am even having to comment on such an ignorant, stupid idea. I am not interested in having public safety compromised in the process of appeasing to the extreme left's insanity. Please do not entertain this rampant stupidity. You are better than that.
This is Jason Huddleston. I'm a resident of Atlanta, and I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are being heroes and trying to keep police on our streets and keep us safe. It is redundant to even try to even think about defunding the police. Are you serious? Is that even, you're really talking about this? This is ludicrous. There's no reason to defund the police because they're protecting themselves against criminals who are attacking them. Be real and use your brain for a little bit. This is ridiculous.
Hello, my name is January Howard. I live in Midtown. I've lived in Atlanta off and on for 15 years, and I absolutely love the city, or I used to. I used to love the city when I felt safe. I used to love the city when we could go to church. I used to love the city when I felt like our government was actually for us, and now I'm terrified and heartbroken. I'm heartbroken because I see small businesses burn to the ground. I'm heartbroken because our leadership is dividing us instead of bringing us together. I'm heartbroken because our police force is being attacked. I'm absolutely against police brutality, but a police force is needed, and how are we going to defund an already underfunded force? Our officers are being attacked in the streets, and our government is not supporting them. I'm terrified to even, I've been staying in Alabama with my family because I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe because you guys are allowing rioters to burn our amazing city down. Atlanta is so special. We've worked so hard to be that awesome melting pot of a city. For you guys that are wavering, please do not take any money away from those who protect. Again, for those of you who are wavering, please do not take any money away from those who protect us. And please step up and start acting like the amazing city Atlanta is and build a bridge instead of burning.
My name is Olga Rawls. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. I cannot believe that there are 7 council members that have voted to defund the police. That is shocking to me in a city that now has the crime that it currently has. Defunding police will increase violent crime, and it's going to decrease our family safety. Frightening. I live in Buckhead, and it's frightening to drive around and see what is happening. Please vote to increase funds for law enforcement and know that there are many of us that stand with law enforcement to try to keep our city safe. Thank you.
This is Margot Berry, and I'm calling to first thank all the council members who stood strong not to defund our police. That is such a knee-jerk, immature reaction to events that are going on. Yes, we need to assess the situation in police training and which policemen to keep and not to keep, but we do not need to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think we are doing a huge disservice to the citizens, to the taxpayers, to our community, to Georgia, to the future.
Businesses will not want to come and settle here if they do not think there's not going to be protection for their employees. I want to thank, again, those city council members who are not in favor of defunding police. That is a knee-jerk, again, immature reaction to events that have happened. We need to have discussion and dialogue and perhaps retraining and revisiting the issue. Thank you, city council members who still support our police. We'll be lucky if we have any men and women who will want to be policemen much longer. Thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Holly Sims. I'm a fifth-generation resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to leave a message to say that I stand with law enforcement and behind the 8 council members who are fighting daily to try to keep this city safe. Defunding police is only going to increase violent crime. I have had 3 murders adjacent to my neighborhood in Garden Hills, which is also 1 block from a school. We have numerous constant car break-ins. Our homes are broken into constantly, and the final straw for me personally was my son mugged and beaten over the head for his iPhone, simply for standing on Piedmont. Do you know that if the city does not get a handle on the crime, your tax base is going to go away because our property values are declining in every single moment. So please stand with the residents of Atlanta, not the people outside of the city. Stand with us who live here, who are tired, who are fed up, and want things to change. Thank you for those who have voted not to defund them.
My name is Tom Rawls. I'm a longtime resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to oppose any effort to defund the Atlanta Police Department. I think that's a crazy idea, and you should stand up and not put up with it. We need the police to be safe. I don't want to live in a town where I don't feel safe. If you look at the Camden, New Jersey experiment that was so successful, they increased police presence on the streets. They increased the funding. They didn't defund the police. They did move some funding around, but they increased the overall budget. They increased the number of officers on the street, and it takes money to do that. Don't be foolish. Don't make our city less safe. We will vote you out if you do. We will not stand for that. Be strong and support the police and support the community. That's it.
Yes, hi. My name is Wendy Willett, and I am a resident of Atlanta. And I wanted to call in because I stand with law enforcement, and I fully support the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Currently, only 500 people out of the 500,000 voted in the youngest, most inexperienced, and loudest council. And what we need now is wisdom, experience, and leadership, and not emotional inexperience. The safety of our city is at hand, and defunding the police will increase violent crime, as we're already seeing, decrease family safety, decrease our property value, cause businesses to flee the city, reduce our overall tax base, and to bring the community to a halt, just to name a few things. Not to mention, we're scared to go downtown, we're scared to drive on our city streets, and we're scared to even go get our groceries for fear of being stopped, whereas having our cars being taken out of our cars and having violence against us and against our vehicles simply for driving through our city and nothing more. Please support to keep law enforcement instated and do not defund the police. This will not go well for our city. This is not the way to solve things, and all it is doing is creating even more fear in our residents. And I personally am very scared to even go into our own city right now. Please keep the funding for the police.
My name is Michael McBride. I'm calling in reference to your defund the APD. That is a bad idea. I, for one, vote no. When you defund the police, you're going to have truckers who are not going to come into the area for the lawlessness. Your large stores are going to get littered and not filled back up. The locals will not have a place to go to shop. my feelings on this. When you defund, you're going to skyrocket your crime. Have a good day.
Hello, this is Margaret Schultz. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to express concern about this vote that is happening tomorrow on defunding the Atlanta City Police. I would like to stand in solidarity with the 8 council members who are in support of our law enforcement. I have always been pleased with the service that I've received and the protection I've received from the city of Atlanta law enforcement officers. I am in favor of any changes that need to be made after extensive studies and research has been done. I'm in favor of looking into this issue, of course, but not just a knee-jerk reaction of defunding the police just because those that are yelling the loudest are getting the most attention right now. There are plenty of people that do not want this to happen. I think that the city of Atlanta would be in jeopardy of having homeowners move outside the city if they do not feel safe and protected, if there are not any police officers, and that would greatly impact the funding of the city, tax funding. I'm not interested in living in a place that does not have police and where the public safety is compromised. I'm not interested in having my property values decreased and for businesses to leave the city because they do not feel safe and protected and supported. I think the tax base would be dramatically compromised, and so I would like to express my concern for this defunding and let council members know that I am not at all in support of it. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Gail McLean, and I do not believe you need to defund the police department. For one simple reason, you can't control what happens in Atlanta as it is now. How is it going to do when there's not been cops on the job? You city council people need to get your shit together because you definitely don't have it together, and you need to get rid of your mayor. Goodbye.
Hello. Hi, my name is Pamela Waller, and I'm calling the city council and asking you to protect our citizens and protect our city, and do not defund our law enforcement because we need them. Rioters and terrorists have taken over our city, and nobody is doing anything about it. And I want y'all to uphold our law and protect our citizens so we can go in our city of Atlanta, our beautiful city again, and not have to worry about protesters and terrorists. This has gotten ridiculous. And I'm just concerned that our city council cannot follow the law and do something about it. It's heartbreaking.
Mary Hook of Buckhead, calling to object to the daily encounters we have in this area with thugs and criminals, carjacking, stealing our purses, shooting around us, happening around us. Request that you keep the police force funded and let them do their good work and don't tie their hands. Allow them to track down these people and keep them in jail, particularly the many, many repeat offenders that are just let out. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Rosa Ramsey, and I'm in Section 8. I am calling to say that I think it's an awful idea to defund the police. It will lead to more petty crime and more serious crime without the police who do a great job. I know of three people who were robbed within the last 24 hours, and another one that was robbed last week. And these are all in areas that generally are very safe. As I know it'll be hard to stop with the political winds now, and although there are
changes that need to be made. This is not one of them. Tony Evans is big on saying that we need security, we need to work together, and I believe that's completely right. Thank you very much for being strong and not voting for the defunding of our police and our protection. As a Atlanta native for 60 years, this is a horrible idea and will ruin the city.
This is John Seiler. I'm calling to request that council please continue to support our police department and not defund the police without a rational, well thought out plan to redistribute some assets. Right now, we need a police presence in Atlanta. I think they're an essential part of our community and do a great job. And calling to support the police department and ask that you not defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Molly Weddington, and I live in District 8, and I am highly against defunding the police. I think that it should have extensive studies and thoughtful discussions before any such decision should ever be made. And also, I feel that doing so could potentially decrease public safety, decrease property values, chase business out of the city, and dramatically potentially decrease the tax base. I trust that you will take this into consideration. And again, I am very much against defunding the police. Thank you very much.
My name is David Johnson. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. We've had 2 minutes to leave a passionate message. I've been in Atlanta for 60 years. If you defund the police, you're going to have a major problem on your hands. We need the City of Atlanta Police Department. So, if you want my vote, you better keep them funded. Thank you.
Hi, this is Christine Carson. I would like to support the police in any way that I can. They are valuable assets to our community, and I'm very, very, very against defunding any part of their budget. We need them so desperately. Please, please know that we do not want to defund the police. Thank you.
This is Jody and Dan McGrew. We are in District 8, and we would like to make the comment that we are totally against defunding the police. We support the 8 council members who stood against it, and we think that there needs to be a lot more discussion and that we are just bowing to a lot of current pressures and making a mistake and not doing anything to keep our city safe. Our property values will decrease and our tax base will move out of the city. This cannot happen. Thank you.
Hi, this is Spencer Pryor, and I'm calling on behalf of myself and my wife, Elizabeth Pryor. We're calling to let you know that we strongly support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes regarding our police policies in Atlanta need to be made after there's extensive study and thoughtful discussion. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have many unintended consequences. And finally, defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease our property values, chase businesses, including mine, out of the city, and dramatically decrease the city's tax base. So my wife and I appreciate your public service, and we strongly urge you not to defund the police. Thank you.
Jason McBride. So as I understand it, we got some council members who are against the defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I cannot begin to describe how stupid that is. So I'll say it like this. That's so well thought out and such a horrible bad decision. The only thing I can surmise is that we got some people there that are taking a little bit extra off the top than what they're supposed to be. I know how this game is played. I don't appreciate you trying to put the lives and the safety of the citizens of Atlanta at risk because you guys want to play politics. I don't know if you know this, but the silent majority will vote you out. I'm not happy with this. You guys want to play politics? It's going to end bad for you on election day. That is by no means a threat. That means that my vote will go to someone else. And the people that I know's vote will go to someone else. Stop playing politics. Do your job and serve the people of Atlanta like you're supposed to.
Yes, this is Teresa Gibson. I am calling to request that you vote not to defund our police. They are the only thing that stands between us and the criminals and the thugs that are rampaging through Atlanta and our streets and into our neighborhoods. It is terrifying, and I cannot believe that we are only one vote away in your committee to defunding the only thing that stands between us and the thugs. And if this happens, you can bet there will be vigilante justice because people have had enough of our streets, our shopping centers, our buildings, and now our monuments being torn up by people that are doing nothing because they hate who we are. They hate America. Please, 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 for the city of Atlanta, for the people of Atlanta, do not allow this to happen. Our police.
Yes, my name is Joseph Calloway. I'm calling in reference to the vote to defund the police. My understanding is that it's already been voted on several times, and it seems silly to continue to vote until you get your way. For those on the city council that are determined to defund the police, think about one thing. Think about who is going to be there to defend the children that are being abused? Who is going to defend the women that are being abused? I believe defunding the police will affect the poor far greater than it will the ones that are more affluent in the city. I feel like it's a horrible, horrible idea to defund the police. You promised them their raises. They've been depending on those raises and waiting on those raises. We're going to lose our police department. We're going to lose our leadership if you defund the police and do not give them their raises. Thank you.
Martha Holder, do not defund the police. We need law and order in our city.
Well, thank you for having this and our having our ability to call in on this. I hope that our leaders are like Rob Pitts to step up and do the things that you're supposed to do. We have thugs running all over the city, grabbing purses, threatening people with guns, breaking in buildings, breaking in storefronts, houses. This is unbelievable that anybody would even consider defunding the police. It's the last frontier that we have, the very last. I can't believe it. Please do not defund the police. Matter of fact, you should increase it and let them learn to do the things they need to do without worrying about it. Thank you. I didn't tell you my name is John Gibson, by the way. John Gibson. Thanks. Bye.
Hey, this is Jason Thomas. I work and live in the city of Atlanta, and this is directed towards the 7th. We're trying to reduce the size of law enforcement to reduce their budget. Number one, I'm in support of the 8th. We're standing in defense of law enforcement, public safety. But AJC did an article. It says the exchange was surreal, a sign that the wheels may be falling off public safety in Atlanta. Fittingly, it happened Monday during the City Council Public Safety Committee hearing as council members and interim police chief Rodney Bryant were grappling with the unrest plaguing the city. Councilmember Antonio Brown, who represents the district and also is trying to defund the police, his area is just west of downtown, was grappling, getting ready to speak in a virtual meeting when he told the chief, I was just notified there was a young man who was shot and killed at 377 Westchester Boulevard. Can you get a unit out there? He's been on the ground and there's no police who have come yet. He's dead already. He's on the ground and the residents have put a sheet over him and the police still haven't arrived. It sounds sounds like Afghanistan. Can you please come and pick up the body? But there's more. On June 13th, an angry protester milled around the South Atlanta Wendy's the day after Rashad Brooks was shot in the parking lot by a cop. And hours before the restaurant was burned down, there was a wild shootout in the Edgewood neighborhood in East Atlanta. 5 people were wounded and 2 were killed. Residents responded hearing perhaps 40 gunshots. Earlier this month, the owner of a bar in the popular Edgewood Avenue nightlife district posted a photo online of the business's window smashed by bullets. They said they felt unsafe and were closing their business until the city gets there. We need to defend our law enforcement. We need to support them. We don't need to defund them. We need to increase the amount of money that we put into investing in them. Defunding is going to get us more violent crime, reduce our tax base, lower our property values.
Yes, I'm calling ahead of the July 6th City Council meeting. I want to express my support for the 8 council members who stood in support of law enforcement. I want to say that I think any quick and hasty decision to defund the police not only is irresponsible, but also economically it is harmful to the city of Atlanta. I don't know where a business would want to move its headquarters where there's no security or police, not to mention all of the sporting events we try to host here. It would be a shame to lose that, and I think knee-jerk reactions around defunding the police need to be paused. I support those 8 council members and hope they will continue to stand strong.
This is Susan Mason. I am a taxpayer in District 8. I am a strong supporter of our Atlanta City Police. I am appalled by any actions or recommendations by the City Council to defund our police. Our police are our heroes. They protect us. They keep us safe. They keep the people who need to be kept safe. I think defunding them would be a major mistake, and I am calling to voice my support of the police and to voice my disapproval of any attempt to defund the Atlanta Police. Again, my name is Susan Mason. I'm a member of District 8, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
This is Jody Selby. I am a homeowner in the city of Atlanta in the Brookhaven area. I have lived in this area for 32 years. And over the past 3 to 5 months, I have never seen the city in such a case of disarray. We need the police. We do not need to defund the police or put the money in another area. We need more policemen. We need to give them all of their powers back, including the right to speak on social media or to the media and not have their voices put down by the mayor. I encourage each and every one of you to vote to fully fund the police department and give them all the raises that they need. The city has gone completely out of control. People are afraid to leave their houses. They let gangs of 16 to 12-year-olds on the corner of every major intersection abusing people. And part of this is because the police are no longer allowed to do their job. So I encourage you to find your voice, grow a pair, and vote to keep funding our police. Thank you.
My name is Paula Hawkins. I am a resident of Atlanta. I work in the city of Atlanta. I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting the battle to keep our city safe. Defunding the police will only increase violent crime. We are already seeing a decrease in our family safety, a decrease in our property values, and our businesses are fleeing the city. I stand with our police and law enforcement.
This is Bucky McLendon. I think the City of Atlanta Council needs to back the police force much more than they have, and quit turning your head when you get these Antifa protesters walking the streets. Thank you.
you are not too honored to serve me if you're trying to defund the police. I would like to ask Councilperson Brandon Dickens, who is going to answer the phone call when somebody is being abused? Who's going to come and help? Who's going to help when there is a traffic accident? Who's going to help when people are flying down the highway, breaking speed limits, driving drunk, and hitting other vehicles? You know, the police are a precious commodity in our city, and it is just sad to see that you want to defund the police. I don't know if you've noticed, but New York, that hasn't worked well for them, or Seattle. So I would hope that Atlanta would have a little bit more sense. Why don't you try some reform instead of hating on the police? That's all I have to say. Good day.
Well, my name is John Polk, and I've got to say the idea of defunding the Atlanta Police Department is absolutely insane. Two things will happen. Crime will spike, as it has done in the other cities where the same thing is done. But more importantly, do you really think we'll be able to recruit good, young officers to come to the Atlanta Police Department? I don't think so. Secondarily, I know for an absolute fact we've already lost officers to the surrounding police districts who will benefit from this absolutely stupid idea of defunding the police department. I would respectfully ask that you, to the ones that voted for defunding, reconsider their votes and realize what an idiotic thing they're doing. Also, I will absolutely assure you that my representative, if they do vote to defund the police, whoever, and I'm sure there will be somebody that will run against them based on this as a platform, I will absolutely financially support them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm Mike King in Zone 5, Police Zone 5, and a resident of Atlanta for 25 years. The current language I hear going on around defund the police is absolutely insane and will only further divide the city and drive your law-abiding citizens out. I have been here for 25 years and have enjoyed Atlanta very much, but the current condition, current climate has me second-guessing my stay here and moving back to Florida. We need to seriously consider the repercussions of defunding the police in any way, shape, or form. These men and women have been left and hung out to dry by our current leaders, and the city council needs to support the men and women that work in the police and first responders. To do otherwise is disingenuous to the people and the taxpayers of Atlanta. And if you do continue to down this path and do indeed defund the police, then you need to be ready for a mass exodus from the city, which will affect not only the tax rates, but all the booming business that goes on in the city. We are watching, and we will see who votes what, and see who needs to go. Thanks, and defund the police is ridiculous.
Good morning. My name's Norman Miller. I'm in the 8th District. I understand that you're thinking about defunding the police. If y'all vote to defund the police, people are going to abandon all these condos. There are high-rise condos being built in the city. Property values will go way down. Businesses will leave, and I don't believe that any more conventions will be coming to the city of Atlanta if you do that. All of which means a dramatic reduction in revenues to the city of Atlanta. And so I believe all those things will happen if there's a vote to defund the police. I think this is a huge mistake, and I hope you all will reconsider the matter or at least postpone the vote and study it further. Thank you for taking my comment.
My name is John Waller. I think defunding the police is a
terrible idea. I think it will weaken the idea of defunding the police is just a terrible, terrible idea. Thank you.
My name is Hillary Galt. I am a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, living in Zone 2 currently. I want to thank you all so much for your serious considerations and for asking for public feedback. I think that we're treading on some very, very dangerous lines that I really want to make sure you guys are considering the potential unintended consequences. I am very concerned about the lack of respect that I am seeing across the board. That includes amongst my white, wealthy neighbors. And my concern is that by defunding the police, you put people in a position where they're going to be hiring more private security. They're going to be more likely to arm themselves and consider vigilante justice their means. And I fear that this city is going to end up in really big trouble unless we maintain law and order through our system. And defunding that system right now, I understand we've already lost 35 police officers. I've called 911. I love 911. I want 911 to be available when there is a problem, because my personal protection is not something I planned on undertaking, and it's certainly not something that I am funding right now. We've got problems. Yes, we need to solve them. Yes, but making an emotional, rash decision without considering unintended consequences is doing Atlanta. Black residents are in favor. I don't want to see my neighbors starting to shoot when they shouldn't shoot. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Smith. I live in Buckhead, and of course I have grave concerns about all this talk about defunding our police department. I absolutely do not support it. I think it's the worst idea ever. And I just wanted to make my voice known. Again, my name is Margaret Smith, and I live in Buckhead. My number is 404-429-9113. Thank you.
Yes, hi. My name is Layla Laniado, and I live on 1615 Morris Mill, and I'm completely against defunding the police. We have seen an increase in crime, and it's getting ridiculous. We pay crazy amounts of taxes, and we need our police force. And quite frankly, we challenge inexperienced people in the council that is voting against having a police force that would be good for the city. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Oliver, and I'm calling to offer my support for the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, as well as other police departments who put their lives on the line for us every day. Please do not defund the police department.
My name is Haley Flynn. I've lived in Georgia my entire life, not far from Atlanta. I am completely against defunding of the police. Again, I oppose the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department.
My name is Robin Watkins. I have lived in Atlanta the majority of my life, and I have seen Atlanta go through a lot of changes to be a more safe and less safe city. I think defunding the police would be a massive mistake. We are already struggling with tax base, and you are only going to encourage businesses to leave. Retraining of the police is an entirely different matter. Defunding the police is both irresponsible and will lead to further deaths, particularly among poorer neighborhoods that need increased police presence, not decreased police presence. Please don't bow to public pressure by a few and endanger the majority of your constituency. Thank you.
My name is Jeremy Peters.
This is in reference to the City Council meeting Monday, the 6th of July, in reference to defunding the police. I would just like to state first that I am a 30-year law enforcement officer. Before me, my father worked 22 years for the Atlanta Police Department, transferred and helped form the original Fulton County Police Department. And I just want you to really think about what you're doing. Defunding the police. I can't even fathom that with the words coming out of my own mouth. I understand that there are issues, but I believe those issues, most of those issues, can be fixed administratively, not by taking away from already underpaid law enforcement officers and police departments. Social programs, yes, they're great. I've seen in my 30-year career that they only partially work. If you want to enact more social programs, you're looking at years for those to take effect. Who's going to handle the chaos until those social programs work or start working? This is a decision that can't be made in a month. It can't be made in 2 months. Take a really deep dive into the social programs that are there now. Look at the statistics. See that they're not doing what we a year decision. Thank you for listening.
Yes, my name is Tori Green. I am married with 2 grandchildren and have owned property, a home and land in the city of Atlanta in Buckhead. I am calling to vote no. I am not for defunding the police. In fact, I wish I could give more of my tax dollars for them. I feel that what we've been watching through Atlanta lately is a left-wing lawlessness. Very upsetting concern. These are 20 and 30-year-olds dictating to us changes that are literally lawlessness. This is extreme radical behavior. We need more police, if anything. Without law and order, you cannot have at all a peaceful and prosperous society. Very troubling that we would even be discussing such an option. I say more police, more money to them, maybe more training in these situations that we will encounter from here on out. But again, this is left-wing lawlessness, and I am 100% against defending, totally defunding, not at all for defunding the police department. Thank you.
Amy Dickey, District 7. I'm calling to ask you not to be influenced by mob rule. You as council have already voted on defunding, and it did not pass, thank goodness. Defunding is not the answer. We are not buying into your semantics of just shifting money or holding it. We do not buy into this explanation of holding city council and the mayor responsible. If that's really what you're trying to do, then take a portion of your salary and the mayor's salary and hold them instead of the APD's salary that we worked so very, very hard to pass. In 2018, we looked at the Mercer study and came down and spoke to you on an often basis to try to push this through. All of you supported this bill to push the legislation to push through funding our APD according to what Mercer said was appropriate. We still have less than 800 APD officers, and now you want to defund. In 28 days, we have seen an increase in murders by 133%, shootings 104%, up 200% since last year. This is what is going to happen if you defund. I hold City Council partly responsible for this. those of you who went on social media and demonized the APD along with for APD not showing up and causing the rest of the crime to look like it's going down. It's because they're not out there making traffic arrests, warrant arrests. But we all know crime is up. Vote no to defunding the police.
My name is Linda Adair. I'm calling to request that you do not vote to defund the police department. If anything, vote to fund them more so. Thank you for your time.
My name is Tatiana Harshon. I definitely do not think that police are in the city of Atlanta. In that regard, how are we going to continuously fund programs like PAL or the summer work program that hires at-risk youth, those who may find problems with seeking other employment? It gives children a thing, something to do, place to go. It exposes them to sites and activities that they otherwise may not be exposed to if they were to sit at home all summer. It allows them to be engaged in extracurriculars such as boxing or playing with instruments. Or what about the fact that police buy toys and gifts around the holidays and give it to children and families in need? They assist with utilities. Even the mentorship police after hours when they don't have to. Police who used to be school resource officers when APD was in school, they're still mentoring many of those students. What about those things? Those things are not spoken about. Atlanta is a city that has nearly 60% black officers, and not to say that just because there are nearly black officers, this excuses the potential for misconduct or abuse, but we're Black Lives Matter, right? How is it encroaching upon other black lives when they are representatives in the police force? How is that going to progress us? We talk about representation, but we're steadily trying to remove the threats of black people who are police officers. If anything, we need to start holding each other accountable for some of the actions. All of these delinquents who are out on the streets, why aren't we charging their fathers and mothers? Tatiana Harshaw again. Defunding the police would make the city of Atlanta more at risk. We continuously have people moving here from across the globe. How is defunding the police punishing them going to help the city when, as I already stated, they have several programs in place, such as PAL, they assist with homelessness, other at-risk groups such as the LGBTQIA community. If anything, we need to be putting more money into APP to better fund such programs. And also, just considering the dynamics of Atlanta, the gun and the all of the zones and the turf wars, we're punishing officers who are doing their job, who do have morality and ethics. We're punishing them by taking money away, by taking away their raises when they are actually putting themselves at risk as well. They're exposing themselves to many of the dangers that are present in our streets. Think about the gloves, Capitol Road, those areas. They have to have a certain level of mental capacity, strength, and endurance to be officers in the city. Let's start also thinking about accountability. Poverty does account for many of the crimes that we have, for much of the crimes that we have in Atlanta, and not ever do I hear the black race thinking about accountability. Our juvenile 10-year-olds at the Bronx who rob people in the middle of the day. Where are these people passing? We've been in quarantine for the past 3-4 months. So a lot of the excuse can't be the fact that their parents aren't at work and don't have anybody to watch their children. Let's start with accountability. We can't blame the police because 2 black males decided to have a shootout with each other. And I keep getting cut off with them.
Leslie Lowe, please support the police. Do not defund them. We enjoy going to Atlanta as a family, and as of right now, we are not going to Atlanta. Please support your policemen. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Lou Garland, and I'm a lifetime resident of Atlanta. I've lived here 71 years, and I currently live in the 11th district for the last 37 years of the 71. I just want y'all to know that I stand with law enforcement and the 8 council members who are fighting to keep our city safe. I'm inalterably opposed to defunding the police. I think defunding the police is going to increase time, it'll decrease my family's safety, and it's going to decrease property values, and it'll have a terrible effect. So the one thing residents expect is a safe living environment, and this is a great city, and we need to keep it that way. And I want to thank each one of you for what you do to try to help our city move forward and keep it great. Thanks so much, and appreciate you listening to my message. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Charles Gosder, Gozder. I just wanted to voice my support of the police in Atlanta, and I'm really disappointed in you even discussing the possibility of defunding the heroes that the police are. I have a business in Atlanta, and I live in Beaufort now, but just want to, again, voice my support for the police. Have a nice day.
Hi, this is Connie Davis. I'm a native to Georgia, and I am a registered voter, have been since I was of age, and I'm calling from District 9 to voice my opinion about defunding the police. I am against it 100%. I believe you should have this way out. This should be on the voting ballot at the very minimum. If you're going to do it, it's going to change everything that doesn't even live in Atlanta, that wants to come in and have dinner or go to the tourist attractions. They're already afraid. So I'm 100% against it. Please vote no.
Yes, I'm Lila Messer, and I hope to goodness that you're smart enough to support the police. It is stupid for you to defund the police. God help you if you do.
Hello, my name is Sean Dawson. I'm a resident for the city, inside the city of Atlanta. I am calling regarding the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department. I feel like the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department is going to increase our crime. We're going to have more violent crimes in the area. Less police officers cover our area. Defunding also going to take away the training ability for the police department, which will also create more unarmed black men to be shot if you take away the training. Also, the equipment that the police officers need to be able to tackle these crimes in our area, in our community. Also, that defunding that's why I say defunding is not a good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm going to work on the way through. I was around CEO and people are right. But the education, you know, I'm talking about the day, man. Can I say young day? What do you want to do? You know, you keep keep it when I get for it. And he basically wants to do the pay to keep it in the point. Yeah, right? And he's not putting this thing in one machine. So what we got, please roll it up, hold it, I think. I'm getting into my curating. Okay. It's my thing. I try to learn my first year. And he put it in one machine.
Janet Hogan. I have been nearly a lifetime citizen of Buckhead in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm very distressed that the city is planning on defunding the police. I am nearly 65 years old and desperately need to be protected, not just left out to dry. Please rethink this. Patricia Walston, and I have been born and raised around Atlanta for 79 years. And I was 16 years old before I ever saw the very first policeman. And I want to tell you how much I admire them, pray for them, respect them, and could not even imagine not having full-force policemen out there every day to protect me and my family. And I took a bunch of dedicates to our local police station. And I wanted, in my small way, to show them how much I admire them, love them, and pray for them. I would not want to go to sleep a single night in this state without knowing that they were out there protecting me and my family. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ashley Hood. I am calling to leave a message in regards to mine and my family's support for the men and women in blue. We do not support defunding police officers. We appreciate them and all their hard work. We do not want them to go anywhere. We need them for safety and security reasons. And for this, I do not support defunding the police. We need them out here. And thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Sandra Stargell. I'm highly concerned about the defunding of our police department. It would be a bad mistake to do that. We need our police officers. Not all police officers are bad, and all of this stuff that's going on is just awful. And I pray that God will help you make the right decision. Please do not defund our police officers. I beg of you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heather Merritt, and I just moved my daughter downtown into Zone 6. She transferred to Georgia State this year. And as a mother, I'm horrified at the thought that you are considering defunding the police. Having a child that is going to college there, I'm seriously considering pulling her out. It does not make me feel safe at all to have her living down there, going to school down there, coming down there to work. So I hope that you will seriously reconsider this, because we are in Atlanta all the time, and we will no longer feel safe coming down there if you do that. Thank you. My name is Shirley Smith. I am calling because, from what I understand, that there is going to be a discussion on Monday, July 6th, about defunding the police department. And I strongly urge you to not even begin to consider such a stupid idea. The police, our city is such a mess as it is, it would be a total disarray. They have gone above and beyond every single day. They have put up with so much disrespect that has been absolutely done. Nothing has been done about it. So I strongly urge you, for no other reason, Atlanta happens to still be the capital of human trafficking in the world. So for that reason alone, I strongly discourage any further discussion of defunding our police department. Thank you, and have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Ina Dyer, INA, and then last name DILES. I wanted to make sure that our police is backed all the way. We have to have law and order. That is our right also for all citizens. And so we do need law enforcement. You cannot have the criminals having rights. The rest of us have also rights, okay? Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Crystal Agundas, Dawson, Georgia. I drive through Atlanta to visit family a lot, unless they live nearby, or to go to the airport. And if you have car trouble on the side of a 10-lane highway, and there's not enough police to come, I don't understand what we can do after that, or whatever. So we would like to keep enough police for Atlanta to service the whole community. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Ann Butler.
I am calling regarding the meeting for defunding the police. If this is true, y'all need to look at the headlines and look at the news from over the weekend. For 4th of July alone, these thugs who are part of 3 Black Panther groups that have formed in the city of Atlanta and Decatur, one of which is calling themselves NFCA or something to that effect. But they are not only walking around the streets carrying AR rifles, they're responsible for killing an 8-year-old child last night. So if you think it's a good idea to defund the police, you probably want to rethink that. And go back and look at the crime statistics, which are up at least 100% over the last month. The shootings, the carjackings, the rioting. If you think that community policing is the answer, you're just asking for more people to be murdered. So I strongly encourage you to really sit back and think about the intelligence behind defunding the police. Hi, my name is Allison Ahern. I am calling to leave this comment regarding the vote to defund the Atlanta police. I strongly oppose this motion that the City Council is going to vote on. I do think there are changes that need to be made. There are other alternatives, such as police training reform. There's a way to provide funding for more extensive training, or to have police be involved in a longer training period before they actually become police, a year or two. And some other places, some other countries have longer training periods. That would be a great alternative. But I think it would be a very detriment to our city if the police were defunded. I believe the mayor could do a much better job of supporting the police than she has. I don't blame the police for walking off. They're putting their lives on the line every day for the citizens of Atlanta. And just like in any job, if you don't feel like you're supported, you're not going to do a great job, and you're going to look for employment somewhere else. So the mayor needs to step up and do her job. So please do not vote to defund the police. I think this would be a horrible decision for the city of Atlanta. And I love Atlanta and want it to stay safe. I want the citizens to stay safe as well. Thank you.
My name is Robert Pittman. I live in the state of Pennsylvania. I don't even live in your state, but I can tell you that I will never go to your state if you decide to defund the police. I don't understand why you think this is a good idea. Who's protecting you right now? Who protected the people in CHOP, in Chaz, in Seattle? When they took the police out of that area, would not let them go back into that area, who protected those people? Nobody. That's who. People were murdered. People were dragged out of their houses, their businesses, their cars, in broad daylight. And you guys are going to defund the police in your area? You guys are ludicrous. There's no reason to do this. If you do this, and you do defund the police in your area, you are also going to become targets. There will be no one to protect you either. I hope you realize this. Make the right call. Do not defund the police. That's crazy talk.
My name is Andrea Stein. I live in the Buckhead district, and I am completely against defunding the police. Since all of this began, the crime has increased, and there is very little police present to keep the residents safe. The answer is not to take money away. The answer is to fund them more thoroughly, have body cams on every police. This will protect not only the victim, but the police officer, and the wrongdoing will be easily discernible rather than done by the public court and the media. Please vote against defunding the police. It will hurt our city. It will lower tourism. People are already afraid to come and visit here. Property values will decrease, which means fewer property taxes will be paid. It's an all-around terrible idea. Please vote against defunding the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Moore. I'm calling. I understand that the city of Atlanta is having a council meeting on Monday, July 6th, about defunding the police. That's very concerning. I want to say, as a Georgia citizen, I oppose this proposal. I support the police who put their life on the line every day. Without them, crime and violence will all range. Atlanta will no longer be safe for people to work, live, or visit. And with all the things that go on in Atlanta, that's definitely not a good way. I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Yes, if you decide to defund the Atlanta Police Department, I will most certainly guarantee a pile of dead bodies on my front porch. Have a nice day.
My name is Jennifer Crisco. I'm a longtime resident just south of Atlanta, and I heard that there's a meeting coming up where defunding the police will be discussed. My heart is broken for the place that our country and our city has come to, and I know defunding the police is not the right answer. The city, from what I understand, is having a lot of trouble with violence and crime, and we need to stand behind our police. We need to pull out bad police, and we need to have good training, but we need our police, and many of our guys and gals are good people serving our city and the residents and our country, and we need to honor them and, again, pull out bad police, bad leaders. You know, there's people above the police that are not doing their jobs either, and these are the problems, not the police in general, and we need to give them the funds that they need to take care of the job of taking care of us. And that is my comment. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Brenda Howe, and I think it would be a great disservice to the citizens of Atlanta to defund police. 99.5% or more of all policemen are good men who willingly put their own lives at risk to protect ours. And just because you have a couple of bad cops doesn't make all cops bad. And I think, we have racism everywhere. But also in racism is the racism that blacks feel towards whites. Not all whites are bad. Most whites are good people. You know, there are some bad ones, just like there are some black ones. Black Lives Matter itself is bad because they promote violence. But I'm asking you to respectfully get your thoughts about defunding policemen. They're needed. They're necessary people. Thank you very much.
My name is Shirley Abood, and I'm calling to say that I support all the men and women in law enforcement who put their lives on the line every single day. And the thought of the police department being defunded is the saddest thing I've ever heard. We need to protect our men and women in blue for all the things that they do and all the risks that they take every single day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Glover. I do travel to Atlanta multiple times a week for my job, and I just wanted to voice my opinion on the defunding of the police. I would like to ask that Atlanta does not not even entertain that idea. That is a horrific idea to defund the police. We are already seeing, if you look at these past 30 days since the police have been pretty much defunded as it is because they've been working with the skeleton crew. They're not allowed to actually do their jobs. Criminals seem to have more rights than our police officers do. From what I understand, the numbers that I looked at today, the past 30 days in Atlanta since all this happened, since the Rayshard Brooks incident, the crime rates in Atlanta have skyrocketed. So there is a taste of defunding the police. Not only do I ask that you please do not do that, I ask that you reinforce the police the way they were before, because right now criminals can do whatever they want to, and they're running rampant in Atlanta, and I do not feel safe going to my job in Atlanta as it is. And then if you defund police on top of it, I will feel even more scared for my life to go to Atlanta. I have friends and family in other states, and they go to Atlanta all the time to enjoy all the amazing things we have in Atlanta. None of them are going anymore. Ever since the mayor came out and stated that basically the criminals have more rights than the cops do, and she made the brash decision without waiting on investigation. The same thing with the DA. None of my friends are coming to Atlanta anymore. They're scared for their kids and they're scared for their own lives. So I just ask that you please do not defund the police and hire more police and allow them to do their job. Thank you so much. I know y'all will do the right thing.
My name is Tina Anson, and I've been a resident my entire life of Georgia. I strongly support our police officers, and I am completely against any defunding of our police officers. We need all of our police officers to keep us safe. Therefore, I completely condemn any thought of defunding our police department.
Yes, my name is Steve Riley, and I'm against defunding the police. Atlanta is one of the most dangerous cities in the United States of America, and I went to Atlanta on a regular basis. I live right outside of Atlanta, but I go watch the Atlanta Braves on a regular basis. I'm boycott Atlanta. And if they defund the police, I will continue to boycott, and I won't ever go back to Atlanta. They want to destroy Atlanta, Georgia by defunding the police. Please do not do that. Let's don't make this a race issue. We know we need the law, and I'm asking you to please do not make this a race issue, and just do not defund the police department. We need these people. We need the police to protect the public. So thank you, and have a nice day.
My name is Terry Mitchell, and I'm begging you, please do not defund the police department. We need each and every one of them. Actually, we need more of them. We need them fully armed and be able to handle anything. Things are getting worse, and if you defund them and take their arms, things are going to get worse. Do not give in to street thugs. Please support the police department completely, 100%. Do not defund the police department. You can just forget about it, and it won't be printed in the paper, nothing. Forget these thugs. Respond with force, full force, and let the police do their job, or they can take their constitutional rights and act as a police officer. And they will, and they should. I will support this. Do not defund them. I beg you, I demand so. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Gilly, and I am calling to voice my opposition to defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I think that is a crazy idea, and I am totally against it. And I think anyone with any common sense would be totally against it as well. Again, my name is Marilyn Gilly. I live over in Post Peachtree Hill apartment complex, which is off of, it's between Piedmont and Peachtree Road. My zip code is 30305. My phone number is 770-896-34
2626. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Zeller, and I have been going to Atlanta fairly frequently over the last several years. For a while, I was coming down once a month. Now I just make it every few months to Atlanta. Love Atlanta. However, I'm very concerned with what I'm seeing on the news. I have to be able to feel safe when I'm driving to Atlanta, when I'm in Atlanta. And I know I'm not the only person who is having these kind of apprehensions about visiting any large city right now in the United States. But the things that we're seeing on the news about Atlanta are just quite concerning. So please just remember that, lots of tourists, lots of people love to come to your city. But if we don't feel safe, we won't be able to make it there. Anyway, I do love Atlanta. I hope everything works out because myself, my family, we all want to come back and visit Atlanta.
My name is Jessica McCash, and I am calling to voice my opinion about defunding the police or abolishing the police. That is not a good idea. Many people who are in need of officers, who need someone to be there, not only when you take that away, you also take away your first responders, because if they don't go, the other ones don't go. You have to have all of it. Maybe come up with a better solution to work with the ones who are against police and try to find a common ground, but abolishing them would absolutely destroy your city. You can't do that. And I completely and wholeheartedly support and back my blue family. Thank you. Have a good night.
Sonia Kettering, and I am calling to heavily oppose defunding the Atlanta Police Department. I know that you guys are having a council meeting on Monday, and I think that is about the dumbest thing that you guys could do. My dad was an Atlanta police officer, and he died in the line of duty protecting the citizens of Atlanta, and it is a slap in the face to myself, my family members, and the other Leo families to want to defund the police. Defunding the police, you're taking away better training, you're taking away a ton of other stuff that you guys do not even know. And that is about the dumbest thing that you can do. You defund the police, you're going to have less response time, and it's going to take a lot longer, you're going to have longer response times because you will not have as many police officers in Atlanta. And frankly, you guys are losing them already because of the crap that the DA there is pulling, because he is the crookedest person that I've ever seen in Atlanta. You can't sit there and say that the taser is a deadly weapon 1 minute when he is prosecuting other police officers, and then 2 weeks later say taser is not a deadly weapon the next minute. You need to get him out of the office, for one, and you need to get rid of the mayor as well. And I'm sorry, but neither one of them should have gone to Rashard Brooks's funeral, because the DA there should not have gone to the funeral of Rashard Brooks, because that right there is a conflict of interest, and he needs to be kicked off, and he needs to resign, and he needs to go to jail. Do not defund.
Yes, my name is Stacy Freeman. I found out that there's going to be a city council meeting on Monday concerning defunding the police in Atlanta. I'm calling to voice my extreme opposition to this proposal. If you defund the police, you're going to raise crime of all kinds in the city. You're going to decrease people coming into the city for conventions and tourist attractions and such. And you'll have your taxpayer base moving out of Atlanta, as they've already been doing the last several years. It would be an extreme injustice to our cops, to the police that defend everyone and with their lives on a daily basis. And if this is done, it's just going to be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life, and you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking of defunding the police. This is outrageous. Thank you.
And Woodson, we need to get Mayor Bottom gone. I know she's an elected official, but she needs to be gone. And we need to make sure that the police are taken care of. We need to drop charges on the officers. Y'all are running the city into the ground. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to voice my support of the law enforcement officers in the city of Atlanta. I think it's vitally important to have law enforcement and the police. So I'm completely against defunding the police. As a matter of fact, I think we need more funding in Atlanta, especially now that the reputation of our city has been completely damaged and tarnished. It's going to be incredibly difficult to recruit people. I'm in the healthcare recruiting business and finding it difficult to find people who want to come to Atlanta. And so I think that at least if we had the level of law enforcement that we needed, it might be easier. Won't even get into property values or, anybody here. There couldn't be any, people that are retiring will not stay in Atlanta because of safety issues. So I definitely think that we should say, somehow position this, not only saving law enforcement, but positioning as a safe city. I think that's going to be our biggest challenge going forward. So thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Kelly Colvin, and I would strongly vote no about defunding the police. They are necessary and vital to the structure of any kind of civilized society. I work in the Georgia prison system. I've worked in the prison system for over a decade. I work with many Atlanta gangs. I work with Zone 1, Zone 3, Zone 6, sex, money, murder, gangster disciples, bloods, you name it. And I can tell you firsthand from experience, they don't care about your rights. They don't care about who they hurt. They don't care about the laws. All they care about is getting what they need to do to meet their needs and run their businesses and their crimes in order to make as much money as possible and get over on as many people as possible. So unless you want these people running the city of Atlanta, you will make sure that you do whatever is needed to keep a very strong police force there, because I'm telling you, it will be anarchy and it will be lawlessness if the citizens of Atlanta have to fend for themselves. And I can tell you right now, speaking as a prison social worker aren't going to be able to fix the problem. This is just far, far beyond what can be done by any organization except the police. Please do not fund your police force. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Joyce Gerald, and I'm calling because I support the men in blue. I support the police officers. Please don't consider defunding the police. Thank you.
Yes, this is Kelly Colvin. I had called just a moment ago, and I wanted to make sure that my statement was clear. I work with gang members in the prison system from the Atlanta area, and I wanted to make sure that my verbiage was correct to please do not, whatever you do, defund the police. Thank you very much. God bless.
Mark Lancaster. I support all law enforcement officers that put their lives on the line every day. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Sherry Bagel. I live in Buckhead. And I am calling to ask not to defund the police. They're very necessary force that we need. Crime will go up, and we pay exorbitant taxes to keep our city safe, and this is unacceptable. Do not defund the police. Thank you.
Good morning. Today is July the 4th. My name is Bill Chapman, and I live in Loganville, Georgia. I am leaving this voicemail in opposition to the proposition of defunding the Atlanta police. The police put their lives on the line every single night to protect the citizenry. If this proposition goes forward, I will never enter the city of Atlanta city limits ever again. That means I will never come downtown to spend money when I cannot be assured that there is an adequate police force to protect my safety and to ensure my safety. I believe that this is a sentiment that is held by many of the people that live in the state of Georgia that enjoy coming to downtown Atlanta to see all of the wonderful things that are downtown, including the High Museum of Art, CNN Center, and many of the hotels and restaurants that are downtown. I urge you to vote no on this proposal to defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Emily Allen, and I support the police department and all emergency personnel. Thank you.
My name is Mandy Flatton, and although I'm not a citizen of Atlanta, my family frequently visits there for entertainment purposes or just to introduce my children to the culture in Atlanta. And if the police department is defunded there, we will no longer be visiting. I do support the men and women who protect that city and help me to feel comfortable going into that city. I just wanted to let you know my opinion. Thank you.
This is Trisha Elby. I'm 54 years old. I live in Atlanta, and I was born at Piedmont Hospital. I am ashamed of the city right now. Never have I thought I would want to leave. I support our police. I vote. And with the recent surge in violent crime in Atlanta, I find it outrageous that you would even consider trying to defund the police. Please continue to fund the police, give them raises. They are protecting our city, and we need them.
Jack Hogan. I'm a lifetime resident of Atlanta. I grew up here. I'm 71 years old. I understand that there's going to be another vote on defunding the police department. It I just shudder to think of the idea that that's even on the table. To defund that would be a huge mistake.
My name is Lisa Sullivan. My husband and I have lived in Atlanta our whole lives, and we are totally against defunding the police. This city has gone crazy. It is not what it ever was, and I am scared it's never going to be what it was again with the violence and the police not being supported by the mayor. It's awful. Goodbye.
My name is Timothy Shedd, and I wanted to because I have seen where they're talking of defunding the police in Atlanta. There's already a major issue with morale there, but the concept of defunding the police department is completely, I don't even know how to, it's just completely ignorant. So if you want that city to be ridden with crime, that's your best option. Otherwise, I think you probably want to add more money to the police department and try to inspire those officers to stay there and work.
My name is William McKinley. I'm calling to express my displeasure and astonishment that the council would even consider defunding the police of Atlanta, Georgia. This just opens up the general public to more abusive issues, and because we don't have enough police as it is. So I urge you to vote against any type of motion to defund the police department in Atlanta. I'm a resident of Roswell, Georgia, but anything that happens in Atlanta will affect people living in the communities all around Atlanta if it involves increases in crime in the area. Thank you.
My name is Connie Shannon, and I've lived in Georgia my whole entire life. I'm 61 years old, and I think it's just crazy if anybody's thinking about defunding our police department. I don't feel safe right now going into Atlanta because, you know, their hands are so tied right now, they can't protect their own citizens. I feel like that everybody deserves protection. I feel like if we take and actually let these people come in here and destroy our police department, they're going to destroy the rest of our city, what's left of it right now. Enough is enough, and I've had enough. I want to put a stop to this. I think it's just absolutely ridiculous that anybody would consider defunding our police department. We need these brave men and women who put on that uniform every day and put their lives on the line for us. And I really love and respect them for what they do. I just wanted to get my, voice into this, and I will show up at your virtual meetings and any other thing I can do to support our men and women who wear that uniform every day. Thank you, and God bless us all, because we're all going to need His blessings.
My name is Susan Hurt, and I think it's totally stupid to defund the police in Atlanta. Look at all the crap that's going on. And they want to defund the police. How about they defund the city of Atlanta and get rid of some of them? Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Kristen Rodriguez. I live in Zone 6, and I was calling to support the members of the City Council who voted to not defund the Atlanta Police. I myself would vote to not defund the Atlanta Police. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I do believe that any changes that are made to the funding of the police department in Atlanta, that needs to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussions have been completed. Any last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise because they're not considering the whole. Everybody is very emotional right now, and emotions need to be put aside, and real change can only happen if looked at from a broader spectrum and with research and with committees who actually look at this and other cities that have done this and how successful they have been. It's my understanding that there aren't many places that have been very successful in defunding their police. Also, defunding the police will decrease public safety, as it's very, very unsafe right now to live in Atlanta to begin with. Seeing as how there's been over 20 shootings in the city of Atlanta over this holiday weekend, I don't feel very safe. I don't feel very safe when people attack me while I am trying to bring my family to the grocery store, trying to sell me water, and when I don't want to buy after you say you don't want to buy their water, they throw things at you, at your car, and hit your car. I also don't feel very comfortable with the road racers who are on the road that, once again, Atlanta police have been told absolutely not to stop.
First of all, thank you so much for not defunding the police. There is a rumor going around that you are going to vote again tomorrow, the 6th, to defund the police again. And that is just unbelievable, considering we just had 23 people shot yesterday, and it's a continuous murder, shooting Atlanta that I pay taxes for. We were already over 400 police down, from my understanding of my neighborhood meeting. Why would we want to defund the police when we don't even have enough police? I live in the old Fourth Ward. I hear gunshots every single night. I hear things in the old Fourth Ward Park all the time. Our bicycles, our cars get smashed in. Our bicycles get stolen, our cars get smashed in. They try to rob us on the street. It's ridiculous, the crime that we are facing. I've lived in the Old Fourth Ward for 25 years. Until it started to grow, we never had crime like this. And now we have so much crime. Defunding the police is not the answer. We actually need more police. When we put police on bicycles on the Beltline, the crime actually stops until we start taking them off the Beltline again. This is ridiculous. Do not defund the police. Do not cave in to the minority of people. The majority of the people in Atlanta want the police. We think the police do the right thing, even though there have been a few bad apples. Please do not defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Fran Coons, and I'm very concerned about the violence that's going on in the city of Atlanta, including the protest that was done in Stone Mountain yesterday that was armed. I do hope that you will do something to try to take care and save our city. Thank you.
Ray McGinnis. So I realize that you've already voted not to defund the police. Please do not have an additional vote. If you do again vote no, do not defund the police. We have a lot of tax money invested. The officers are already understaffed. We don't need to lose any more officers. Please do not defund the police. Thank you.
I conduct a lot of business in the city of Atlanta, and I was delighted when it was voted not to defund the police. I don't want them defunded. I want to feel safe. And I know that y'all are looking at voting again about that because there's been some dissension. You really need the police to have a safe environment, and I would hate to have to take all of my business away from Atlanta because I don't feel safe. And at this time, it's getting very questionable about whether I want to continue to do business in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jet Matry. I'm an 18-year-old living in Hensley Park in Midtown Atlanta. And tomorrow, the Atlanta City Council is supposed to make a decision about defunding the police. I believe that defunding the police will not help the city. It will cause more crime to spark, and crime has been at an all-time high the past few weeks. And please do not defund the police. It will not solve anything. It will only make matters worse. We have to come together as a city and end all this lawlessness crime. It's not the Atlanta way. Defunding the police will not do anything. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Chris Lloyd of the Chalet Payton community. I request that each of you strongly consider not reducing any funding for the Atlanta Police Department. This action does not provide any solutions to our communities are currently experiencing. Additional training with policy and procedural changes are more viable alternatives.
Good afternoon. This call is in regard to the City Council meeting on Monday, July 5th. My name is Brett Hogan, and I live in District 8 in Buckhead, and I am calling in full support of the police officers and of no defunding of their funds. We need to support our police officers as much as they can, as we can have all seen. The city has had so much crime in the past few weeks since Mayor Bottoms decided to show that she is no longer standing in support with them. And all of this divisiveness is having a terrible impact on our city, on our communities, and its citizens. Please, City Council members, do not vote to defund these policemen and women. They work so hard for us. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jenna Fletcher, and I live in Atlanta in 30306. Jennifer Ide is my council person, and I 100% do not support her vote. I am very disappointed in how she has voted. She does not represent my thoughts, and I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I do not believe we should defund the police. Atlanta's crime is up. You can see it everywhere, and taking away our police officers and putting money in other places is not going to help. Thank you.
I Kim McCafferty, support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Any changes need to be made or done after extensive studies and thought and discussion that have been completed. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have unintended consequences. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease public property value, and chase businesses out of the city and dramatically decrease the tax base. I live in District Number 2. Please do not defund the police.
Hi, this is Karen Taylor. My husband, Haynes Taylor, and I live in District 8, our representative, J.P. Metz. And we are both calling to state our extreme wish to continue supporting law enforcement. We do not want to defund the police. I repeat, we do not believe defunding the police is at all the right way to go. We both agree that there are changes that can be made to improve the way that police are trained to police. But all of this is a complete knee-jerk reaction that has made my family, I have 2 teenagers, physically unsafe in our house. We feel that we have to arm ourselves now. And to see what happened last night, July 4th, around Atlanta, with absolutely no police presence, is abominable for the taxes that we pay. And it's because nobody's supporting the police. So this is outrageous that this has even gotten this far, 8-7, the vote to defund the police. So this is one more family. Every family that I've been talking to agrees changes need to be made. This is not the way to make the changes. We all agree that things need to improve, but this is not the way to do it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is Crystal Goldie. Please do not defund our policemen. We need them. Please do not defund our police department. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Joanne Walter, W-A-L-T-E-R. I've lived in Atlanta, Georgia, in the city of Atlanta for 20 years. I listen to the city council, Felicia, and everyone else online, and I just wanted to leave word that I am totally against defunding the police. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. Anything that's done about the defunding of the police needs extensive studies and thoughtful discussion. We need to really think about this. We are in a very bad situation right now, and we do not feel safe in the city of Atlanta. It is lawless. It is terrible. We are afraid to go outside. We are afraid to drive around. And if you defund the police, it's going to be worse. We're all going to leave. Everybody will have to leave the city of Atlanta because you can't live here. And this is really sad. So I would like to state my case. And for those of you that think we need to defund it, like Matt, who I'm very disappointed in, I know your family, and I'm really shocked that you're voting to defund the police. And everyone else who's against it, think about it. Think about what your life's going to be like. Thank you. I am finished. Thank you.
My name is Craig Cronenberger, and my wife is Liz Cronenberger. We live in the 5th District in the Ringside area. I'm calling in regard to the potential discussions around defunding the Atlanta Police Department. And I wanted to state that we are against the idea of defunding the police department. We believe there needs to be further research and insights gathered in order to try to understand the problem and understand the best possible solution. We do not believe that taking money away from the police department is a solution. And matter of fact, we actually think it may create more problems than anything. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Metzler, and I am in District 8, and I have been a homeowner in Buckhead for 11 years, grown up in Roswell, longtime resident of the area. And I am calling to support the 8 council members who supported our law enforcement, and we're not in favor of defunding the police. I am not in favor of defunding the police. This decision just feels very knee-jerk and emotional, and there are no facts, there's no studies, there's no real thoughtful, planning that's gone into this. I fear, there was 23 shootings in Atlanta last night. An innocent 8-year-old girl is dead. There are ATVs driving down Peachtree Road at 7:20 p.m. I'm sorry, ATVs, multiple. I've seen videos. It's mind-boggling that this is allowed, and the police have been told to stand down and keep us nowhere to be found. It's all just so frustrating, and I just can't even believe that the discussion to defund Atlanta Police Department is even on the table. This is already voted against. I don't know why it's coming back on the table tomorrow. Again, I support the 8 council members who stood in support of Atlanta Police Department, and I do not believe that defunding the police is the right decision. My phone number is 404-805-2347. My district, again, is 8, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen. Thank you.
My name is Eve Ernest, E-A-R-N-E-S-T, and I live in District 8. And I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. And I really believe it's very important that any changes that need to be made be done after extensive studies and discussion have been completed, not just last-minute decisions. I know we are all angry about what happened, but I think we need to be very thoughtful and careful about the decisions made, because public safety is so important, and it's why I live in Atlanta, and I really want to make sure that I feel safe in my city. Thank you very much. And please, and I feel like defunding the police will decrease public safety. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Nick Fletcher, and I live in Atlanta. I'm calling because I would like the council to rethink the defunding of the police. I'm not in support of this. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement, and I think that any changes that are made need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion, because I feel that a lot of the changes that are proposed are being based on knee-jerk reactions. Our crime has been up significantly over the past year, and there is not been adequate research into the cause and etiology of this. I think that last-minute decisions or unwise may have unintended consequences, and the defunding the police will decrease public safety, lower property value, chase important businesses out of our city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. I'm in District 6, and I thank you for your time.
My name is Nancy Nagazaga. I live in 30305 District. I wanted to make a comment about defunding the police, which I think is an extremely bad idea. Thank you.
Yes, this is Mrs. Marion Simmons calling. Lived in the great city of Atlanta for 35 years. And I want to thank you for the vote to
not to defund the police department recently, your recent vote, and I want to implore you to vote no on these amendments that would further curtail any funding, that any ideas of taking some of those funds to divert away from the police department. We stand with them, and safety is the most important thing that we have to deal with at this point in time. I appreciate your time and hope that you will consider this carefully. Please vote no on those amendments. We stand behind the Atlanta Police Department and need them so severely, especially at this time. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Katie Cullens. I live on Eastwood Valley in Buckhead, 30327. I beg of you to not defund the police. On Friday, my home was burglarized. A black male had come into my home, stolen jewelry, had kicked my door in, French door that even had a club on it. I feel very violated. 4 years ago, I had a man try to do a home invasion at 4 in the morning with my 3 children. My husband was out of town. My youngest was 3 months old. The police could not have been more wonderful. Came, searched, did everything. This city is not safe without the police. I live in an area of town where I pay $20,000 in property tax, and I do not feel safe in my own city. I cannot go pump gas by West Payson. I have to drive all the way to Costco because of the carjacking. I have small children, and I am over it. I've had neighbors that are robbed. If we defund the police, then you will have a mass exodus from the families, the good, hardworking families that live in Buckhead that help support all of the poorer areas of this town. This would be a huge, huge mistake, and I promise you, so many of our neighbors and friends are talking about leaving the city. Thank you for listening, and please do the right thing and protect your citizens and all of the citizens who help fund the rest of the city. Thank you.
My name is Marie Edwards, and I support the council members who support our law enforcement. Please do not defund the law enforcement. It will decrease public safety and decrease property values, chase businesses out of the city, and decrease the tax base. I strongly encourage you to support the police department. Thank you very much. Goodbye. No, it's not. I just have been printing in it. Come here and look at it with me. It's something, I'm about to open another cartridge thinking this cartridge. What I did was I tried to print only in black and white. And the color will work in black and white, not. Okay, this is what I did. This is the black and white we paint.
Yeah, hello, my name is Zach Cullens, and I live at 3122 Eastwood Valley Road in Atlanta, and I would like to voice my opinion on the matter of defunding the police. I was actually just broken into this weekend over the July 4th holiday while I was out of town from a young intruder who broke in and stole jewelry from my house when I was out of town. And the Atlanta Police Department did a fantastic job of showing up and helping to arrest this young man and also to help make sure that our neighborhood was secure the rest of the weekend. I hope that you vote to not defund the police. And please think about all of the citizens that are impacted by that type of a decision. It's the wrong decision, and do not defund the police. Thank you.
This is Ann Boswell. I would like to go on record as supporting the 8 members of the Atlanta City Council who have stood up for the police. I do not think in this heated environment that we are in currently, we need to even talk about defunding the police. what we need to do is to wait until cooler heads prevail and have an extensive and thoughtful discussion. I think there are some groups and some places in Atlanta that want to have a different type of policing, but I would like to continue with the policing that we have, and I would like for it to be supported by the city council. If you defund the police, you will decrease public safety, you will also decrease the property value that we have, and you will decrease the tax base. I don't think any of this would be good for the city that we all live in. So I would appreciate it if you would listen to the 8 members who are supporting the police and vote with them to have a study when cooler heads are in place that we may want to make some changes, but I don't think that we want to defund or disband our police force. Thank you for your help, and may you have good wisdom guide you as you make this decision.
My name is Fred Simmons. I do live in Atlanta and have lived here for a while, and I'm calling regarding the matter of police funding. I appreciate your interest in my opinion, and thank you for listening. I'm pleased that you did not defund the police on the previous vote, but I understand now you're considering amendments that would put a hold on some of the funding. I'm opposed to that. I believe the police should be funded according to their needs, and I believe the needs are adequate to justify the funding provided. I acknowledge that you deal with many other complex issues. I encourage you to do so and to fund them, but not at the expense of the police. So please vote against any amendments that would detract from the funding of the police. Thank you very much, and God bless. Bye.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Chapin, and I live in District 8, Buckhead, Atlanta, Georgia. And I just wanted to call and read my thoughts on the current climate and the defunding the police aspect. I think that more than ever, the police actually need our encouragement, and they actually probably need more funds to hopefully give pay raises and better training and things that could help improve the police department. I think defunding will only take away from true change in a positive direction. I love the city of Atlanta, and I love our police, and I know that the city needs work 100%. And we do need to make change, but I do not think that defunding the police is how we are going to get there. So I definitely hope that this is heard and that nobody rushes to that judgment, and that we realize that this is such a stressful time for everybody, not only in our city, but the country, the world, really. And I just feel like the police need our support, and of course so do the citizens of this city, all of them. And I do think, like I said, that there should be change made, absolutely, but I just don't think that would be accomplished by defunding them. I think morale is probably already low, and they need to know that they are appreciated. That's all I have to say, and I hope that it's heard, and the city does make change. I just hope that defunding them, the police, is not one of them. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Mamie Garrett. I'm the president of the Westwood Community Division, and I'm asking that each council person, please do not cut funds from the police department's budget. Please talk and discuss other means. We need our police officers, so please do not cut public safety funds without further research. Thank you.
Betty Hightower, please do not cut the police budget. Thank you.
Carolyn Cruz, please do not cut the city police budget. Thank you.
O'Neill Sheets. I'm calling to tell the council, please do not cut the funds here for public safety. I'm calling to tell the council, please do not cut the funds that have been here for public safety, because we need our public safety people. Again, this is O'Neill Sheets from the Westwood Terrace community. Thank you, and a part of the Westwood Terrace community organization. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Yeah, this is Tommy and Annabeth Tidwell. JP, we really appreciate all the hard work you've done and all the council members at this point in this very, very trying year. We are not in favor of defunding the police. In fact, we believe that we need the police to be bolstered and protect our area even more during this very trying time. Thank you for all of your hard work. We appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Tracy Cole, K-O-L-L, and I have a question and a comment. The question is, was the request at 2:30 a.m. on July 6th requesting units to guard the door of the credit union, was that in response to the request for an uprising that Councilman Brown initiated? I legitimately am curious as to if there's a correlation between those two events. And then my comment is I am absolutely vehemently against defunding the police for reasons such as the uprising or whatever happened last night and all of the civic disorder, looting, theft, debauchery, bad behavior that has been carried on in Buckhead and beyond the last, multiple years, really. Anyway, thanks. I hope that you will take my comment and question seriously, and I hope that you will do the right thing and protect the city. Thanks in advance. Bye.
Hello, my name is John Crew, and I would like to voice a disapproval for reducing the Atlanta Police Department budget. Thank you.
Matthew Woods. I'm calling about any votes that's going on with the police right now. Strong opposition to defunding the police. I'm open to speaking through all the issues and adjusting things. However, really would like our communities to be taken care of and safe, and truly believe police have a big say in whether we are safe or not. So please would like to not defund them. I actually would like more funding there and or more training or whatever it takes. But having no policing is not the answer. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Valerie Jones. I am a longtime resident of Atlanta, taxpayer. I've been here a very long time, and I do not want the police to be defunded. This is just insanity. There's so much violence going on. People are being hassled on the streets. It's not safe anymore in Atlanta. People are getting hit by stray bullets. I know somebody's house that got hit with bullets just 2 nights ago. This has become an extremely scary, very scary place. It's not safe. We are paying for the police to protect us. I don't know why in the world City Council would vote against the police. What are you doing? This is insanity. Keep the police funded. We need protection. All citizens need protection.
I'd like to leave a message for the city council members to find out what they are going to do to address all the violence that is going on right now in the city of Atlanta. There were 7 people shot at Auburn Avenue last night. That's about a mile from my house, and I'm very concerned now that the city council wants to fund the police department. What are we supposed to do? You get our guns and have to have a carry or a concealed to carry license? Is that what all of you want? It's disturbing to me that you would defund the police with all the violence that is going on in the city of Atlanta. Goodbye.
My name is Rachel Thomas, and I'm a 16-and-a-half-year resident of the City of Atlanta, City Council District 7. I currently live in our home with my husband and 2 kids, 15 and 10. Cutting to the chase, I've never been as scared in our home as I have been in the last few weeks. Our home, a stone's throw from Peachtree and Phipps, that after the May 29th riots, because then I fled to my parents' house because I was scared to be in our own home another night. Imagine not feeling safe in your home. You want to defund police? Seriously? If 529 proves anything, it's that we need more funding, more police, more training, more resources for them, more funding. We've already begun walking away with our wallet. I don't do any shopping in Buckhead anymore. We've always enjoyed eating out and shopping in Atlanta, especially favorites within walking distance, but no more. We've started enjoying restaurants and stores in our sweet surrounding cities that support their police departments. We've always enjoyed exposing our kids to what Atlanta has to offer, but no more. Quite frankly, y'all need to get Atlanta's act together, or all productive and law-abiding citizens will be long gone. Start by not defunding our police. Had we had more police there that were supported in their job, maybe we wouldn't have lost a mere baby last night in South Atlanta. We've already begun taking our money elsewhere. It's up to you whether or not we spend our exorbitant property tax money elsewhere also. I don't need to stay here and be a city and help save this, and be a hero and help save this city. I've got my family's safety to worry about.
Hello, this is Elizabeth Davies, City of Atlanta resident. I am calling to vote my support for not defunding our police. We are in a state of need to continue with the police force in the City of Atlanta. There is way too much crime and just people that are truly scared. And we need to protect all of the City of Atlanta residents. And those that choose to visit our city, we have to have a police force. So just wanted to voice my opinion and support of our police force, and please continue to support them and fund them. Thank you.
Hi, this is David Foster, resident of Atlanta, Georgia, and I am against defunding any type of pulling back from the police officers. We need to be able to support them. They protect us and our families. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, this is Jennifer Foster. I am calling to express my opinion against the defunding of the police. I understand that there are issues that need to be resolved within police departments, but defunding them is not the way to solve these solutions. If anything, we need more funding for more officers and more training to help them do their jobs more effectively. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Maley. I have been a resident of the City of Atlanta for the past 18 years. I've lived in District 2 for the entire time. I am against the defunding of the police. I support the 8 councilmen who stood in support of the law enforcement. Any changes that need to be made to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion. Last-minute decisions based on emotional knee-jerking reactions are unwise and will have long-term unintended consequences. Defunding the police department, police will cause public safety decrease, property values to decrease, businesses to leave, and dramatically reduce the tax base. Let's all make sure that we do not defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tisha Maley. I've been a resident in Atlanta in the Buckhead area for 18 years. I'm calling to voice my opinion, which is to support the police department. I do not believe we should defund the police. In fact, I'm appalled at City Council members Dickens, Westmoreland, and Ide, and others for voting to defund the police. Defunding the police will have catastrophic impact to the safety of our citizens, our tax base, property values, and I do not support defunding the police. In fact, I support funding more police, giving them more training, and hiring more police officers. Do not vote to defund the police.
Yes, my name is Brandon Hamburger. I worked for the City of Atlanta for 21 years.
I'm calling in support of law enforcement and the 8 city council members that voted to keep the police department funded. Please do not feel intimidated by the other 7 council members who are voting for the latest hashtag of defund the police. There's nothing more than a slogan and a t-shirt of the week. Please make adult decisions when we're talking about this city. Thank you.
Hi, this is Nancy Massa. We live in Zone 2, and we support the police department. We do not agree with the defunding of the police department, so I wish that you would bring that up at your city council meeting and vote down. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, I am a tax-paying citizen of Atlanta. I live in Fulton County and have been paying taxes and supporting our city. I'm a teacher as well. And my name is Charlotte McGuire, and I've been paying taxes and living here since 1990, actually a little before, and I definitely wholeheartedly support the police. I do not at all support defunding the police in any measure. And if a decision gets made, it needs to be looked at, or before a decision needs to be made, in regards to how our police force is paid and how it operates. It needs to be after very careful research and study. And so I definitely support the council members who are against defunding the police. The police have served us well as a whole, and we need them to be able to have a safe community. And I just thank you for what the police have done. Also, thank you for what y'all are doing. And it takes everyone to do their part, to be good citizens and to do what is good, to do what is constructive. And law and order is so vital. Thank you very much. My telephone number is 414-625-6050. Bye-bye.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Fowler. I'm in District 8. I want to say that I support the 8 council members who stood up in support of our law enforcement. Any changes made need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussions have been completed. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have many unintended consequences. Defunding the police will decrease public safety, decrease property values, chase businesses out of the city, dramatically decrease tax bases, and dramatically force people that have been paying all these taxes to leave the city of Atlanta. If you take a look around, there are already a flight of people with for sale signs up trying to exit the city, which would be disastrous. Please give the district number, which is 8, and I would appreciate the support of all the 8 that did support it and more that could and should support it. Thank you very much for your service.
Hi, my name is Leah Kelly, and I have been a resident of Atlanta for 15 years. I would like to let the council know that I'm against defunding the police. We already do not feel safe, and the police are giving us help when we need it. Right now, not so much, as the market's so low, but we do need their help, and we need more officers and more training. We should not be taking any money out of the pockets of the police. These are people who help us, and anyone who needs help, they are there. So please do not defund the police.
Hey, this is Mary Catherine Aronson. I'm calling from District 8. I would like to support the 8 council members who stood up in support of our law enforcement and encourage everyone to please not defund the police. The crime in Atlanta has gotten really out of control lately. Unfortunately, like my best friend has just been broken into. I'm seeing all these shootings. I know, along with many others,
a lot of people are looking to leave the city, and these are good, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, in fear of being involved with crime committed upon them or violence. Nobody wants to be around that. We need police to enforce this, and defunding police is going to really ruin our city. Businesses will leave. People will leave. You're not going to have a good response to that. You may not be hearing that, but there's a lot of people that feel this way, and I just wanted to send the information to encourage you to please actually fund our police more and increase protection and decrease crime in the city. We really need this right now. We want to support our city and be a part of it, but we all feel like we're being betrayed at this moment, especially with the high property taxes and everything that we're paying. It's just not worth it. Thank you very much, and here's to everybody. All right, thank you very much, and please make the right decision to increase funding for police instead of decrease. Thank you.
My name is Tim Thomas. As a resident of the city of Atlanta, I find it insane that people are trying to defund the police department. The only people that are out here to keep us safe. If mistakes happen, understood that people need to be held liable. However, when police are doing their job accordingly and acting on emotion and getting upset about things is not how we create change. And defunding the police department will not create a positive change. I've seen in Chicago, LA, New York, where crime is all skyrocketing because of the same situation that we are closely following here in the city of Atlanta. Councilmember Antonio Brown is a liability for this city, and I don't believe that anybody should be following anything that he's saying.
Hi, my name is Tracy Cole, and I'm calling to support the council members who voted not to defund the police. I believe that we are in a state of grave danger, and that lawlessness is on the rise and is being encouraged. And I strongly support the council members who were brave enough to oppose defunding the police department, and I respectfully ask that you do the right thing and keep this city safe. Thank you.
This is Bill Ernest, Manor Ridge Drive, Atlanta 30305 in District 8. And I just wanted to call because of concern having to do with funding of the police. As I understand it, there are council members who have stood in support of our law enforcement, and I want to support them. I do think if there's any changes in funding, you need to have a thorough and thoughtful study of that before any decisions are made, because those decisions are so important. So, but we would be, or I would be, in favor of not decreasing the funding. At least maintain sufficient funding, and if some changes need to be made, then that's fine, and retraining or re-emphasis, but not to take away the funds of the police department. Thank you so much. Bye.
Stuart Canzeri. Comments regarding defunding the police. First, there are a few issues with this. It will increase crime, and most importantly, it will increase crime in areas where the police are most needed. Secondly, what it will do is it will create more affluent areas to create their own cities. Buckhead is a great example. So you will lose a lot of tax revenue when Buckhead becomes a city. Additionally, by defunding the police department, you're also going to lose officers to these newer cities like Brookhaven, Sandy Springs, where they support the police. All of this will create an environment where the city of Atlanta will no longer get conventions, no longer get sporting events, and will unfortunately really go backwards to all of the great achievements that was created through the Olympics. So defunding the police department is a huge mistake. Again, it's, don't let the politics of today affect the future of the city. The city has done tremendous things over the last 2 decades, and you'll set it back probably a full century if you defund the police. Again, Stewart, Gaines Area 5.
This is Matthew Tully. I live in Atlanta. My phone number is 404-351-5198. I support the 8 council members who stood up in support of our law enforcement. Any changes need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussions have been completed. Last-minute decisions and knee-jerk reactions are unwise and will have many unintended consequences. Defunding police will decrease public safety, decrease property value, chase businesses out of the city, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Again, it's Matthew Tully. I live in the city of Atlanta. My phone number is 404-351-5198. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronica Copeland, and I think you guys really need to take into account about defunding the police. I work in Atlanta, and honestly, I am scared to death to go to Atlanta. The police have no control, and it's because they're trying to do their job. And by you taking money away, you are going to drive so many businesses away from Atlanta. People are going to be killed. Last night, a 10-year-old was killed in the intersection because the armed protesters were there. Come on, people, wake up. This is America. We're supposed to protect our citizens. That's what your job is to do. But you're going to take away the police, the funding for the police. That doesn't even make sense. All you're going to do is put the power in the hands of the protesters, the ones that want to ruin Atlanta. Atlanta was a good city. It still is. But what you guys are doing, you guys are going to kill it. Nobody is going to want to come to Atlanta. You guys really need to think hard about it and do not defund the police.
Hi, this is Helen Stewart. I am calling from District 8. I am calling to encourage the council to vote against defunding the police. I am very concerned about our public safety. There were, as I'm sure you're aware, 23 people shot last night in 5 different shootings, including an 8-year-old girl. And we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I do not feel like this is the time to take any resources away from our police department. I would like us to work with the budget that we currently have to make any reforms, and believe that there are some changes that need to be made, but I do not believe in defunding the police. And I find it astonishing that we are talking about doing that when we're in the middle of a crime spree in our cities. Thank you.
Kayla Melton. I do not support making amendments to defund the police. I support the Atlanta Police Department, and I will not be coming into Atlanta if there is no police. I wouldn't feel comfortable. Since the rioting and protesting has begun, there's been an 86% increase in murder in Atlanta. The police department has my full support, and I do not agree with the amendments that are trying to be passed to defund the police.
I am Patricia Floyd, president of the Boulder Park Area Neighborhood Association. I am urging each council member not to cut any funds from the police department. This should not be done without further research. Do not cut any funds that have been earmarked for public safety.
My name is Kimberly Savignano, and I'm calling on behalf of my community who deeply oppose the Resolution 20-R-4068, also known as the Rayshard Bill. Councilman Antonio Brown is clearly irresponsible even proposing this bill and supporting it, and the community does not support defunding the police. Thank you.
Jeanette Davis. I do not feel that it would be beneficial to the city of Atlanta to cut funding to APD. Although there has been quite a lot of stuff going on with the police department and certain policemen. You know, one bad apple doesn't spoil the whole bunch. Maybe better training, finding different ways to root out the bad apples. But the city still needs policemen. There's still criminals here. There's still criminal work going on. We need a strong presence in this city. We do not want bad elements coming in here and taking over. Right now, we're very vulnerable, and we need to stand strong with each other. So please do not cut the funding to the APD. If anything, you should increase it. We need more policemen on the streets and in our communities and in our businesses so that we can see and feel safe. Thank you.
Donna Gaylor. I am calling to say that defunding the police department has not worked in other states. It's not going to work here. All it's going to do is cause more and more damage and more lives lost. How many more kids do we have to bury for you to get it? Thanks.
Hi, this is Teresa Sutherland, and I am in District 8. And I'd like to say good morning and thank you for all of you for your service. I am calling to support the 8 council members who stand in support of law enforcement and to not defund the police. Based on everything that's happened this past weekend, the rioting, the deaths, the fireworks, and urine being thrown at the police officers, this is all just insane. And defunding the police is not going to help the situation. So I wanted to let my concerns be noted. Thank you so much.
My name is Christine Pendowski, and I'm asking you, I'm begging you, do not defund the police department. We respect and honor the men and women of the police department, and you should too. If these gang of thugs attack you and your family, who's going to protect them or you? You think a few of your bodyguards are going to help? Not a chance. They're growing in power and in numbers. You must not dispower our police department. You must fund them more. You must increase the amount of officers. Give them full powers. Do not tie their hands, but of course, never step on their necks. That's crazy. But do not make them hesitate. You'll get them killed, and the blood will be on your hands, and you will be sued for it. My family's in the Georgia Police Department. Please, do not defund them. Many citizens, just about every citizen, except for thugs, want you to defund for socialism. Can't you see that? Go to Venezuela if you want socialism, or Cuba, or China, or wherever these communist bastards are from. Don't, forgive my language, please do not defund the police department. Please. Actually, I'm demanding it.
Good morning. This is Leah Aldridge. I live in District 8. I would like first to thank the council for not defunding our police and urge it to continue to take the courageous step of not only funding our police, but also increasing the pay and training of our police officers to ensure they are effective and compassionate. Many in my neighborhood have decided that they will be selling their homes because they feel insecure and believe that our property, living in town, that our property values will decline, that folks will not want to live in town because of the recent violence. Let's show them that Atlanta is still a city worthy, safety, and somewhere they want to raise their families. Thank you very much.
This mayor has got her nerve trying to defund the police and bail people out of jail that has destroyed Atlanta. Shame on her. She needs to resign. This is absolutely insane. There's people being murdered and killed and it was a shame unto God. But how many more have to die, and how many things have to be burnt down before something is done?
Hello, this is Stephanie Yates, and I'm calling to express my deep concern about the upcoming vote to consider defunding any portion of our Atlanta City Police. I believe that this is something that we need to look into a lot more closely and not make such a knee-jerk reaction based on very recent current events. We need to look and study and decide a better long-term plan for how to handle our public safety in Atlanta and not react to the media. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Margaret Childers. I live in District 8. I'm an independent voter, and I have never called before. This is definitely a first for me, or spoken out about anything political. And I wanted to call to say that you better vote not to defund the police, because this thing that happened this weekend is insane. I'm for my family. I'm so scared for the people who are forced to live in low-income communities that are overrun with violence that the freaking city has been turning a blind eye to. I'm very emotional about this, and I think that it is going to decrease public safety for everyone inside of those communities, especially, and outside. I think it'll decrease our property values. It'll chase businesses out of the city. It already is. And I think it'll definitely, it's definitely making me think about how much we want to invest more in this city. And I was born here. I was born at Piedmont Hospital. I grew up across the street, and I moved a mile away from my freaking house that I grew up in, and I'm so disappointed with the state of things right now. If things don't change, I promise you, I will become the most active voice you have ever heard. Please, please use your brains and do not defund the police. We can find money. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
My name is Joseph Atkins. I'm in favor of defunding the police department.
Johnny May Sims. I'm calling to say that I want you to support funding of the police, of the Atlanta police officers. Again, I want to call to say that we should fund the police officers of Atlanta. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Fritz, and I'm calling in response to the defunding of the police department. And my vote is not to defund the police department. We need the police in order to maintain some sense of order in this city. So please do not defund the police department. I am in support of the police department and wish that my vote would be heard and counted, and I am saying do not defund the police department. Thank you.
Hello, this is Kate Model. I'm calling from District 9. I'm calling today to urge you to support the Rayshard Brooks bill. After a weekend of violence in Atlanta, it's clear that the police are not equipped to prevent violent crimes from occurring. We need to be asking ourselves a harder question as to what are the underlying causes for the issues and working to change things within the community. This includes, but is not limited to, mental health services, affordable housing, affordable child care, access to food. There are several areas that the City Council could be putting funds and putting their efforts, such as Resolution 20R2390, which focuses on including funding for the 2021 budget to focus on affordable child care. 20-1017, focusing on affordable housing and development of affordable housing. There's so many great ideas, but the
funds need to be reallocated. Thank you, and have a great day.
Good morning. My name is Fred Schessel. I live within the city limits, and I would like to speak out in support of the Atlanta Police Department. I do not think it's wise to defund or reduce funding for the police. I think it makes sense to spend even more money for better training and more qualified officers. But to defund the police would lead to more lawlessness and anarchy. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kendra Woodson. This is the third time I've called. I'm sure you're not going to like hearing from me over and over again, but I forgot to add that y'all need to put a curfew in place. There wasn't any problem with a curfew during COVID, so we have a murderous disease out on the streets right now, and there needs to be a curfew. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. I am calling out of an abundance of caution for the livelihood of Atlanta police officers. It is imperative that you see reason and sense and vote no to the Rayshard-Brooks bill that has been put forth by Councilmember Brown. It has no merit, no case studies, and zero proof that stripping away money from police forces will actually stop crime from occurring. The number of shootings and deaths in the past month should be evidence enough to prove to you that we need police officers. The lack of support and endorsement for the great work done by our Atlanta Police Force on a daily basis has taken its toll. I personally know several officers and sergeants who are in the process of leaving the department or they have already left. Paying them a salary is not enough. Please stop referencing something that you have kept your word on, that you promised 2 years ago. There is no good in a salary if you have no backing by the constituents that people have voted for. The case study that was completed showed that officers were well underpaid by thousands of dollars. Now these men and women who have served our city are leaving the department in droves. They are being happily recruited and received by neighboring jurisdictions. The Atlanta Police Force is already severely understaffed, and the amount of people who are answering 911 calls are going to continue to drop. For all of you members who are listening, you also know that if please see reason and sense and vote no to the Rayshard-Brooks bill. The city is watching.
Derek Wilson. I was just calling to say that I think y'all should get rid of the mayor, for her to come out and say now that enough is enough. Too little, too late. Let it go on way too long. Now it's out of control. So, yeah, y'all just need to get rid of her. Thank you.
Hey there, this is Libby Quiner, calling from Atlanta, Georgia. I just want to leave a voicemail in support of the very courageous council members who stood up in support of our police. We have lived in the city since 2004, and our 3 children go to APS school. If we shut down the police, I think the first thing that we will be doing with our tax dollars is moving to another county, maybe even city, because we will not feel protected. The police have always responded to anything that was ever needed. When our house is broken into, when our alarm has gone off for unknown reasons, we absolutely love the police. In fact, our church established a life insurance program for the firemen and the police department. So just calling to support those council members with what they did to stand up for our police, and let everybody know that we think disbanding the police force is a critical, awful mistake. Thanks so much for serving. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Elissa Gerald. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I wanted to voice my concern about the ideas being proposed to defund the police department. I, as a citizen of the city of Atlanta, with children, do not want the police defunded. The police are overall good. I understand there are some challenges, but the police are necessary for order in our city, and to feel that they are supported in order to be effective.
I hope that this idea is not gone through with, and that you will vote to continue funding and supporting the police so that we can continue to maintain order in our city and not let things get out of control as other cities who have defunded the police department have seen happen. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to the encouraging news that we will support our police officers and let them know that we appreciate their efforts for us and that we will have their back for their safety and their concerns of their family. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Mandy Easton. I'm a resident of District 9, and I emailed all of you guys earlier this morning to signal my support for funding the Rayshard Brooks bill. Some of the reasons I really think stand out are that this is the very least you can do in response to the thousands of public comments you've received calling for police reform. I know that a number of you, including council members Boone, Bond, Massaguide, and others, have indicated concern about how this bill might be interpreted by the police, who have, been undergoing some low morale recently. But this is a weak justification because the resolution already preserves officers' pay raises, even though public servants like educators and healthcare workers are getting pay cuts, and our city is facing $1 million more in deficit because of COVID. So really, police morale should not be the main issue here. What is the issue is the morale of the people and the thousands of Atlantans who have called in asking you guys to look at the department budget for the police and, institute some real reform. Whether or not after December and the $73 million is put aside, you guys decide to fund the police, defund the police, is a separate issue. What we're just asking for is the opportunity for you guys to really sit down and take the needed time to be accountable and look at the research, look at the budget, and consider what really needs to be in there and what doesn't. Atlanta needs to be among the four leaders in instituting police reform. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing the decision that gets made today.
Hi, my name is Margaret Young. I'm a 57-year lifelong resident of the city of Atlanta, a taxpayer and a consistent voter in all elections. I'm calling today to say I am against the resolution 20R406A in regard to defunding the police. I want to thank those councilpersons who have previously voted no and want to encourage them to continue to vote no. I also want to encourage the other councilpersons to reconsider and vote no. As a lifelong resident of Atlanta, I have seen tremendous growth and change in Atlanta. We have been blessed with a reputation of being a safe and welcoming city. Who can forget those incredible words from the ISC chairman when he said, the Olympics go to the city of Atlanta. It was a great day for Atlanta. We have hosted major sporting events at professional and collegiate levels. We have massive business conventions. We have the film industry, all bringing working jobs to our city. We have the aquarium, Centennial Park, the Botanical Gardens, Shepherd's Final Center, the Atlanta Airport, all shining lights in our city. Unfortunately, with the rise of crime in our city, and not as a result of police crime, but citizens committing crimes with no concern of punishment, our great city is taking a horrible downturn where residents fear for their safety and visitors do as well. Please help keep our city safe by voting no. The price of safety is not expensive. It is priceless. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote no.
Hi, this is Nicole Thomas from District 8. Crime is the worst it's ever been in Atlanta. Defunding the police will only cause more suffering in the underserved communities. Police are there to respond to 911 calls coming from those same communities. We are already extremely understaffed by hundreds of officers. You cannot send social workers or someone trained to de-escalate when those on the other end fail to listen and are most likely armed with a gun or a knife. How did that work the last 3 weeks at the Wendy's when the mayor and council tried for 3 weeks to reason with people who cannot be reasoned with? Now, do you see what the police deal with daily?
Have you ever watched the thousands of videos online of police being polite and trying to reason with people who are clearly breaking the law? Guess what? Sometimes doing the job of an officer doesn't make for a pretty arrest when the suspect is completely combative. When subjects are high on fentanyl, meth, cocaine, weed, they have superhuman strength, as seen with George Floyd. Is a social worker going to be able to de-escalate a 6'4" man, 240 pounds, high on meth and fentanyl, enough to kill a person? Do you have any idea he's armed when you approach the scene? You saw how the giant and intoxicated Rayshard Brooks beat and flung the two APD cops around like rag dolls. Find the money from another source because APD is already under budget. They still have extremely low salaries, terrible pension plans, and are forced to work in conditions not one of you would bother showing to work in. The private citizens of Atlanta have raised their own funds to be able to provide APD precincts with new office chairs, desks, paint, kitchen, and break room supplies, and to furnish their sad and dilapidated precincts. Many of these places deal without AC in 90 to 100-degree summer months. Have you toured or worked from the SWAT office? The bathrooms are outside, the water rarely works, the sewage backs up, the floor is gross, the office...
My name is Alex Gerald. I believe that defunding the police is a horrible idea. If this past weekend, violence throughout the city and deaths have not proven that. I don't know what will, but the police are an important part of our infrastructure and making sure that everybody feels safe to go and do their jobs and keep the economy running during a time that is already a little bit tenuous with the COVID virus. Defunding the police simply shows that a very small percentage of the population is in charge. And as opposed to the rule of law and being a republic, which are the basis of this country, they have their points, they have various other components of their protest that are accurate, but defunding the police is not a solution to those problems. It's simply a reaction. My number is 770-841-6242 if you'd like to call.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia John Duhart. I extract community council, and I want to urge the council members to please not cut any funds from the police department. I think that further research needs to be done before anything be cut from the public safety.
Hi, Ryan Farmington, District 8. I think that we need to say no to defunding of the police. We need to focus on training in the community with funds gathered from elsewhere. Stop creating committees that have zero knowledge about daily policing, as these committees are actually dividing the communities even further. Put yourself through the Citizens Police Academy. Look at the crime scene photos. Sit in 911 call centers. Do ride-alongs with APD for an entire day in the hardest hit communities. What do you think will happen when you defund? Special teams and departments will be taken away. The APD and bomb teams that serve the city's cash flow, known as the Atlanta Airport, will be cut. You have to cut somewhere. I say no to defunding and yes to more funding to find it elsewhere. Also, have you ever had to patrol in a patrol car for 8 to 12 hours a day with no AC in the middle of summer, a car literally falling apart because there are no more police cars and there's no more funds to replace? But the mayor gets to ride around in 2 brand new expensive SUVs when she could have used Reed's new fleet when he left office? I say no to defund.
My name is Victoria Curbo, and I'm very, very concerned about the decreased public safety in the city of Atlanta, the decreased property values, the murders, homicides, carjackings, slider crimes, overall number of crimes going up, and the lack of support that the city of Atlanta police are receiving right now. I definitely, my family and I support the 8 council members who stood in support of law enforcement, and I think knee-jerk reactions and impulsive decisions made for political gains are absolutely ridiculous.
on the part of Keisha Lance Bottoms and Paul Howard. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous where the city has gone under the leadership of Keisha Lance Bottoms and over the last year in general, particularly the last 6 to 8 weeks. It's absurd.
Carol Hook, living on Andrews Drive in 30305 zip code. Walk daily through these neighborhoods into Garden Hills. I'm tired of fearing that I and my grandchild will be shot. If we go through these neighborhoods, I that you provide more funding to the police and not put monies into a holding account and not name bills for criminals unless they're doing something right and not abusing children. Request that you read the nose in the city and act on it to protect the law-abiding citizens and furnish them with well-funded police who are trying to do a good job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Kitchens, and I'm a resident of Georgia. I am not in favor of defunding the police department because we need their protection. It's evident that we need them by what is happening in Atlanta and what happened over the weekend. We do not need to defund the police. Thank you.
District 212, please do not defund the police. I'm all for reforming the department. Please do not defund the police department. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Martin, and I am calling on all of the government to defund Antonio Brown, as well as all of the members of Black Lives Matter and Antifa that are killing our innocent families. And I'm white.
Hi, I am calling from District 8 to put a vote recommendation in to definitely not defund the police force. So again, that's District 8. Before the vote tomorrow, completely against defunding the police. Thank you.
Hi, this is Anna Margaret Woods. I reside at 3089 Martin Drive, 30305. I am calling to request, please do not vote to defund the police. I understand that is not to take away all money from the police department, just as you all think it is, just a little bit that could go somewhere else. I completely disagree with that. I believe that the police department needs more funding and more training. And as you can see, especially from this weekend, the crime is out of control. It has been out of control really since Mayor Bottoms took office. I keep looking forward to the day where she will step up and try to correct that. So I just hope that you all will do the right thing and not pander to politics and absolutely not defund the police department. Thank you so much for listening to this. Have a good day.
Hello, good morning. My name is Monica McClary. I'm a resident in North Buckhead, Sandy Springs area, and I am very concerned about defunding the police. I support the council members who are trying to oppose the defunding of the police. Yesterday, and I've been out several times, even to Lenox Mall, and it's frightening. I don't feel comfortable being out. My car has been broken into. My husband's car has been broken into. We have rented cars that have been stolen. Defunding the police will definitely decrease public safety. It will decrease our property values. It will take businesses out of the city and most definitely dramatically decrease the tax base. We need the police. We need to support them. We need to do this safely. Please do not defund the police. Thank you.
p.m. Hello, this is Council President Felicia Moore of the Atlanta City Council. It is approximately 8:30 p.m. You have been listening live to the public comment portion of our July 6, 2020 full council meeting. As you probably know, if you started with us earlier at 1 o'clock today, we are now playing public comment. There were 13 and a half hours of public comment, and so we are playing those now. We will go back into session on tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. when we will complete our agenda. Our agenda will be completed with a report from our Finance Executive Committee, our Public Safety Committee, personal papers for immediate consideration, personal papers to be referred, general remarks, and adjourning roll call. This stream that you are listening to now will be ended, and we will be starting another live stream, so just look for the notification. And it will start as soon as I finish. And so when you see the notification come up, you can continue with us in the public comment. Again, this is the July 6, 2020 meeting of the Atlanta City Council. And we will be starting the live stream on the new stream very shortly. So look for the notification. Thank you.